Well, good morning and welcome to what you will see on the screen there, and those of you who are obviously already here, is an absolutely glorious day. Excuse me, I'm just out of breath. I've just run up the steps here. I cannot believe it. I mean, yesterday morning we got here and it was miserable. It wasn't chucking it down, but it was miserable. It was grey. Look at the autumnal leaves there. It's just a beautiful sight. We are bathed in sunshine, a little bit different to the EnduroKA 500 from last year. Yes, James Newbury, it's mended. He's been nagging that the stream wasn't live yet. I can't change time, mate. Very quickly going to whip through this grid because they're going to get this race going fairly shortly. Pole position went the way of 46 Milner Racing and 95 Kadoodle-Doo Racing. 65 Autotech Motorsport and 114 KM Racing on row 2. Row 3, 64 Autotech Motorsport and 81 GM Performance. On row 4, we have 333 Kahuna's Race Team and 131 Catastrophe. Wingate Racing in number 3 and 888 take up row 5. Row 6 is 72 Misty Racing and 11 Tenths Racing in the number 11 car. 180 Shine Automotive, AFK Racing in number 22 on row 7. Row 8 is 121 Calamity and 736 TLA Motorsport. 55 Cash Strapped Racing and 1 Burton Power Racing. They're about to come towards us, so we will keep you abreast of everything. But to round up the top 10 rows, number 12 Pro-Am Racing, 41 Row Rage Motorsport take up that 10th row. But here we go. It is the IndyCar 500 2024, 8 hours, 20 minutes. These teams have got to keep these cars going. What you're going to see now is an absolute spectacle. They're going to race for that long, but look how hard they will be going in these early stages as this big field takes off round. It's just absolutely epic. Mark Werrell, one of my fellow commentators and good friend, he's raced in this as well, and he was explaining yesterday about how these cars really change through that section of Paddock Hill Bend. But the front two already involved in a bit of a kerfuffle. Milner Racing just about holding their pole position with the race lead, but their white 95 car is right on the back of them at the moment, and they've made a mini escape from Autotech Racing, Autotech Motorsport, sorry, number 65. Right, looking at the screen, I will know who's doing this. So it is Jack Wright that's in the 46 car at this stage. Marcus Clutton, there you go, that's why they're being put under pressure. Marcus Clutton is looking up the inside of Milner Racing already. That expertise of GT racing coming into its own. Pro racers come in and do this and absolutely love it, come out with massive smiles on their face because it's momentum racing, it's back to some basics. And there you go, up into the lead goes Marcus Clutton, but he's run wide, and the Milner Racing is going to look back up the inside. Do-si-do, your partner, changing it about already, absolutely epic. And here we go, Jack Wright, who we know is an incredibly quick racer, out yesterday in a Golf and a Porsche, and now in a Ford KA. So there you go. It's been a busy weekend for the Wright family. And they're joined by Johnny Milner, the ex-rally champion and father-in-law, I believe, as well today. Interesting to see that they're being chased down by the 65 car, and it's Yusuf bin Suhail that is behind the wheel of that. And Yusuf's got a good run on the pair of them now, so it's 3 for the lead already in these early stages. I told you that they don't really pay attention, do they, to the fact that this is a big, long race. They're doing all this racing. So Jack Wright back into the lead. Yusuf bin Suhail, he might join me on the commentary box a little bit later after he's done his stint. He did tell me he was doing the opening stint. He may well jump up here and join me. By the way, my name is Chris Dawes, and it'll be my pleasure to take you through this race as it stands. At the moment, I'm doing it on my own because, bless him, Jack Werrell has injured his ankle last night. So get well soon, Jack, and he may be able to join me a little bit later, but he looks like he's got a great big melon on the side of his ankle. Oh, and Marcus Clutton loses it round Graham Hill Bend, and then he overcorrects, but he just about holds it on. I think he'll have triggered the track limits, but I don't think it was any benefit to him. So all of a sudden, Jack Wright, probably giggling away in his helmet, knowing Jack Wright is all alone on his own, and all of a sudden the 81 GM Performance car, Stapleton at the wheel, was trying to have a little nibble there at Marcus Clutton. Yusuf bin Suhail up into second place in the Autotech Motorsport 65 car. And Jack Wright has got a very comfortable margin all of a sudden. We're going to get dynamic changes for this race as it progresses, because you've got different drivers that are out there. Jamie Peters-Ennis, good morning, mate. He says, it sounded mega. Marcus was at Alton yesterday doing the Fun Cup. Was he really? And he was here, presumably he was here yesterday doing the qualifying at the end of the day. So that was a busy day for him, but I think he'd rather spend his life in race cars. And in fact, he's coming back at Youssef bin Suhail again, but the 65 car just about holds on to that second place. If you are here or anywhere else, feel free to drop me a line on the social medias. Normally you'll find it on Chris Dawes Media, or that's DAWES, or Chris Dawes Comms on Instagram, Facebook. Someone's smoking a lot, actually, going round into clearways. There's a lot of smoke off, and in fact it's now struggling to keep control. It's not aimed, and I'm wondering, yes, there's people spinning, so that car is dropping fluid everywhere, because we've got cars all spun round on the exit of McLaren in towards clearways. And that car, now I was too busy looking at the ones that were avoiding it to now catch which one it is that has spewed it everywhere. I think, yeah, there we go, we're looking at it now. Everybody else trying to recover. Sadly, that car nearly lost it under its own fluids, and it's still spewing steam out everywhere. We've got to hope that the cars that spun didn't think that they have a problem. We get that a lot. By the way, Marcus Clutton's back up into second in all that melee. Missed what was going on there. Now I can have a look at the car coming down here. Nope, I missed it. I made the mistake of trying to look through my binoculars, and that was, and they were blurred. Into the pits has come K&F Racing. So Blaine, number 21, is into the pits. And we've got side by side again for second and third place. Now, into the pits does come the car that was spewing fluid and smoke everywhere. It may well have just been water, because nobody else is losing it. So that suggests it's evaporated away. So into the pits, 736 it was, the TLA Motorsport, who was behind the wheel of Aston. So Thorburn Aston behind the wheel of the TLA Motorsport car. And they're going to have a look at that. That does not bode well when it's kicking that level of, I'm going to have to assume, is steam, because nobody's getting out of shape anymore. What's this second place battle doing now? So Marcus Clutton has got back up ahead of bin Suhail and pulled away a little bit now. So he's going to be trying to close in on Jack Wright in these early stages. I told you, they just do not care that it's 8 hours 20. They think it's 8 minutes 20, I think, don't they? Morning, James Beckett. He's watching in as well by the sounds of it. Of course, next week at Silverstone is the Walter Hayes Trophy, one of the highlights. And we've got 3 and 131 going close to coast. That's Cartastrophe in 131 and Wingate Racing in number 3, running 8th and 9th respectively. And in fact, going up for 8th there, well, no, he thought better of it, is the number 3 car. Bidgeway was looking quick there. Bidgeway was really quick in qualifying actually yesterday, and we'll be hoping to translate it here. Now, I missed it. Marcus Clutton has back down to 3rd place again. I thought he'd pulled away from bin Suhail in 2nd place and was closing in on Jack Wright again, but it's obviously chopping and changing between those two. If you ever wonder why I'm missing something, it's because I'm looking everywhere out the window. I'm looking on the monitor in front of me for those at home that are watching, because there's that many cars here and there's that much going on through the length and breadth of the field. If you ever fancy dabbling in some racing, it's a cracking place to come, because you're going to be involved in some action. No matter what, you're going to be involved in action. And what we'll find later on is, even if, frankly, you're on different laps, you still get involved in the fight, especially when we go into the dark. And remember that the last 2 or 3 hours are going to be in the dark. That's what's so good about this race. The clocks changed, obviously, last night, so it means it gets dark a little bit later. We qualified into the dark last night, and all they're going to see in their mirrors are headlights. That's it. I mean, they do put some cool colours on their, around their cars as well and light them up. We've got a yellow flag. There's a car off in the gravel. We see the 736. They are going to work on it. When the race is this long, they're going to. It looks like that. Is that one of the other Autotech cars? I think it is, you know. Yes, it is. It's De Prato in the 64 car that has gone off into the gravel, into clearways, and just exit stage left, I'm afraid. Now, what happens is that they can be dragged out and recovered, but they then get penalties dished on them. Now, annoyingly, where I've just been thrown this morning, I've forgotten exactly what the penalty is. I think it's 2 laps that they get penalised for if they're dragged back to the pits. And looks like we're going safety car. Yes, we are. It doesn't. There we go. It does say it on the screen now. So, safety car to neutralise the field. Jack Wright's going to be gutted. He's got that over 2.5 seconds, that margin. So he'll be mightily frustrated that margin's going to go. But to be honest with you, that's the nature of this, isn't it? You know full well that it's going to. There's every chance that your lead's going to evaporate, because there's probably going to be multiple safety cars during the course of this. Sorry, I'm trying to multitask here, looking at information. So you are aware, for races of 6 hours or less, 3 mandatory driver change pit stops must be made. No driver can drive for longer than 2 hours and 20 minutes continuously, and must rest for at least 30 minutes between driving stints. And for races of more than 6 hours, which obviously this one is, no driver may drive for more than 60% of the race duration. So that's 300 minutes is the limit that they're going to be able to do. And we do have some teams that have just 2 drivers. Now, we did see, presumably before the safety car, that 72 Misty Racing with Dendy behind the wheel, up 2 places into 7th. Windgat Racing number 3 stayed where it was, and 131 Catastrophe with Thomas behind the wheel dropped down 2. So they basically just pirouetted around the Windgat Racing car of Bidgeway. But I do hope for their sake that was done before the safety car came out. The safety car has indeed picked up Jack Wright, the leader, and is just very steadily coming round the in towards Clark Curve at the moment. There is your race leader, Jack Wright. The recovery is now underway at Clearways. Safety car going steady to try and make sure that there's minimal laps that we're going to be going behind the safety car. Just making sure, because someone's messaged me to say that it's not on the YouTube channel, but I assume it is. Yep, it is. That's okay. Jake Wardle, if you're listening, I would imagine that was a late message. So, yes, it is up there, mate. Thank you, Werrell Senior. Thank you, mate. I was trying desperately to look. 3-lap penalty. Sorry, thank you, mate. Towback is a 3-lap penalty. No towbacks in the final hour of the race. That's right. I knew there was something where they stopped it. So the final hour of the 8-hour, 20-minute race, they are on their own. If they get brought back, it is a 3-lap penalty. Did you get any of those, Mark Werrell? Because I've always thought that you must be so frustrated, yet relieved that you get back into the race again after a moment. But to suddenly have a 3-lap penalty thrown at you, it's quite massive, isn't it? And I'd assume there's just no recovery from that once you're given the 3-lap penalty. But at least you know you're going to be able to keep going in that race. Safety car lights are off and they're going to be peeling in. Jack Wright went very early there and he was right on the back of the safety car. And Bin Suhail was caught napping there, and I should imagine Marcus Clutton in third, number 95, the white car with the black flashes, is probably a bit frustrated there, was desperate to catch up. Stapleton in the black with the gold flashes sat there in fourth, not under pressure because it looks like Kelly and KM Racing just dropped away a little bit there. So we've already completed 11 laps, and there's going to be fairly soon sort of almost a psychological gap where we're going to tick the 20 minutes of the 8 hours 20 off, and we're going to have just a nice clean 8 hours left of this race. Marcus Clutton bouncing over the curbs there, desperate to get himself back up ahead of Bin Suhail. Not least so that he can attempt to reel Jack Wright in, but Jack is absolutely flying. They were looking forward to this, him and his dad George, when we interviewed them during the course of yesterday. Okay, Mark says he's never needed a tow back in the KAs. He did in another race, and he's then got the hand across the eyes that was, yes, been the frustration of needing those tow backs and the almost draconian penalty to some extent. So this battle for second. Oh, and in the background, Bin Suhail just loses it towards the gravel, comes back across with not a deliberate move, but a snap back, and nearly made contact with Marcus Clutton. Marcus just about managed to jink away and avoid that, but fair play to Youssef Bin Suhail. He caught that pretty well, and he's lost a place, but he's still glued to the back of the car he's lost it to. So Youssef Bin Suhail, who went really well here earlier in the season, I was here covering the sprint races that these guys did, which was a totally different one, and he was brilliant there as well, and he is flying this time. May have just made that tiny little mistake as he got to the bottom of the hill coming out of Paddock Hill, but just tamed the bucking Bronco and is glued to the back of Marcus Clutton already. Jack Wright now, what has he done? He's stretched his lead to 0.849. And that's actually come down because the two behind, despite that mistake for Youssef Bin Suhail, they're in 103s. Jack Wright just did a 104 that time round. Team manager of cars 3 and 72 to race control. Now, we had Dendy jumping up 2 places, didn't we? And Catastrophe 131 losing 2 places. But 131's not been called, but 72 and 3 have. So maybe there was a little mistake done where they shouldn't have been doing anything just yet because the safety car had been called. Although it did kind of come out fairly steadily. Is that a problem for Jack Wright? Jack Wright has been caught and is about to be passed. Through goes Marcus Clutton. That lead was massive, but Jack Wright seems to have lost a reasonable amount of speed here. I'm trying to look through the... it looks like he's almost bouncing to keep that car going there. But he's now back up to speed, side by side for the lead. And Marcus Clutton's got that inside line at Paddock Hill, just lifting that rear right wheel like a dog needing the toilet, and just plunges back down the hill into the lead. Now we need to keep an eye to see whether Jack Wright, does he have a problem? I mean, he was looking in another class, to be honest with you, when he was pulling away. Those three, despite all the fighting they're doing, have pulled away quite comfortably from Stapleton. Stapleton's in the lonely 4th place. Kelly and KM Racing 114 in the lonely 5th position. Jack Wright's coming back at him there, isn't he? So maybe it was just a tiny little mistake. And I said earlier that even the pros love racing in this because there is momentum racing, and maybe it was just that momentum was lost, because here comes Jack Wright again. He's looking towards the outside at Paddock Hill Bend. Nope, he's doing the switchback. Here he goes. But Marcus Clutton knows what he's doing. He just parked that on the apex and said, you can try it if you like. But into the pits has come the 72 car. So Dendy in the Misty Racing, they've got a problem with that car, and they are working on... what are they doing? They're working on the rear there, in particular the left rear. So maybe there was a bit of body work. It's like the opposite corner you can see that they're having a look at there. But understandably, it's a bit risky to stand in the fast lane. Someone else into the pits as well. Who's that? I think it may well be, yeah, it's TLA Motorsport back in again. That was the car that was spewing fluid everywhere. Now, I wonder whether they're looking at the fuel cap there, because you sometimes get it where they are sort of spewing fuel out of their fuel cap. And are they trying to tape it up? Lead battle still rages between the two at the moment. Youssef Bin Suhail just taking a bit of a breather by the looks of it in Autotech Motorsport 65. Side by side for the lead. Oh, and that was a little bit tight there for Jack Wright, and he just got a big wiggle on mid-corner and had to just wrestle that back under control. Thanks to John Creech. Good to hear that you're here, matey. 711, loose bodywork, left rear. Won't be the first. You're right there, mate. And he has just... Markuson's behind the wheel of that Mauricio Motorsport car. 16th. They've just been passed by Lawrence Davey Racing Performance Tuning. Again, happy birthday to Lawrence Davey on Friday. He turned 40, apparently. I still find that hard to believe. Lawrence, you've been around for as long as I can remember in motorsport, and that doesn't feel like enough years ago. But, hey, I believe you, mate. Millions wouldn't. But happy birthday, buddy. Yeah, see, the 736 back in. And I'm assuming that's not the kettle on in the background, and that is unfortunately steam rising from the front end of that 736 car. A huge shame. Lawrence Davies just... Sorry, mate, sorry. Hey, you're lucky I don't call you Matt Lucas on air, mate. But, you know, brilliant to have you guys here. Busy weekend. He's running a few cars yesterday. I'm not cheeky. What you on about, mate? Now the nervousness comes that you know that they do actually listen down in the pit lane as well. So I've got to watch what I say. So, which is not normally in my repertoire, but we'll see. We'll see. We got 8 hours, 20 minutes of me commentating. What could possibly go wrong? You're not that safe, are you, Lawrence Davey? But we'll see. The battle's still raging here between Jack Wright in second, Marcus Clutton in the lead, and you'll see that Bin Suhail is doing a brilliant job trying to get back on the rear of these two and pick up any pieces when these two get a little bit too rambunctious. Jack Wright again looking towards the outside this time. Marcus Clutton says, no, I'm moving out to the side and taking my full race in line. Sweeps it back in. Jack Wright, little nibble towards the inside, but is he far enough back to keep the momentum? I think he is. You know, he's looking towards the inside, up towards the Druids hairpin, and he has to break that little bit earlier because of that tight line. Marcus Clutton just snaps across his nose, but they're now side by side on the exit with the different points that they can pick up the throttle again. Down the hill they go towards Graham Hill Bend. Nice and cleanly through there. They need to be mindful, of course, of the track limit, because it's a long race to be avoiding track limit penalties, and we'll have plenty of those that will get dished out during the course of this this race. Oh, and Marcus Clutton just got a little bit out of shape as he did the transition from the left-hander of Surtees, the right-hander of McLaren, but he managed to ride that one out nicely with his right foot and powered it in towards Clearways. Lawrence Davies come up. Welcome, mate. While you're up here, mate, put a headset on. You shouldn't have done that, should you? But put a headset. No swearing on air, okay? Whatever you do, we're on YouTube as well. Lawrence Davey, welcome up, mate.
Thank you. It's a long run from down there.
I can imagine. Did I upset you that much, did I?
I thought I'd come have words, you know. No, I was joking. It's good to see you.
And to see you, mate. But joking aside, it just seems incredible. Did you really turn 40? Because it just feels you've been part of motorsport for, like, forever.
Yeah, I got involved in Legends when I was 16.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. So...
That's incredible. That'll explain it then. But it does. It is a long time. I'm loving watching this. We got the top three starting to pick through traffic. I said at the get-go is that this is an 8 hours 20 race, but no one treats it as such.
No, it's an 8 hour 20 minute sprint.
Yeah.
No one cares. So no, it's good. It's good. The whole wide range of drivers out there. So everything from Marcus to the right guys out there to novices.
Yes.
So it's good. It's a good paddock to be in. It's a good grid to be on. And yeah, to be honest, it's just a long sprint race.
It genuinely is. And what I also will pick up is that I was here covering you guys doing the actual sprint races, and it was kind of like, right, is this going to work? It did.
Yeah.
They genuinely work for the sprint race as well as these longer ones.
It's a shame we didn't have more for the sprint. I think we only had 13 or 14 cars. But we'll get a few more out of the sprint. It'd be good. They're only 15 minutes long, but they had 4 races. So we had 2 drivers in the car, done 2 races each.
Yes.
So
my gut instinct is that if they watched how good that was, they'll come for those sprints, because I think there was maybe an unfair cynicism, but an understandable cynicism about it, that you go, no, these are for the longer races. But to see that those sprints, genuinely, I enjoyed commentating on them as much as I do on this. It's just they're epic. Because frankly, like you said, is that they are doing multiple sprint races for the whole of today.
Yeah, so we've worked out we can, if we go to the maximum drive time, it'd be 3 stops, three stops. So it's everyone have like just over 2 hours in the car. So they're just in there for 2 hours, 2 hour sprint for each driver, and
that just exhausts me thinking about it, if I'm honest. Possibly, I was about to ask you why aren't you out there, and that probably answers it.
Someone's got to man the fuel caps, the fuel can. So I'm on refueling duties today. So we've got 2 cars. We've got car 49 and car 18 out there. So I'm on refueling duties today. So, but I did jump into another team's car in the 24-hour.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, there were drivers short, so. I got invited to that, so I've done 2-hour stints in that. So it was a good laugh.
Because we do see you working on the cars rather than in the cars more these days, don't we?
It's just time. So we've got so many cars. We had 2 Clio cars out yesterday. We've got 2 KAs today. We was at Monza last week with one of the Clios. It's just time at the minute. So we thought about it. I was almost in the car. We almost had a 3rd car out today, and I was almost having to get into that, but. We put the driver in the Clio yesterday, so.
Okay, fair enough.
So it got me out of the driving bit. But no, I jump in now and then, as and when, and I did the American Speed Fest around here in the Legend earlier on in the year. So it's the first time back in the Legend for 10 years.
That's right, because I was here covering you for that as well.
Yeah. So we had a bit of a blast in that one, but no, it was good fun.
No, it's really, really good. How good was, talking about the Clios yesterday, Ribby, the young 18-year-old? What a driver! Yeah,
so he's obviously been doing mini challenge for the last couple of years. I got a phone. He was meant to be in the KA. I've got a phone call Wednesday morning. So look, put him in the Clio instead from his dad. So first time driving the car was Friday morning.
Really impressive.
So,
race 2 in particular, he was quick.
He had a bit of a bad start in race 1 because he does standing starts in the minis, but he's got a handbrake in the mini. In the Clios, there's no handbrake. So it confused him a little bit. So he's a little bit delayed on the start, but he nailed it for race 2.
He did.
And to be fair, the whole pack, it was 6-car train fighting it out for the win. In the race 2, it was good to watch. It was good to watch. Shame there's only 6-7 cars out there, but when they're together, it provides good racing.
It made the race. It was really, really good. But yeah, for an 18-year-old, that was impressive from him. What I love about these races, I was mentioning earlier, the dynamic constantly changes throughout the race, because you mentioned you've got pros, we've got, AMs, and differing levels of AMs, is fair to say as well. You suddenly get the pit stops, and it just changes what we're watching completely.
Yeah, so you find that the guys at the front, so in the 95 car, you got Marcus, and then got 2 quick drivers in that as well. But you find some of the other cars at the front at the minute, the tail back, and then when the quicker driver gets back in, they're pulling themselves back up. So it mixes up a bit. Give it about 3-4 hours time, it will be mixed up a bit. But yeah, it would be good racing. The aim at the minute is just down the lead lap. We had a slight issue with a dodgy fuel cap to start off with in our car 18 this morning. So we had I think we went to pit at lap 2. But we stayed on the lead lap, so we just changed the fuel cap and sent it back out there. So the safety car helped us catch her back up.
Earlier, it looked like the Misty Racing possibly had an issue with the fuel cap as well, and that happens surprisingly often.
Yeah, where we've been told in the rules we can modify the fuel filler neck. It takes out the flap, the non-return flap, and if the cap seal, the rubber seal, has started perishing, then it just leaks. It does it about 2 or 3 laps, and obviously the fuel levels drop down. But by that time, the official already seen it and called us in. So
yeah.
No time to burn it off.
No, exactly. One of the other things we were talking about earlier is that if you lose it into the gravel, which, let's not kid ourselves, is fairly easy to do here at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit, you can get towed back, you can get back in the race, but a 3-lap penalty for doing that. How do you, as a team and a driver, psychologically deal with that? Because that's your race done, but there's still something to go for to complete the race, isn't there?
Yeah, it's one of them. It's try not to lose as many laps as possible from that, and just try just different strategies. If you, rather than driving to driver time, drive to nearest safety car, or try and throw a different kind of strategy. Try and pull a lap back, or see if you can, where everyone else pits, stay out for a little bit. Try and get a lap back for behind safety car. It's different bits, but yeah, we've got chalkboards and whiteboards in the garage working things out already. So the 18 car's really pulled himself up to P21. So from an early pit stop. So Justin's doing all right out there, but no, we really had to eventuality. What if? If we go that down, how can we pull this back? So,
and that's the part that's fun for you, I can tell. As in, the team bosses love that it's not just put a car out, keep it running. That there's a lot more to think about. And
there's a lot to think about. Yeah.
And the big one I noticed when I was doing the pit reporting at Silverstone is that you lot are cheeky, because you put out fake boards as well to confuse your teammates. We watch some people doing that.
Tell everyone that. Secret.
And I mean the royal you, as in all of you have been doing some stuff like that, and you actually attempt to trick each other. And there is stuff like that is going on. The banter is epic.
We've got to try different things, and but at the end of the day, the whole paddock, really friendly paddock. Everyone gets on with each other up and down pit lane. Like last night, one of the cars was struggling, and I sent a couple of guys up to go and help them out, see if they could fix a problem. Someone else was helping another team was helping another team out. So everyone sort of mixed in together and helps each other out. At the end of the day, we want to get as many cars out on track as possible and to finish. So it's one of them. We're here for a bit of fun. It's like a non-stress kind of race weekend compared to what we used to, but yeah, it's still very competitive.
And that's probably the interesting one for me to sort of take a little bit deeper there, is, like you say, non-stress. And I get that. It is fun. It's a fun, friendly paddock. But you guys, and I mean the drivers, the team bosses, all the mechanics, there's a switch that gets flicked that suddenly does make it competitive. That must be a weird sensation that, where does it fall, or does it change during the course of the race?
There's a fine line, but like I said, you want to get as many cars on track at any one time as possible to create the racing. So if there's an incident and there's a team struggling for parts or struggling to get the car back out, I'll send a couple of guys, the Autotech guys send a couple of guys, I'm sure Graves will send a couple of guys, just go to that other team to help them out, get the car back together, get it back on track, because at the end of the day, that's what we're all here for, to get the cars on track and just enjoy ourselves. But yeah, it's a fine line between that and the competitiveness, but at the end of the day, if they're in the gravel or had damage, they're going to be a little bit far out anyway of the result, so you got to help them. Yeah,
absolutely. And I mean, it looks like these are cars that if there's an issue, it is worth working, because there's a lot of swap in, swap out is a lot easier to do.
Yeah, so we do carry a lot of spares. Every team carries lots of spares. So because there's a effectively standard part, it's everything's relatively easy to swap on the cars and change around if needed. So yeah, we've got various diagnostic machines. If there is a problem, we can plug in and work out what the problem is pretty quick, and then from there just get going again.
Yeah, this sounds so good. I keep saying it's the one thing that's going to make me get my race licence, is that I want to have a crack in something like this.
Come back next year. Come get. We'll have a car for you. Don't worry.
I want to do it. It just looks so much fun. Is that you sometimes go into it and go like, oh crikey, I've got to be talking for whatever the duration happens to be. And it just sucks you in, and it goes surprisingly quickly.
I'm sure we could put a mic in the car as well.
That would
come
be good.
The way around.
Well, I think that Mark Werrell was racing, and they attempted to do that, but I think they kind of went, no.
Yeah. We give it a go again.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the worst
we can just say it's pits to radio, Your Honour. Pits to car, even radio. Yeah. That's the one I meant. It would be good, wouldn't it? But I love what you guys are doing here. It's so entertaining. Happy birthday, 40th, Your Honour.
Thank you.
Make sure you come back up a little bit later if you get a chance as well, mate. It'll be really good to put a headset. You didn't think you'd get away with it, did you?
I'll just come on to give you some abuse, that's all.
Backfired again.
Cheers, mate.
Good to see you, mate. Thank you, buddy. So, Lawrence Davey there. Let me just, I'll be back in 2 seconds. Let me just refresh something over here. Absolutely brilliant to catch up with one of my favourite characters in motorsport, Lawrence Davey. As I say, he has been around for a long, long time, both in the car. I've lost track of how many times I've commentated on him racing, and outside of the car, running loads of people. Jamie Peters Ennis says motorsport should be everyone helping each other out. Lawrence is a legend. Absolutely, Jamie. I agree with you, mate. That's a 100% accurate point in my opinion. Peter. So my Twitter is at Dawes Racing, DAWES Racing, and. Is that Jackie, PSN, JAKHY? Apologies if I got that wrong. Hearten Up Racing here today for our favourite race of the year, the EnduroKA and Brands. Welcome, my friend, and thank you for sending that through. So at Dawes Racing, DAWES Racing. Peter Harding, hello, mate. Morning, Mr. Dawes. Good to hear you on the comms for this one again. Cars are looking great as always. This never fails to entertain. I agree, mate. Where are you watching from today then, Peter? Or is it from home? I don't know. But so keep the messages coming in. It's great to catch up with the people that are watching it either here at the circuit in this beautiful weather. Craig Owen messaged saying that 8 hours of constant talking, I'd be good at that according to some of my friends. You're right, Craig, actually, to be fair, I think. Mimi Lane, thanks. Thank you for your comments. I appreciate that. And I think you guys are watching it, Mimi Lane, or as I call her, Roadrunner, Mimi. And I think, yes, you've decided you're watching it from home this time, and that's the beauty of the stream, is it's giving you all the options to catch up wherever you want to. Chris Enyon, it's been a blast, always stepping up to the hockey, he says to me. Much appreciated. Medic Mason, good to hear from you as well, mate. So plenty of you watching from all over, wherever you happen to be, and welcome to you all. You can see that up and down the length and breadth of the field, plenty of racing. That's the 333 car, Kahuna's Racing, in 6th position, just making its way past one of the back markers, and it needs to, because Catastrophe in 7th, 131, as they make their way up towards Druid's Hairpin. The green 333 car, sort of a metallic green with a black roof, of Kahuna's Racing. Who's in that one at the moment? Truman. So Truman's behind the wheel of that, but the 131 car, Catastrophe, with Thomas behind the wheel, is absolutely flying, trying desperately to find a way through. And who was in the lead? Marcus Clutton's gone through, and he's now gapped Jack Wright, interestingly. So the margin between the front two is 2.2. Bin Sahel dropped away a little bit. Snappy Racers. See, I said it right this time, mate, didn't I? I didn't get it wrong. Jake Warder, can I commentate with you next year? Hey, you know it. So, yeah, John Bryant, good to hear from you, mate. You on holiday again. Watching from my desk while working, Dawsey. Get your licence and get in the car next year with Werrell. See, you say that, and Mark Werrell might still be listening, watching, or whatever, I'm not sure, but as I said yesterday, is that everybody says, oh, we should get a commentary team and go out and race with Werrell, and he goes, no, it's fine, seriously, because Mark Werrell is a good racing driver, and at best I'm an unknown quantity, so he's understandably going, no, I want to race with proper racing drivers. I would do that, that would be fun. What worries me is that we'd have a cross on the back. that would make it a little bit tricky. We'd have a target, and they'd be aiming for us no matter what. And yes, I definitely want to get out there and give this a crack. And when you hear the likes of Lawrence Davey talking about how much fun this race is from team management and from the driver perspective, you can understand why I would want to do that. Just 2 seconds. Sorry about that, just sorting out a couple of little bits and pieces behind the scenes. As I say, I am running solo today, so if I do happen to go quiet, apologies, that is just working on a couple of bits and pieces. So, 40 laps in the book now, and we are down to just over 7.5 hours left, and it is Marcus Glutton, 95, Cadoodle-Doo Racing, that is leading the way. He is now just over 4 seconds clear of Milner Racing's Jack Wright, number 46. And Bin Sohail still at the wheel of the Autotech Motorsport 65 car, just fractionally over 2 seconds further back. Just had a change. The 131 car did make it past 333, so Catastrophe, we saw those two racing probably, a handful of laps ago, that the 333, I think, is the metallic green with the black roof. Truman at the wheel of Kahuna's racing car that was doing a valiant job keeping Catastrophe behind them, but up into 6th has gone Catastrophe. We're looking at the moment at a great race, the 21 car, which actually it isn't strictly a race because 21 K&F Racing, Blaine behind the wheel, has been into the pits with multiple times, I think. Let's have a look. Oh no, it's only once for that one, with issues. And is now trying to sort of like gradually unlap itself a little bit. It's officially 11 laps behind the race leader. You can see that that was the 72 Misty Racing. So interestingly, that car came in early on, and I thought that they were looking at a corner of that car, potentially the fuel cap, and we heard Lawrence Davey earlier when I accosted him as he came up to give me abuse for giving him abuse for being 40, and he was saying that's fairly common, where I think it's the rubber perishes more than anything else, and but that is in the garage being worked on. The 736 TLA Motorsport, that is back in as well. Remember, that was the one that dumped some fluid out and sent a few of them pirouetting around. There's the 333 car that has been passed by Catastrophe. There's the Burgundy car. So actually, not only has Catastrophe moved back, but it's pulling away quite nicely. Ahead of it is a big fight now. The 180 car, where is that? That's Shine Automotive, putting pressure on 141. Nope, that's not the position either. That's Car Motion in 21st. But as I said earlier, this is what happens. But the 333 car trying desperately to get through. I don't think we really end up doing an awful lot with blue flags because it would be fairly futile and a very difficult job. 333 has been passed by the 180 Shine Automotive. So that is the car that's in the middle is sort of an interloper to some extent. So 180, there you go, the blue and Dayglow yellow Shine Automotive. That has moved up from 13th on the grid and is now running in 7th place. So that's a good move up there from the 180 car. Behind the wheel at the moment is Thomas Wood. So we've got a Thomas Wood and a Tom Wood. Tom Wood's also in one of the Grays Motorsport cars. I don't know if they're the same person. Into the pits has come number 18, No Nonsense Race. Excuse me, No Nonsense Race. I can't even speak now. No Nonsense, for goodness sake. No Nonsense Racing. There we go. I got it out at last. Irvin. And I'm just looking down in the pits. It went towards the garage and it's heading back out again. That is one of the Lawrence Davey racing cars, actually. So that has been in. Let me have a look. Has that been in? Yeah, that's been in twice already. So it moved up through the order, but it's just lost a couple of places there. And of course, you can get away with losing a few less places these days because they're starting to spread out a little bit more. It's not going to suddenly send you plunging down through the order. There is our race leader, 95, Cadoodle-Doo Racing, Marcus Glutton. Remember, if anybody is here at the circuit and you've got your smartphone, is that you can go on to YouTube and you'll be able to see all the action on the camera footage as well, if you feel that that's going to be any good for you. I'm afraid to tell you, it is still me commentating. You can't escape that. It's not an alternative. It is still me. But if you go to MSVT Racing, and you'll find that it is running live now. Ooh, and I might need to have a look at that to see. There's a few comments coming in. Just catching up on a couple of the comments coming in. Yes, I think someone just made a comment about the fact that it went dead. Yes, it did. Every now and again that might happen, but I promise it won't be for very long, and I will be back. I love the fact that people are saying crazy how hard these cars are being driven. Considering how long the race is, and absolutely, that's one of the things I absolutely love about this. That this racing will carry on at this level for the entire duration, and as we've already been seeing, is that it doesn't matter if they're slightly spread apart. 180 has now moved up another place by the looks of that, because that's Catastrophe, the Burgundy 131, I think. Am I right? I just need to make sure on that. I'm pretty sure. Yes, it is. So 131 has moved up another place. What does that put him up to now? Sorry, 180 has moved up another place ahead of 131. So up into 6th place now across the line. Still fairly close at the moment. So Shine Automotive, number 180, being driven by Thomas Wood. No, it says A Wood on the timing screen, actually. And I don't have an A Wood, it says Thomas Wood. I need to just double check to see if there was any more amendments. We had a number of amendments that were put out yesterday, but not had any more. Just double check to see if there was just names added to. No, there's nothing there, so I don't know who A Wood is. Into the pits has come the number 5 Wolf Motorsport car. That's that wonderful silk cut liveried car that I know was Jack Werrell's favourite. Jokingly sort of said, silk cars, we said. Now that's straight through, so that looks like that was a drive-through penalty. Yes, straight in and back out again, but I've had no notice of any penalties. I hope that's not an indication of what's to come, that we don't find out about penalties being dished out, but it's gone in and straight back out again. That is running in 18th place with Reed behind the wheel at the moment. The top 5 are all lapping in the 103s. So interestingly, there's a few sort of further down the pack that have obviously had challenges that are lapping in the 104s. NJM Racing, Murphy behind the wheel of number 6, running in 17th place, is lapping in the 104s. Misty Racing, 172, Roswell Potts. That's just put in a new fastest personal best, 104.9. So they'll be looking to reel in Orca Sport, the number 74 car. That one is brilliant in the night, by the way, the 74, because it's actually got lights on the roof in the shape of its number, 74. So we'll be able to pick that one out nice and clear. Blue, I think they are, the lights from memory. So that will be nice and easy to pick out. And that one is flying at the moment. I was about to say there was another great fight as well between 12 and 3. There isn't. Where is number 3 in this order at the moment? Down in 20th Wingate Racing, and number 12 is in 9th. So no, that's going to be for a pass. The Pro-Am Racing number 12 of Jet. That one's been sort of steadily moving up through the order as well. Where did they start? They started 19th, and they're up into 9th. So 10 places made up for that Pro-Am Racing car. Along the Cooper Straight goes that one. In fact, there it is at the head of that gaggle of 4 cars. The number 1, that's 2 cars back, there it is, the Burton Power Racing, that is legitimately there in a fight. The number 3 is a back marker running down in 20th place. It must have been that something must have gone awry for that number 3 car, because Bidgeway was up fighting more towards the front in the early stages. So that's dropped back a little bit. Has that been into the pits? Ah, there we go. That one has been into the pits with some kind of issue, but they've managed to get it out. And in fact, that's why you're finding that the number 3 car there, how many laps down is that? 1 lap down. Is fighting, is looking up, trying to get a lap back on the number 12 car. And it's got every right to do. It's trying to unlap itself in this endurance race. So Bidgeway comes down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend. That's going to be the outside line for him. Is he going to do the switchback? The answer is no, because Jep in the Pro-Am Racing number 12 car just makes it so that there isn't a gap. But now we've got the switchback, and he's going to have the inside line for Surtees, the left-hander at the end of the Cooper Straight. They're still side by side as they now go into the right-hander of McLaren, and that's going to disappear on the number 3 car there. Bidgeway trying desperately, switches back again as they go through Clearways in towards Clark Curve onto the start-finish straight. The Brabham Straight, here he comes. You can see him just there looking through, looking to his mirrors to try and see where he is, but he's just running out of poke there as he gets to the back end of the Brabham Straight. Oh, and a big slide there for him, and he nearly went into the side of the number 12, but he's managed to make it through. And what that has done is it's left 3 cars very close to each other, and this is all for position. So the Burton Power was going to make a move, and it's just been passed by number 22, and that is for position. So that's 9th, 10th and 11th all together. And the AFK Racing, Creed at the wheel of that AFK Racing car, number 22, jumps up ahead of Burton Power. Valentine was about to try and make a move on Jep, but just left him vulnerable. And it means that Jep actually... No, Jep is the number 12, sorry, that Creed managed to take advantage of Valentine's attempt there and moves up into, what will that put him, 10th position as they come through. 51 laps now going in the book. I think last year we got 381 laps. Pro-Am Racing, that number 12 car, was last year's victor by only 4.3 seconds from Milnair Racing number 46 at the end there. 65 Autotech Motorsport finished in 3rd, and they're running in 3rd at the moment. So Milnair Racing 2nd, Autotech Motorsport 65 in 3rd. They're not really going to want to finish those positions a little bit later, because that's where they finished last year. They want to go higher this time. Right, it's like buses. You wait for one commentator and along come two. I've got co-commentators coming, or people to come and join me co. Now, the great news is I'm being joined by James Black, who actually was up here last weekend with, was it last weekend with Chris Hartley?
The Touring Car weekends, a couple of weekends
ago now, wasn't it? When the JCWs were out there. James, first of all, tell us, who are you, what do you do?
So yeah, James Black reporting here from Brands. So I race in the Mini Challenge Trophy Championship, racing that in 2 years with the Grace Motorsport team, which currently still in first place at the moment, leading the way in the Doodle-Doo racing car. So you're here today coaching the car 44, the Kagermeister car. They're giving it their best shot, pun intended, today. And so we've been kindly invited up by Stuart from MSVT to go and stand on the commentary for you, Chris.
Absolutely, no, thank you very much, mate. You're not tempted to be out there then in something like this? It looks so much fun to do.
I qualified yesterday and I couldn't get the smile off my face. It was the best fun I've ever had on a car, and everyone says that, and I was like, yeah, but it's only got 70 horsepower, whatever. But it was such a good crack, and I am down on the entry of this 2 race.
I was about to say, sorry, I should have seen this. So you are down. So you're racing later?
Quite possibly in the 44 car, but
why only quite possibly? That's what I'm intrigued by.
So there's a few drivers they've got already. I'm like almost a reserve driver, so I know the pain of all the F1 drivers now.
You might be able to clear this one up for me, because we had the addition of Tom Wood to be added to that driver lineup for the 44, and there's also officially down there a Thomas Wood racing in another car. Is that the same person?
I don't think so.
In 180 Shine Automotive.
No, I think it is a different person.
One.
Yeah, it's fine. Tom was a late addition, and I was meant to be replacing Tom, and then he's come in, so I'm sort of on the sidelines now, sort of waiting in the wings a little bit.
That makes sense. But so you summing it up is that you did some qualifying yesterday, and that smile on the face. And I've said it, we've had top-level pros with years and years of experience that have come in from this with that smile on their face, because it's back to some basics, isn't it? The momentum racing.
Yeah, I think Mini Challenge, the Cooper stuff, is momentum racing anyway, but this is a whole different kettle of fish. It's first time in the dark as well, which was a real big, oh wow, this is completely different. And say, had to think how many laps I've done around here this year, but doing it in the dark was incredible, and always going out, we're doing it for a bit of fun, but you always want to be the quickest. I think I was like 4th or 5th by the end of it, so I was pretty happy with what I'd done in the qualifying and in the test car for the team. But great fun, and if there's a few spare weekends next year, then I think I know where I'll be spending them, that's for sure.
Yeah, and that is the beauty, is it just does seem to drag people in, and I've said it's the one that's going to make me get my racing licence, if I'm honest. I just want to have a crack in this. And what was interesting is that, I don't know if you saw it, but they were here earlier this year doing 4 sprint races as well. And I was included with a degree of cynicism of going, that's not what I think of. It is EnduroKA, you know. But it worked. It was so entertaining. The drivers loved it. We loved commentating on it. It was exciting that it genuinely works. And I guess that comes down to the fact that even though this one is an 8-hour 20 race, it is multiple sprint races throughout it.
Precisely, I think Rallycross is a perfect example of that. You only get 4 to 6 laps.
Yes.
And it's absolute action-packed from the lights go out into the checker flag, and that's probably what the sprint races showed. And say, even though we watch along now, there's still battles all up and down the field, and the first sort of hour and a bit has been exciting. But obviously this race is more about being at the end to take that victory.
And that's one thing that gets me. I mean, whenever I've covered any kind of endurance racing, there's quite a lot of emotion that you've made it to the end.
Yeah, 100%. Say, I've done a little bit of endurance racing in Brit Car, and so that's sort of 50-minute races, and say they've already surpassed that sort of time. But fortunate enough to have done a lot of the 24-hour karting races and stuff, and that is, it's emotionally demanding, and so. Like you say, it's a victory to get to end. If you get on that podium, or the win, even better.
Yeah, I've seen experiences, and I think they do it for this as well, is that you almost get the guard of honour down the pit lane, applauding the cars that have made it. You know, they kind of come limping in the cars.
Yeah, all battered and bruised.
Exactly, but they've made it to the end, and it's really, really quite an achievement, which is why we were talking earlier about if you have an incident, you're towed back, you're still able to carry on, but you've got this 3-lap penalty. But it is about finishing it in general as well. And serious bang for your buck. The amount of lap seat time that you get is incredible.
Especially in, say, the drivers that I'm coaching, it's their first or second year of racing, and seat time is so important in this sport. And, EnduroKA made it so accessible to the everyday working person to go racing, afford to be having fun, and in fairness, in a good car. say there's other endurance championships that say that some of the cars don't handle as better, or they do lean a bit too much or stuff like that. And so the KA is an amazing car, and it's a good sort of starting tool to sort of build up your racing career. And say, like you say, people from the top level of motorsport, GT3 touring cars, have all come in and had to play themselves.
They certainly have, absolutely. Over all the years, it's quite incredible. Is that I'd love to know how they knew that this car was going to work. Because let's be honest, it's would not be the first one to spring to your mind, and yet they've been proved right. It always makes me think back. Is apparently cows can't walk downstairs, and I want to know, how did the first person find that out? Why did they take the cow upstairs anyway?
Yeah.
You know, let's not go there. But it's the same. What made you... By the way, when the race is long, there's a lot of crap like that comes out of my head. But how did they work out that a Ford KA was going to be this good for this kind of racing? It always intrigues me. Into the pits has come the 172 Misty Racing. Roswell Potts brings that car into the pits. They are looking underneath it, but that's a driver change as well. That's quite early, though, for a normal driver change, isn't it?
It is, and say it's about 2 hours, isn't it? They can do on a stint.
Yeah.
So
what have we got here? They've done an hour and 5, basically. So that feels. But I mean, is there a personal preference? I mean, because I'm exhausted thinking of driving for 2 hours odd, let alone actually doing it, because it must be physically demanding around this circuit.
Yeah, I think, you know, you've got luxury of power steering and stuff, but it's still, you're hustling a car, and the corner speed these cars can carry is quite immense. And say through your big compressors of paddock hill bend, that will take its toll on the car and driver. Maybe they're going for a bit more of a lighter fuel strategy, maybe. A bit less fuel, pitting a lot more, but then you're maybe quicker over the distance. There is a bit of coolant or some liquid on the floor there, but it seems to be okay. They're going to push the car out now, and who's jumping in the car now? Do we know?
Not until it goes out.
No.
But the interesting one is that you could be right on the fuel, because that car started in 32nd place, and I lost where it was, but it was sort of in the high 20s, I think, or the low 20s, I mean, sorry. And so maybe they did that, going, right, we've got to start this far back, let's go light on fuel, let's try and work our way through. And it might not make the extreme difference now, but it's all those little gains over the 8 hours, isn't it?
100%, and say, it could be that point where, are we going to make it to the end of our pit stop with the lighter fuel, and all of a sudden, bang, safety car comes out, and you're lucked in their favour. So with endurance race, you get a little bit of luck aspect of it. So, you know, it sort of might be a long-term reward rather than that short-term game at the moment. But yeah, so obviously they're the first car sort of to make the jump. We might see a few other cars come in now. Or say they might sort of hold it out until that sort of 2 hour sort of mark.
Oh, we got someone off on the exit of McLaren, sort of heading towards the med centre there, but they've managed to keep it away from the barrier, I think.
That was the best 180 I've seen. Yeah, it's car number 6.
It's 6. How can you see that?
Oh,
thank you. So you could have pretended.
Yeah.
Saying, well, I've got long-sighted vision. So, I was looking through the binoculars rather than that.
Yeah, the NJM car number 6 there.
Fair enough.
And my good friend of mine, Nick Jackson, are they coming straight into the pits as well? They are, yeah, probably for a quick check over. Okay.
So cause or effect, they might sort of feel that the mistake was because there was an issue with the car, and they're going to check that one out. Lost a few places there, but thankfully it looks like it made no contact with the barrier whatsoever, so it stopped before it. A little bit different weather conditions this morning to what we had yesterday morning, and what they had last year here was quite colossal. I just couldn't believe the sun that we were greeted with this morning.
It's amazing, isn't it? And say if the weather can stay like this for next weekend when I'm racing, that'd be fantastic. But I don't think that'll be the case. But yeah, to say compared to last year, which was pretty much torrential rain all the way out, there was no chance of it ever drying. It's a nice little change up, and say it's not often we get this glorious sunshine in sort of this late on in the year, but it is quite nice. You can see on the screen the NJM team going to work, bit of sticky tape, few cable ties, and away they go.
So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it did make a little bit. Although that's car contact, that isn't it? Because you can see the wheel mark there. But that could have been right from the start, couldn't it?
Yeah, you can see the driver giving the always racing driver excuses there, waving his hands. He's probably saying it wasn't my fault, it was the other car, 100%. I've had a quick check over and say, obviously got to make sure there's no sort of bodywork rubbing on the wheels to avoid any sort of that black and orange dreaded meatball flag and stuff. But
of course, yeah.
You can see they've now jacked the car up on the side there. Quick check over.
You're not happy with that front left, are they, at all?
No, that might have gone in that passenger side.
Yeah, it does look a bit more serious there, doesn't it? I thought that it had managed to stop just before it, but it may have bounced back by that point. But they're having a look at the all the gubbins inside. In fact, they're pulling off some of the inner bodywork there, aren't they?
Bit of a weight-saving tactic halfway through the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And the beauty is, when it's a race this long, is that you've got the time to work on it.
Yeah, and say it's often, especially sprint racing, you have the stress of, oh, we've got to get them out on the same lap because the safety, so if they get a safety car, they can catch up again. But you know, it can change so quickly in endurance racing. You get the luxury of sort of doing it at your own pace.
Well, we've just had a message come up on the TSL timing screen that possibly gives us a bit of an insight into what may have happened. Team manager of cars 6 and 60. Well, 6 was the car that we're seeing just now making its way back out of the pit lane with the bodywork repairs that had that moment. 60 is Tango and Crash, and you would assume, therefore, they were that was the contact between the two, maybe.
It's an ironic team name, isn't it?
It is. But I was trying to let that one go, but it's impossible to, isn't it?
With 8 hours, we've got to make as much humour as we can, right? So, yeah.
I love the fact that we're getting these multiple pockets of really exciting racing going on. One that we were just looking at there, the 22 car of AFK Racing in 9th position. Directly behind number 12 is Pro-Am Racing, Jep at the wheel of that in 10th position. They're just trying to get past, I think, one of the back markers as well. And directly behind them is Burton Power Racing number 1 in 11th. So 9th, 10th and 11th. Line astern going past the Wolf Racing Enduro Silk. What do they call it, the full name, number 5? It is Silk Car, anyway, is that what we'll go with. That I know is Jack Werrell's favourite livery on that one. He reckons that should be the Dagenham Dustbin winner as far as he's concerned.
It does look pretty spectacular, doesn't it? And say any retro race livery probably looks good on a KA, and say it's always good to see the imagination of the individual sort of thinking about different designs. It fights back despite them fighting for overall of
which happens, doesn't it? And then they've got Marcus Clutton trying to put a lap on all of them from the lead of the race down the Cooper Straight up the inside of Burton Power Racing, and done that one. But he's not being that patient, is he? He's prepared to just absolutely scythe through them if he can. And this is where the little mistake. So we've got Lappery of Lappery going on there. That got tight, didn't it?
It did, and he's gone for the pit lane, isn't he?
Oh.
We wouldn't have seen that on the screen, but the Silk car has gone for the pit lane, which could have ended a little bit messy. But say Clutton has gone through and obviously still leading the overall race.
That's the second time that Wolf Motorsport number 5 car has been in as well, which is interesting. Understandably, the streams following this cracking race between 22 and 12, AFK Racing and Pro-Am Racing running 9th and 10th, absolutely glued together. They've been left alone by the number 1 Burton Power Racing momentarily because of the lappery that was going on. They're going to be encountering Marcus Clutton, the race leader, very soon. You'll see the white 95 car sort of looming large on the back of them fairly soon as well. And the problem is that presumably you end up getting to a stage that you have no idea who it is that's behind you, especially once we get to just headlights at night. And so you end up racing with them even if they're trying to lap you.
Precisely, and say, even with 30 cars, you can't sort of work out what number it is, what lap they're on. So they've all got team radio, but most of the time they're probably saying, get off the radio, I'm trying to enjoy this race. You're like, no, you're racing the wrong people. But as you can see, the battle coming across the finish line, they're going to put a lap on that 72 car now.
Which has been into the pits a few times, sadly, the Misty Racing. Yeah, 3 times that's been in the pits.
And the Silk car's just come out the pit lane right in front of them again. So he's going to put another lap on them as they race their way up to Drury's. And say Marcus Clutton gaining as they go under the bridge into Drury's now. Cybered his way through, taking no prisoners. And say, from Marcus's point of view, this is the point where he tries to minimise the time loss in the traffic. And say he's got a healthy nearly 9-second gap to the middle air car. And he's trying to minimise that now as he launches the curb at Graham Hill Bend and now splits the battle for 9th position.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I'm watching him and he is taking risks, isn't he?
There's a lot of curbage, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And goes back.
Someone spun
we've got a spinner at the last corner, yeah.
I think is that number 3 car.
We'll see it as we come across the shot now. It's a blue and white with a stripe on it. They've got going again.
Yeah, I'm pretty
no safety car
sure.
intervention.
No, it just managed to stop, I'm sure it was Liam Bidgeway in the Wingat Racing number 3, who'd done a good job coming back through this order, and obviously just made a little bit of a mistake. I'll be able to tell because he's going to come across the start-finish line now.
That is the number 3,
It is. So, quite a surprising little mistake there. That lost no places whatsoever, amazingly, still in 17th, but an awful lot closer now. The 18 and 11 cars, No Nonsense Racing and number 11, the 11 tenths Racing, are going to be an awful lot closer to him. Maybe he was just waiting for them because he wanted a race.
Yeah, he might have got ball going round on his
exactly.
own. Yeah, fancy. Where's these cars I'm actually racing? But so they're all got their own bit of track now. And so I was discussing with Marcus Clutton's teammate Lee Taylor last night about when you've got 30 cars around the track, around say the 1.2 mile circuit that is Brands Indy, and say you're going to encounter cars more often than you think.
Yes.
And say it's only going to be a couple of seconds until you at least reach another car. But that's the joys of endurance racing with this sort of tight circuit and these sort of cars.
I mean, I'm just literally, suddenly my eyes are being drawn to just multiple fabulous fights going on through this field. I mean, we were talking about the number 3 car that's just about across the line. There he goes there, Bidgeway, but directly behind him is the grey and red with the yellow flashes, number 18. Now, that car has been in the pits at least twice, hasn't it? Yes, twice for the No Nonsense Racing, one of the Lawrence Davey racing run cars. And that's trying to catch up on them. Not far behind is then the white number 11, the 11 tenths Racing. That is only just a little bit behind, so that could become an interesting fight between those guys. Although I think that Yusuf Bin Suhail, still doing a great job in 3rd place, has just got past that 11 tenths Racing car.
And car 41 is in the pit lane. They've already been in once already, so I'm not sure if that's a scheduled pit stop or if that could be for any sort of contact. Obviously, we've already seen a few cars spin off in the last couple of laps. It looks like it's going to be a driver change.
Yeah, and that's interesting. So there is a few that are going slightly shorter stints. Presumably that means that they'll be going lower on the fuel each time, although there's no refueling going on because they're not able to do the driver change if they're doing refueling, are they?
No.
This one they are. Sorry, I've changed that now. They've stepped away from the car. The refueling is now going to start. So they've gone light, but more stops by the looks of that.
Yeah, looking at it as well, you can see it in the passenger window. They've got 6 drivers to get through as well.
Wow.
Which sort of leads us to believe that might be why they're stopping more, to sort of give each drivers the time there. You can see the LED strip on the roof. That'll be illuminated once it becomes sort of dusk into the night time.
I tried to do it last night, that we were starting to make notes of who had which colours and gave up because you couldn't see which car it actually was.
No.
So we'll see how that works once we get going. Thankfully, the TV pictures will probably pick it up a little bit better than we can, so we'll wait and see. Now, someone might turn around and go, well, why have they got 6 drivers when we've got some teams, amazingly, have only got 2? And it will be that, you know, at the end of the day, this is also designed to be affordable racing, and if you've now got 6 splitting the cost, it's even more affordable. You're going to get less seat time, of course, but you're spending a lot less as well.
Exactly, it makes it all inclusive, right? And say it's they've done a good job of making it all inclusive and allowing you to run that sort of many drivers. And I think when you've got more drivers, you can talk about sort of different stuff. You can share the experiences and all that, and you ultimately learn off each other, which is obviously the best point of it. And with the 6 drivers as well, you all have a good crack with your mates. And on a beautiful sunny day like it is today, it's that's what it's about. Is most of these drivers are starting their racing journey looking to move up into something a bit bigger or to go further in endurance racing, and as I say, the perfect sort of starting point for them.
No, exactly right. Exactly right. Although starting point, we see even if they've got good careers, they're coming back to this. So that's
exactly.
what I love seeing that as well. Still trying to work out the 180 car, and I don't know whether you're aware, Shine Automotive, as it says A Wood that is in that one. And that was where we got this Thomas Wood.
Thomas Wood.
So maybe it's not Thomas anyway at all, but who knows?
It's a Wood, isn't it?
Yep. We'll go with that.
No pun intended.
Yeah.
We have got the Tango crash car in, the number 60. Obviously, they were called to race control a small time ago, but they are in the pit lane. I'm not sure that's for a penalty, but it looks like they're fueling their car.
Because they're the one furthest up there, aren't we? We can't see the car in full, but you're right, yeah, they're refueling that at the moment. So when they do the refueling, They'll start the driver change in sense of getting the driver out. They've then got to close the door. The engine cannot be running. Step away from it. Then they refuel. Then once they finish that, then they get the other driver in, they can get it fired up, and then they get the car out.
Go, yeah.
I meant to ask Lawrence, actually, and you might know the answer to this. Got any idea what we're likely to see tyre-wise for this 8-hour 20 race?
So, interesting, a lot of the teams started with 4 new tyres.
Yep.
Some of the teams would have only put maybe new tyres on the front and not overgrip the rear. So, having a walk down just on the way to the commentary box, you can see there's a few new tyres sitting around. So, I want to say they might be changing them. Ultimately, as well, if we get into that sort of the dusk, as we've had a bit of a wide moment from one of the cars coming onto the main straight. Then, not sure what number that would have been. There's a gold and black one. They come across the finish line. They're the 55. If it starts raining, you probably want as much tread as possible. So there could be saving maybe some tyres or some good tyres for if it goes a bit south with the weather later on, but I don't think that'll be the case. So maybe optimising the strategy and sort of getting the better use. Obviously, when the teams are coming into the pits, they can really feedback from the drivers. How's the car feeling? Do we need to send more grip to the front? Do we need more grip to the rear? And then they can make the decisions tyre-wise with that.
Well, it doesn't look like we're expecting any rain today. Touch wood.
Touch wood.
And obviously, we're going right through to 6:25. Sunset's due at 4:40, so we're going to get a good couple of hours of dry race. I see that next year the race is something like 15th and 16th of November.
It is a couple of weeks later, isn't it?
Yeah. I thought I remembered it being in November historically anyway. What was last year? Let's have a look.
No, I think it was the same weekend.
Oh, it was, yeah, 29th of October. But it was 20th of November in 22, 21st of November in 21, 1st of November in 2020. So, yes, they're going back to the November run from next year. That means it gets dark that little bit earlier.
Exactly, and obviously more woolly hats and mittens needed as well. So
yes. You just painted an odd picture of you with your mittens on.
Yeah,
Is that with a bit of string that goes up one sleeve and out the other so you don't lose them as well?
We'll see next year.
Yeah. So the race leaders have put 74 in the book. It's still 95 Cadoodle-Doo Racing. Marcus Clutton still at the wheel of that car since the get-go of this race, and his lead margin is over 11 seconds now over Jack Wright. In fact, that's 75 now for Marcus Clutton. He's just crossed the line again as this gaggle coming through. I think that's 12, 22. In fact, 22 and 12 have both got past Kahuna's Racing 333 car there. That's the metallic green car in the background. So those two working together, maybe? Because that can help if you work together.
Working together, but they're now side by side through Druids, It's a great move around the outside by the Pro-Am car. Whether he can hang it out into Graham Hill Bend, which it looks like he's going to be able to on the 22 car, and say they've been line astern for a lot of the race. They might just be seeing what the back of each other's car looks like.
Could be. They've swapped around for what they were across the line last time. But the fact that they both got past the 333 car, I was wondering if working together. And in fact, directly behind the 333 is number 1 Burton Power Racing. So I don't know whether there's a slight issue with Truman's 333 car. Whether he's going to be aiming to the pits soon. Just looking a little bit loose there as he came out of clearways. That has enabled the number 1 Burton Power Racing car to have a sneaky snifter towards the inside, but as they get back on the power down the Brabham straight, that just kind of disappears on him a little bit. They're going to be lapped fairly soon by the second place car, Jack Wright, in the Milner Racing car.
The Burton Power car looked like he gave the Kahuna car a bit of a rub coming onto the straight, and you can see that the elastic effect and that a little rub and almost pushing the car forward. Kahuna car's going, thank you very much, and then you saw the gap extend. But I say the 4 of them have been locked together, especially the Pro-Am car and the AFK Racing car has been locked together for the majority of this race. But like you say, they might be working together, and the Pro-Am car's putting a bit of a gap out of Graham Hill Bend there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I was proved wrong by the fact they went side by side, and by the fact that it's now 2 has become 4, absolutely glued together. And they will need to be careful now, won't they, by the Milner Racing going to try and put a lap on them. Although you could say it the other way around, is that Jack Wright might need to be very careful. That I've always said, one of my phrases I'm known for is there's one thing worse than back markers, and that's battling back markers.
Yep.
And if he tries to get involved, because this isn't where you get blue flags waved or anything like that we're used to in sprint races.
Even if there was blue flags, probably going, we've got our own battle going on here. We're not bothered about you. As the Kahuna's car has had 2 looks down the inside now at Paddock Hill Bend, not made it work just yet, but say Jack Wright has now closed up onto the back of him, and say if he wants to try and gain on Marcus Clutton, they've been sort of to and fro in lap times. They're staying around that 11-second mark, but say Marcus by getting a bit more time now Jack's in that traffic.
I'm intrigued. I don't know whether this is the forum where you're able to bring it to light enough, but how, say, Marcus Clutton, Jack Wright, Yusuf bin Suhail, etc., managed to effortlessly make these cars look and go so much quicker than some of the others. What are they doing wrong in this one-make event?
It's obviously a one-make event. Like any championship, there'll be small differences with power, and say some of the cars, they come with ABS from the factory, some of them don't, some of them would have to take them out. So there can be minor differences like that, but majority of the time it is just possibly seat time and just the confidence as well. And say, with the role that I do, doing a lot of driver coaching stuff, it could be the point of, one of them's doing it for fun, one of them's got a dedicated driver coach there at every event and stuff, and just they're helping them out. So there's so many variables, and say it even comes down to, are they checking, the tyre pressures, are they doing the data after the session? So there's that little small margins, and say motorsport's such a game of variables. If you can limit them variables as much as you can, like the likes of Clutton and Wright are doing, you're going to be in them top 3 positions.
Presumably another penalty served there, that the number 18 No Nonsense Racing car, Irvin brought that car in and is straight back out again. So they're obviously picking up penalties, and I do apologise, we're not getting notification of them.
Jack Wright, you can see on the screen, pointing to the other drivers like, get out of my way, I'm battling for the lead here. Yeah, that was rather interesting, very animated driving there from Jack. You can see, say, a blue flag being waved at the post there, but say, quickly drawn a flash of the lights, proper GT style there, as he comes down the main straight into Paddock Hill Bend.
It's like you said, though, they're not really paying any attention to that because they are involved in their own fight, aren't they?
And so just on that lap alone, Clutton has gained over a second on Wright just because he's in this battle at the moment. And so Marcus, he comes through Graham Bend, got a lot of clean air, which seems to be helping him. Obviously, he'll then eventually catch up to this battle, and it just twos and fro's as the race progresses.
I love that behind Clutton, I just noticed that we've still got the 180 and 131 cars, Shine Automotive and Cartastrophe, running 6th and 7th there together, even after, 79 laps. We're about to be 80 laps, and these battles are so close. Jack Wright still not managed to make it past the 333 car. Kahuna's Racing is not making it easy, not that he has to. Into the pits has come NJM Racing. Murfitt's back in again, although this looks like could be another
that could be straight penalty through. Maybe.
Yeah, which is interesting. That was the car that was off. So if he's been zapped, that they've thought that he did wrong. Jack Wright's now got himself alongside the 333 car, and it's going to be the inside line. Whilst there's Lappery of Lappery going on as well.
There's quite tight through Paddock. The silver car there being lapped as well, and the Burton Power car's got past one and fancies a second one, maybe 3 wide as they go into Druids there. Jack Wright's going around the outside now, the longest line, but he'll have the less lock on the exit. Can he drive off the corner? He's up 1, but also down 1. The Burton Power car's got in front of him, and he's just losing ample time behind these back markers, obviously battling for their overall position as he runs a little bit wide out of Graham Hill Bend, but it's making it exciting racing, and we've dropped back a little bit.
It's just fabulous. I mean, and there lies why these back markers don't want to just suddenly jump out of the way. Burton Power Racing was behind the 333 car, but now ahead of it. And in fact, he's trying to launch a challenge on the 22 AFK Racing. This has enabled Pro-Am Racing number 12 to escape from all of them.
I say they've nearly got probably about a 2-second gap as they're fancying 3 wide. Indicator on now from the AFK Racing car, and say Jack Wright breathes a sigh of relief as he probably now goes past them.
But look, Burton Power's going to take advantage of that and follow him through. He's done it. The number 1 gets past the nice 22 car. That's why they don't want to jump out of the way, isn't it?
Yeah, it's interesting. We saw the indicator was on there, and we've got a black and white flag for 3 cars, the Burton Power car being one of them, the 44. This is the car that I'm coaching, which is not the best, and car 333 as well. So they've got the probably for track limit excursions. But like you say, the Pro-Am car's got a massive gap and the Burton Power's got to make up, and the Kahuna's car's only just gone backwards due to all that battle. And that's only has taken place over 2-3 laps. And we've still got, say, over 6 hours to go.
Oh, and the 333 car's under pressure from the number 6 car that we saw come in, NGM Racing down in 29th, but it's trying to unravel some of the damage that was done. And behind them, trying to also get involved, I'm sure, was Bidgeway in the number 3 Wingat Racing car that is also a lap down with some issues. Into the pits has come 180. That's Shine Automotive that was running up in 6th position and is now tumbling down through the order, and I think that one's going to go straight back out, so that's a penalty for that car as well.
Lovely looking livery on the 180 there, and say he's just exited the pits there, and say would have lost, say, 5 positions on that lap, which, say, when it's this close, that's a big dent into the gap they would have had then.
Yeah, it's a shame that we're not getting the penalties up on TSL, so I don't know what these penalties are for. We just have to enjoy what's happening, I guess, basically. So what are we at? 82 laps, 6 hours 50 still to go. I mean, in fairness, that's going down pretty darn quick. 8:20 that we started with, and we're down to 6:50 already. So we're going to start seeing more and more of them making their stops. Wow, what did we say? 2 hours 20 is the maximum that they can do, is it?
I believe that's the case. And say, with all that battling, say Marcus Clutton and the Kadudu car has got now a 15-second gap. So over the laps, Jack Wright was stuck behind them back Marcus. He's gained, say, a 4-second buffer at the moment, as Clutton's just done the fastest lap of the race on lap 83, a 1 minute 2.910.
That's the first driver to get sub 103, isn't it?
It is.
Impressive.
He's flying along. He's been a busy boy this weekend, racing at Alton yesterday, and thought he'd just come along for a KA weekend, and he's obviously leading the way at the moment. Obviously, we'll be handing over to his fellow Great Mansfield drivers a little bit later on, as we're still watching that battle, which we've been watching for ages, and say it's obviously spread out a little bit now. The Kahuna's car sort of on the back foot now as they encounter more back markers, but it just shows how much you can sort of ebbs and flow and change over just a course of a couple of laps.
I think that we've got the 3rd place, Yusuf bin Suhail, number 65, Automotive Racing, is now about to try and lap through these. And we saw how difficult it was when Jack Wright was trying to do it. Pro-Am Racing had quite a comfortable margin over that gaggle after the battling, but Burton Power Racing, Valentine's reeled that jet-driven car in quite dramatically. That's 7th and 8th together, and I think that was largely because Burton Power had the sense to follow Jack Wright, just glued to the back and followed him through on some of his lapping.
It's worked at the moment, isn't it? He hasn't followed him through that Pro-Am car yet, but
he's certainly taken 3 of them, hasn't he, by doing that?
But thinking back how big of a gap that Pro-Am car had to the rest of them, he's really sort of closed that in these sort of recent stages, as the Autotech number 65 cars now navigated some of the traffic, but he's still in the midst of that battle, and only 5 seconds behind Jack Wright now, who's in, say, a lovely bit of clean air, which will be helping him along quite nicely.
So, through goes our race leader. Suddenly went from a 102 to a 105. But
yeah, what happened on that one?
Yeah, I don't know whether that was a bit of lappery that didn't go quite as planned, but we've seen that he doesn't hang around for that one. The lap by Jack was a 103, so suddenly we see that come down a couple of seconds, but 14 seconds no issue. Yusuf bin Suhail, 65, Autotech Motorsport in 3rd position. In 4th is 81 GM Performance, Stapleton behind the wheel of that one, just ahead of KM Racing's Kelly in 114, so that's your top 5. Catastrophe 131 in 6th place. Then we get into that great fight between Pro-Am Racing and Burton Power Racing, 12 and 1, that in 7th and 8th respectively. But we are now 47 minutes away from the limit of what a driver can do in any one stint.
Exactly. We've already seen, say, a few of them stop already, but it'll be sort of that sort of almost top 10 that haven't made a single pit stop yet be coming in. And this is sort of where this race is almost won or lost is in that pit stop, and say we can talk about in the ultimate speed or the lap traffic and stuff. Ultimately, it's now almost down not just to the driver but to the teams to get the fuel changes right, make sure they comply to all the rules, get the next driver in, make sure they're comfortable, adjust the seat if they need to, and get them out sort of ready and on the track as quick as they can. As we cut to the live feed now, the Burton power car really attacking that Pro-Am car into Drew's, more lap traffic coming up to them, and Blackrise escaped a little bit, but they're still staying with him, which is good fortune really. So even though they're in sort of the 7th and 8th position, they've still got the pace of the top sort of trio.
And that's, I guess that's where you have to be patient through a race like this. It suddenly feel that, this is kind of unravelled, but you've just got to be patient and just keep having your race and see where you end up at the end.
It is, and say sometimes you can say, that car's held me up, but then a few hours later they might hold the guy you're battling with up, and then you make the advantage back. So it swings and roundabouts with this sort of racing, and with the mixture of experience and obviously and speed of the different drivers as well, you've really got to almost pick your battles and like we've seen, almost maybe working together to sort of just get to the end of the stint or to get past these lap cars. As we see the Pro-Am car dive up the inside of the NJM car into paddock, and say that split-second decision, you saw how he's now got a little bit of a buffer to that Burton power car.
Yeah, and the car behind them isn't an issue. That's Bidgeway, Wingate Racing number 3, that's closing in on them again, but that would be just to unlap itself. So they don't need to worry too much. Do you ever get a situation, just picking up on that one, it is the one that's on the camera as well, is that you've got this great battle between 12 and 1. Behind them is now number 3, that is in 16th position with a couple of issues early on. Will the radio kind of go, just let that car go? Will you tell the drivers, go, forget it, you're going to slow yourself up if you try to battle with that car, let him go, it doesn't matter?
You think of it a couple of ways, can't you? It's, do you want to, if there's a few drivers in your team and your teammates battling them, do you want to maybe make it a bit harder for them to lap you, or is it better off going, they're quicker than me, I can learn something from them, let's stick behind them for as long as I can and see if I can improve my lap time?
Well, on that basis as well then, is that sort of bringing up how we've got teams with more than one car, not always obvious by their name as well, but we do have that. Does much of that come in where you will attempt to help your teammate's car?
Maybe that's maybe a bit too sinister for that.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah, it's an option, isn't it? You see a lot in Formula One when especially with the whole Red Bull and V-Carb, whatever they're called now, a relationship, they probably make it a bit easier for one car to get past than the other. Yeah. And you'll probably see it and say all the way from the top of the sport all the way down to here.
Coming out of Graham Hill Bend is that a car's gone off. Now, I'm intrigued. I didn't really see what happened.
Wheel off.
Yeah,
the number
wheel,
2.
And it's rolling down the Cooper Straight, actually, thankfully against the barrier, but it's still going against the barrier. And I'm assuming that wheel came off, that then made it shed some bodywork on the circuit. Safety car is about to be deployed by the looks of it, because we've got car just off that's not going to be able to move, and a bit of bodywork in the middle of the Cooper Straight. So it's there with its lights going, waiting to be told. Yep, we've been signified that the safety car is going to come out. It's now waiting for Marcus Clutton. It's going to miss. Marcus Clutton's just going past. So the safety car's missed the race leader, sadly, because he's gone down there. All suddenly happening fairly quickly, trying to make a decision of if and when was necessary to happen. Is this now a sensible time that people start diving for the pits?
Quite possibly, as we see the team manager for Car 81 has been called to race control. But like you say, is this the point? We've still got to, we're an hour and a bit into that stint. We're not sort of at that sort of 2-hour bit. Is the point where we go, yes, we need to go into the pits, we can save some time here and sort of cut that first driver's stint short? It
possibly is, like you say, it's a good point. It is a little bit early, isn't it? So it might not be the right time. And let's be honest, you're going to assume there's going to be more safety cars.
Precisely, but we say that as there's 4 to 5 cars already into the pits now. Some of them have already been in. We can see, say, a lot of fuel going into the pit lane. You can see on the screen now there's at least a couple of cars coming in. Again, you lose less time under the safety car. But say, do you want to give that driver that extra time? How quick is the recovery going to be? And so they're probably going to have to sort of pick it up and load it on. They can't drag it anywhere with 3 wheels on his wagon. As we can see, say,
Well, Mark Werrell, one of my commentating colleagues, has messaged saying rear hub failure, I suspect, although he said that's the side that loads up less.
It is, but as we spoke about loading up on that Graham Hill bend curb. You know, he may have launched it over it, and as he's leant on that wheel, it has just given way. It's quite an unusual failure. I wouldn't normally expect that.
Although I'm sure Jack Werrell was saying yesterday that, was it the Burton Power he was saying at the... I thought that we just had the red light in here flash on there, but I think that was probably just a little mistake because the safety car is out and trying to bring everybody to heel. Into the pits, by the way, has come the Pro-Am Racing number 12 car, so they've decided to blink fairly early.
And so has the Kudu car. Marcus Clutton's come in, the race leader.
Ah, interesting. So he's decided now's the time. That could change things up quite dramatically.
Stuff's up the front bump there.
It does look it, doesn't it?
Looks very orange, like a floppy marker, maybe.
Yeah, that could be right. You could be right. So that car is in early.
Yeah.
Although it doesn't look like a driver change is being planned just yet, which is interesting because there won't be long left unless we miss the driver change as possible.
I want to say that looks like a different helmet to what was in there before.
Okay.
So yeah, race leader in, new race leader in Jack Wright. Hopefully the safety car will pick them up as they filter their way into Druids now.
This is where it's mission impossible for the safety car driver, isn't it? Yeah, to work out who he is. The most important thing is get the race neutralised. The mighty Orange Army, and again, thank you in advance for all of your hard work over the duration of this race. Absolute heroes, and they've already removed the piece of bodywork that was in the middle of the circuit. The driver's out of the car down there and stood chatting to them, and they'll need to get that flatbed recovery because obviously they can't tow it. But yeah, I'm sure Jack was saying it was the number 1 car in the 24-hour race at Anglesey, and it was either 4 or 5 hub failures. And they literally ended up having to retire because they ran out, of replacement parts for it. And because they kept managing to get it towed back, repair it and get it back out there again. But eventually they went, we've got none left. That's it, we're out.
Yeah, there's a... So when you start searching all the bins, is there any extra sort of parts lying around? I want to say the Grace Motorsport car may have taken fuel. We saw the mechanics there in the race suits. So maybe that was a fuel and driver. That's the Kudu car, our previous race leader.
And he's dropped down to 5th, it looks like, at the moment, and it's still showing as Marcus Clutton in there as it stands. So, but that might update
to change
because it's not the tag anymore, is it? It's an email sent through to say this is the driver in there. In simple terms.
So another car into the pit. 2 more cars coming into the pits as they trying to figure out. They've nearly got Jack Wright, actually, our race leader. Only 1 car in between them now.
Pretty good. Yeah, the 141 just ahead. That 141 car that is running in 16th place. Into the pits is the 131 Catastrophe. That car was running in 6th position, so that is in. Thomas brings that car in for them to serve it as necessary. I thought that was the 2nd place car in as well, but it's not. It's the sister Autotech Motorsport, number 64. That is in, and I think that... Oh, no, that is its first stop. So De Preto brings that one in. Driver's out. They're actually looking like they're bringing a tyre out.
Yes, they are. So new front left, obviously that's the corner that gets... Oh, it's now being retrieved.
Their mind.
No, that's
Mind you, at Silverstone, I watched a few of them do that where they were almost trying to tease the other teams. Yeah. Especially at the end, we had the leaders were going, are we, aren't we? And then it was just a decision that was made. Because, of course, changing these tyres is not the job of a moment, is it?
No, it's obviously... It's unlike your likes of the GT3 or your Formula 1, it's just one not on, one not off. Not these.
Not these.
You can see the car being retrieved now. The wheel has been retrieved as well. As the 64, we see the driver
nearly made it to Surtees, that wheel.
It did. And so, it's always a bad race when your rear right wheel's done more distance than the car. But I'm sure they'll get that all repaired and they'll be back out. Obviously with that little 3-lap penalty being towed back. But no, you can see the Autotech team going to work there. You can obviously see a little bit of gravel on the rear right tyre, so maybe had a little bit of a wider moment on the previous drive may have done. Whether they took tyres or not, we're not sure. It doesn't look like it. The car still looks like it's on the wheels it came into the pits on.
They definitely thought about it, didn't they? It came out and they've decided against it, and they go in pushing it back. That's about to go in, so that was a pretty good stop for those guys.
It is. It's going to come out, but there'll be a red light at the end of the pit lane, so they can't actually go through that, which is going to be agonising watching that sort of train go through.
As long as he sticks to the rule, we watched at least one driver break that yesterday. Stop. Good, it is.
They are going to stop. There we go. So
that's just got to be murder, though. If you're about to come out and you go, great, I got to stand here for the whole of this to happen.
It is, especially if you're a couple of laps down. This is a great way to make them laps up again.
Yeah.
Which unfortunately that car has not done, and we can see the number 5 has now switched from the drivers.
Ah, yes. Okay.
So that will be Ross Fords is now in the car, replacing Marcus Clutton.
Yeah, as you said, it looked like a different helmet, didn't it? But just that moment to update it. And this is where we get this now dynamic change. No disrespect to the rest of the drivers in that team. I'm not expecting them to be quite as quick as Marcus Clutton.
Oh, you'll be surprised.
Really?
You'll be surprised. Yeah, and say the qualifying times yesterday were really competitive. Put them second on the grid without Marcus here. So I think they're in good contention. So they've had a second place at Snetterton. From what I'm aware, so I think they'll be a good contender.
That's got to be interesting then for those that are thinking of getting involved. Is that you can be running times as close as someone. And the reason why I say that about Marcus Clutton was not disparaging to the others, but let's be fair. Marcus is one of our top drivers in this country. He is just an outstanding talent in whatever you put him in.
Precisely, and say. He's one of the drivers that you come in and say that was so much fun, and he's raced the likes of the latest generation GT3 cars, and to say that, it's a bit like it carries some weight, this EnduroKA Championship.
Yep.
So
Agreed. The 131 car's just been pushed back. It's going to go, and if he gets a move on, he's going to be all right. He's going to get out whilst it's still green.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, nicely done. And the reason why I say that, you're just going to see in the background of that shot the safety car just coming round, and now the lights are red. So that's how close he was to not being able to do it. Youssef bin Suhail, number 65, second place car is into the pit, so presumably that's going to be a driver change for that one. Also in has come 114, the KM racing car. That was the one that was directly behind the safety car, so it now means that Jack Wright leading the race is directly behind the safety car, and I think this will be the last lap for the safety car because the car's been recovered at the end of the Cooper Straight, and it's going to turn right and come into the rear of the paddock.
Exactly, and so it's almost a shame for the Autotech car there because they don't get that big advantage now. They've waited too long for that safety car.
True.
It's now going to come in, and they won't get that much of an advantage compared to if they stopped of the time with the 95 car. So the safety car picks up the pace a little bit. So we imagine that car will be coming into the pits this time, and we'll get our racing back underway.
Certainly it's accelerated, hasn't it? I think the lights will be off when it appears behind here. There we go. Off go the lights. So the safety car is going to be heading in this time. And look, you can see on the camera the 65 car, Autotech Motorsport, being incredibly quick, trying desperately to see if they can get him out there before the safety car comes round. I don't think they're going to do it because the safety car has accelerated. Jack Wright is now accelerating away to take this restart, and still the 65 car in there, so it's not going to get. The only good news for them is that the Milner racing car hasn't pitted at all during this safety car.
It hasn't at all, but he now has a good couple of laps of clear track that he can sort of get his head down, try and build that advantage up, and maybe hope for a secondary safety car by the time they come into the pits. Say the gap he's got to the nearest competitor is about, I want to say, 16 seconds we saw to the GM Performance car. So straight away, Jack Wright can just get his head down and sort of work on his driving his laps, and say try to build that gap up until they come back into the pits.
Yeah, and I mean, it was an awkward time for that safety car. That it wasn't blindingly obvious. Let's make the stop now, because as you said, it wasn't even the 2-hour mark.
Yeah, it's the do you, don't you, isn't it? And say some teams have taken the gamble, some of them haven't. So obviously at the moment we're not going to be able to see what the difference is. But as we can see, the Kadudu car is already back into third place and on the lead lap, which is interesting. And say it's you know, at the moment, it looks pretty good for them to have that advantage over the Milner Racing car of Jack Wright.
Yeah, and we need to also remember that whilst Jack's behind the wheel, it is one of the quicker rate drivers there. And then you've got a multiple rally champion in Johnny Milner that's going to jump out there as well. And George Wright, his dad, he's been, you know, getting quicker and quicker over the time. And I think that margin is a lot smaller between the two of them. You know, they're ones that just enjoy their racing.
Exactly, and if you can enjoy your racing while being successful at it, it's a bonus, isn't it? And say, it's so easy, especially in the high-level motorsport now, to get so hung up on, you know, oh, I didn't win this race or I didn't get that pole position. But ultimately, we all love our motorsport. We go racing to have fun. So to be getting quicker and enjoying your racing, that's the most important bit of it.
It is. So it is Jack Wright 46 that leads the way now, about to come through and put 97 laps in the book. GM Performance's Stapleton, the 81 car, in second place. So that is Darren Stapleton. They've not been in and changed drivers just yet. There's only two of them in that car. So I'd imagine they're going to push it towards the limits, because then the maths work in that they're able to. I mean, Lawrence was saying their utopian goal is to literally have 3 pit stops. That's it.
Exactly. We go back to sort of, you know, running 6 drivers, running 2 drivers. If you can stop the minimal amount, you're laughing.
Exactly.
And say that's what that team will do. And say if they're ever short on that fuel, you know, that's when the safety cars can help to sort of prolong that fuel tank. As we can see, the 49 going for a new tyre, which is interesting performance from that, interesting decision from the Lawrence Davey team. Obviously, then them feeling that tyre is gone past its best, and they're putting a new one on for sort of the next couple of stints.
And I guess there is ultimately a plan that will be in play. You can see how that isn't the job of a moment there for that. But that has to be reactive as well, is that they can say, look, I've just lost all grip, it's not feeling right. Or they come in and just go, I can see thread.
Yeah. We talk about a lot of the feel of a racing car and the feel that you get of a racing driver. And it's something that's hard to explain unless you sort of feel it yourself. As you can see, they're going 2 new fronts, and ultimately it could be down to driver preference. You could go, oh, I've got a bit more speed than you at the moment. Maybe I get the better use of the new tyres to then get that advantage. To then we can go on and sort of battle the next cars in front. So it could be strategic. It could just be, like you say, there's bits of metal showing through the tyre, which we not as ideal.
No, it's not really, is it? Incidentally, it's now updated. I can tell you the 65 Autotech Motorsport that came into the pits from 3rd position, and Yusuf Bin Suhail jumped out. Alexander Walker is now behind the wheel of that one. They're in 9th place at the moment, but we kind of need this to wash itself out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the cars ahead of it haven't stopped yet at all. And the honest answer is we won't really know until that last hour or whatever, for argument's sake, of what strategy has worked the best.
Exactly.
Circumstance will come into play, won't it?
100%, and say one size doesn't always fit all with motorsport, and it is interesting the difference in strategies, and you know there could be different fuel strategies, tyre strategies. So it's more than just goes back to the point of it's more than just going racing now. And say this is the bit I love, the technical side of it. It's you've got to be smart, and you've got to almost be reactive, especially if there's a last-minute safety car. Or do we suddenly go for more fuel if we need it, or do we sort of hold it out and stuff? So yeah, it's all starting to hot up now.
And this is what I was saying to Lawrence when I threw the headset on him when he dared to venture up here. Is you could see it in his face, is that they're not just prepping a car, managing a car once it's out there, repairing it or whatever else, ready for race 2 as they'd normally do. Is that there's all this tactics that comes into play that will include a plan from the outset that then is modified as the race goes on and circumstance plays its cards and whatever else. And you could see it in his face that it's like, this is fun.
Exactly. And say, even with my Gross Motorsport team, we have code words for stuff.
Really?
Oh yeah. we love a code word in our team. You know, we love the challenge of it. You know, do we throw a new set of tyres at this race? What do we do with the setup? You know, at Silverstone, our last round, the gate was opening onto the track, and Sam, my engineer, was in the window saying, "What do we do?"
Yeah.
And it was that point where we made a decision, and it did pay off. So, like you say, it's not just for all the drivers, it's all the teams and all the marshals that we all got to be thankful for. But the teams love it as much, and they're passionate, and it's their job. They love it, and having worked with them so closely, it's so good to see the raw passion, but also just the fun we can have while being so passionate about it, which is what I love. And I think that's what's made them so successful.
Agreed. I mean, I just love that code words and everything, because I have watched it with my own eyes, that the games that go on, like even the boards where the tactics are written on, and some of them are not true.
Yeah.
They're fibbed, they're teasing people, and I've watched you go out with tyres, I got you, back in we go, and others reacting and all of those things. And I just love that fun that everybody's having the tight fights with each other. It's the way it should be.
Exactly, we're having fun, we're being serious, but it's almost the harmless pranks, which is the best ones, like you say, rolling the tyres out, like we saw the Autotech team do a bit earlier on. They go, oh no, we'll save them for later on. So, like you can say, the packs will close up now. They're all sort of back racing and stuff, and it's to the point we saw Jack Wright earlier, flashing his lights, annoying the other driver and stuff, or saying, just get out of my way, I need to get past and stuff. It's all good fun, that's for sure.
Exactly. Here comes Jack Wright in front of our commentary box, not on the screen, but he's just gone through and he's put 102 laps. So we're over into the three figures, and we're just 6.5 minutes away from ticking into 2 hours worth of racing. We are getting near. What do I say? 2 hours 20 is the maximum stint. So we genuinely are. Take our leader, Jack Wright. He's going to have to be coming in within the next 26 minutes maximum.
Yes, and say Jack Wright now 102 laps in the book. We're getting quite toasty, I imagine, in that car now. And say it's a pretty mild day, and obviously probably windows up to reduce the drag. Hasn't got the aircon on, I imagine, he's probably getting quite hot and sweaty in that car now. But still with the track to himself in front of him, which is probably helping him build that gap over the GM Performance car at the moment, which is in second place. And say they're trading tenths of lap times, sort of the top 5 really. But we've still got that battle for 5th place. The Kahuna's car just gotten past the ASK racing car. Yeah,
and I think that's them coming to the line now.
Here we go. We see it on our cameras.
That's brilliant.
Paddock Hill Bend, and say it proves that the Kahuna's car dropped back a little bit earlier on, but straight away he's now back in the fight, back up into a competitive position.
Yeah, neither of those two have pitted, so it's the same drivers. But yeah, the 333 car lost out initially trying to do the lapping, but has managed to come back. But the 22 car is not letting it get away. So AFK Racing Creed behind the wheel at the moment in 6th position, coming back at the Kahuna's Racing. Truman not being able to pull away at the moment, and all it takes though with these cars, and this is what I love about it, and we've seen even the leaders do this, is just that one little mistake in a corner, that momentum's gone for a good chunk of that lap.
Precisely, and say arguably the 2 most important corners is Graham Hill Bend there, because they're flat out all the way around until clearways, and then that's the next important one, because they're all then flat out all the way to paddock.
Yeah.
So, like you say, if you're half a second late on the throttle, that could equate to half a second by the time you get to the end of the straight.
Yeah.
And then that could be the difference, between a position gained, a lap car overtaken or not. As we cut back to our camera screen, you can see the number 2's now got 4 wheels on his wagon. That's good to see.
Oh yeah, that was that one, wasn't it?
They'll be good to go. Fuel back in. I say a very quick turnaround from that team there to get that car repaired. That was only less than probably 20 minutes ago. So it's good to see them back out, all be in one piece, and they'll be obviously out on the track soon as we see the Misty Racing car in the pit lane.
Yeah, this is their 4th. That's been having issues from the get-go, that one, sadly. And I think they've done a driver change on that one, so maybe this driver is now sort of reporting that something's not feeling right with that, which is a huge shame. They're down in 30th place.
It is so early on in the race, especially, and so you can see the team looking at the car. Is that a fuel man ready to go, is it?
Looks like it, but I think that they do get that ready anyway, don't they, to treat it as a pit stop.
Yeah, driver change actually.
Oh, okay.
Or is that maybe a bit more terminal than we like? No, fuel is going in.
Good.
So it might be hopefully a normal registered pit stop for that team.
Yeah, and of course that Misty Racing does now include the team boss. Steve Kite's going to be going out at some point during this race, which is great to see as well. He's not just running the cars, he's getting out there involved as well, even though they've got 5 drivers, I think, in that one, actually. So, there's the Misty Racing, so the fuel is going in, so they're going to be kicking that one back out onto the circuit again. So fingers crossed this is a bit more of a legitimate one. Maybe the issues that were bringing them in and out of the pits earlier have been resolved. And but it'll be a different driver now, and I'd imagine the drivers are probably having a bit of a catch-up and go, don't worry about that, be aware of this, and feeding that back. But I suppose not, because they've got the radio, haven't they? Do all of them have radios?
Quite possibly, but there's nothing like the moment. And say,
Exactly.
you know, it could be something that you thought of in the pit lane. Now the adrenaline's starting to sort of chill out, your heart rate goes back down a little bit. Something for, oh, I could tell them that, I could tell them this, or it could be that this is wrong with the car. Just be aware of it in this and that corner. So, so hopefully all is well for the Misty Race. We can see the driver getting ready to pop themselves in the 72 machine as the second. Fuel as it goes in. As we cut back to our battle, which has been raging on for a couple of laps, and they're trading. The difference on that lap was 32 thousandths of a second between the two cars there. So it goes back to the speed differential. There's not much between some of the cars. So they battle their way through Dagenham Bend. Line as stern as they have been for the last couple of laps now. And providing great racing here on Brands Hatch on this lovely autumn. We still in the morning? Afternoon now.
Is it really? Oh yeah, good spot.
Just gone to the afternoon. Yeah.
Into the pits, another one that's had a lot of visits to the pits is number 18. And again, this looks like another penalty, doesn't it? That it's kind of coming through, bit of a stop, and then I'm pretty sure that they're about to go because their pit box is further up. Yeah, so straight back out, and that's a couple of stops that they've had to do for penalties. But as I say, sadly, we're not getting updates on any of those. You would assume it's got to be track limits. That's all I can think of.
Quite possibly, and say we can see the gantry out of a window. I haven't been keeping too much of an eye on it, but quite possibly maybe speeding in the pit lane if they're coming to a pit stop already. That would add insult to injury, wouldn't it? If you get a stop and go, you can speed in that pit lane.
It's been seen many a time, where the red mist comes down.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have had this. Oh, darn it. Now I've got another
now
one.
I'm back in the pits again, yeah.
So we're about to tick into the 2 hours taken in this race. We are 18 seconds away. Remember, it was an 8 hours 20 race, 500 minutes, hence the IndyCar 500. And we're about to make it 2 hours. So that leaves a limit of 20 minutes that the likes of our race leader and the second place Stapleton can do in GM Performance's 81 car. They're going to have to come in. And like I say, there's still another, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars that have not yet made a stop. There might be some of those in that I'm discounting because they might not have done a driver change yet if they had to come in early. So there could be a few others that are going to be pitting within the next 20 minutes. But 2 hours down, 6 minutes 20 left to go as the Misty Racing car makes its way back out again now.
Yeah, out the pits, and say, like you say, the top 5 out of the top 6 haven't stopped yet. So it's going to be interesting to see where they all sort of fan out once the pit stops have obviously completed. And say, at this stage in the race, it's getting to that limit. You don't want to go too close because last thing you want to do is get any sort of radio failure that you can't get them in time. So do you play it safe and pit a bit early, maybe try and undercut a rival, or do you try and play it a bit longer and try and overcut them? Obviously, it's not out of the realms of possibility. We might get another safety car. So, are you hanging on to that last minute and waiting for that to happen? So,
that window for another safety car is getting small, isn't it? What have we had so far? 2.
Only 2. Yeah.
In 2 hours. So it's going to be.
They're being well behaved, aren't they, today?
See, why did you say that? In a voice, out of voice, man. Don't say that out loud.
As we see them go 3 wide into Druids, yeah, that's not a, yeah.
It is the commentator's curse coming out there straight away.
The AFK car, yeah, skim of the leaves there, very, very seasonal overtake there on the number 18. So they're still trying to battle for that position they're battling for now. The fifth position overall, the Kuhn's racing team in the K Racing.
And I think that that's a prime example for this kind of racing. As we said, that 333 Kahuna's Racing lost, I'm pretty sure he lost something like 3 places when they were lapped by, who was it? It was Jack Wright, wasn't it, trying to get past them. And it could be all too easy to let that frustration boil up and be ever present, but worked his way back up and is up into 5th place there, ahead of the 22 car. The 12 car Pro-Am racing they were racing with has pitted, so we don't know where they're going to be in all of this just yet. And you've got to let that sort of just wash through and see how it goes.
Precisely, and say is a 6 cars in a big sort of battle of probably being lapped at the moment as they come through the last corner. That's actually on our screens now. The 65, they've already been to the pits. The Pro-Am race as well was also pitted. We've also got our fastest lap holder at the moment, the Kadoodle car, in there as well. So yeah, big battle raging on for just almost track space. As they go 3 wide into turn 1, it's all sketchy stuff as the number 72 sends it up the inside, but the outside line there was working for the Kadoodle machine.
Because, and I quote, they're behaving
themselves. They are behaving, yeah.
Row Rage 41 car's just been in for what looked like a penalty as well, but because it's just gone straight back out again. Jamie Peters-Ennis has said, is James going to do the car esports series over the winter? Was fun last year.
Yeah, that's... was it last year I done it? I think I done it the year before, which is really good. I think it was 3rd overall, which was exciting. So... yeah, I've got to go with my sim this year. I fancy another crack at it. If Jamie's there, I'm sure I'll give him a good run for his money. But what a better way to spend an off-season than to have a hack around on the sim in these cars. I'd be lying if I wasn't on the sim in the weeks leading up to this, just practicing just in case I was racing. So
it does make the difference these days, doesn't it? They're that good that it genuinely can help you if you're going to be going out on a circuit.
It's all about that repetition, isn't it? And say, some of us are lucky that we do a lot more laps than others, be that all through job roles, be that through just more testing or track time and stuff. So, but the second best thing is doing the sim stuff. And say, if you're a footballer, you have a kick around with your friends the best you can. Yeah. You can't do that with racing too much. There's like laws or something that get you in trouble for that. So
I've heard rumours of that. Yeah.
If you have a go on the sim, then yeah, why not? And say the advancement in the last couple of years and the EnduroKA mod they've got is really good. Even better when it's in my Graves Motorsport 53.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Extra couple of attempts, I think.
Absolutely, of course. It's all about the confidence.
Exactly.
I do quite like it, is that I end up being asked to commentate on a few of the bits and pieces, and I found there's a future in drinking gin whilst commentating. Because I'm at home, I'm not having to drive anywhere, I'm able to do
that. So the gin and tonic here is looking quite empty, so yeah. Whatever floats your boat.
I think I did get a message earlier from someone saying about the gin. It's like, no, there is none here, I promise you. I've got too long a drive home after this race, I'm afraid. Into the pits has come the 888 Boston racing car from 10th on the road, so we're starting to get those blinks happening. We're down to... so less than 15 minutes that they're able to do. Jack Wright has carried on through on his 114th lap. And I've just got to say, I'm so impressed. Metronomically in the mid to low 103s every single lap.
It's phenomenal, isn't it? It's within that half a single window every single lap.
It's unbelievable.
And so, obviously, Marcus Clutton having the overall best lap time, but both of them were as almost consistent as each other. And say... whereabouts is he now on the track? I'm trying to find him, but he's had a lot of clean air, which has probably aided that consistency ever so slightly. And probably that's the best thing to do, is to keep him out in that clean air while you've got it. Preserve sort of that fresh air. Obviously, cools the car and the tyres down a little bit now. And then he should be obviously when he hands over and changes the driver as he comes through the finish line now, just starting to catch up to the back markers. And number 2 has gone back out on the track, which we saw his little excursion, which caused the most recent safety car.
Yeah, good spot.
As Jack Wright's just about to put another lap on them, so good to see them back out, all fixed and ready to go as Jack goes just past him into Druids now, and say that clock is sort of ticking down to that
Deadline.
The deadline,
Yeah,
yes.
we'll go
Thanks
with that.
Yeah. Trying to think of the right wording there, but
Yeah, the D-Day
time
point.
is of the essence, isn't it?
Exactly. EnduroKA Sport 74 has come into the pits, and that looks like your usual pit stop because they are putting fuel in that one. Back into the pits, I'm sure it is, number 6. Yes, it is, the Mauricio Motorsport. NJM Racing Murfitt car has come into the pits. That was the one that had the damage that they taped up, wasn't it? And yet they picked up a penalty, so presumably the incident was their fault, I'm assuming from that. But they're back in, although that is a normal pit, so that pit stop didn't class as their pit stop in effect because they're now doing the refueling at this stage. Because sorry to interrupt, James, is that whilst they were repairing that car, they wouldn't be allowed to refuel it.
Yes, precisely.
So they focused on the repair.
Exactly. You've got to prioritise what's good at that point, and keeping all the wheels straight is obviously the most important thing there. And say they've had to do a secondary stop, but you never know, later on they could gain back for a safety car and stuff. And say, then Paul Car's been through the walls in that team so far in this race. So they've not an easy start of it, but so you can hear a lot of cars coming into the pit lanes now. Some of them have already been in.
Yeah, because I think we've just had a penalty being served by a relatively important one. It was the 131 catastrophe that has gone back out now. The Burgundy car that we've seen involved in some of the interesting fights. Second place car is in. Stapleton brings in number 81 GM Performance, so that is a normal stop that we're seeing there. 121 has come into the pits as well, so that's Calamity. Means up into second place now goes the 95 Cadoodle-Doo Racing. Folds at the wheel of that now.
So we mentioned the start of the stint, how, say, the Cadoodle car was only 30 seconds behind. Jack Wright has extended that gap to nearly 55 seconds now, so it's nearly almost a lap he's gained on that car. So come to the pit stops, which will be imminent now. It's going to be a bit tighter than probably they would have liked for the Cadoodle Racing car. You can see the other Grace Motorsport car, Paul Baxter's just come into the pits now. So that's the first pit stop for the car that would have started on last on the grid, unfortunately. But they've made good progress. So we're just waiting on sort of the first, third, fourth, and sixth place car to come into their pits for their first stop.
But you'll notice that GM Performance.
95 sideways. Ross out the last corner has had a big swapper on. Our current second place man has got it all wrong coming out of there. I'm not sure if he touched the wheel onto the gravel. But here comes Jack Wright to put a lap on him.
He has. Obviously, he's still yet to do his stop, which he's going to have to do very soon.
Yeah, so there's a big loss then. Interesting to see a replay of that. We just caught the end of it on our end. Jack Wright, making progress now, put a lap on everyone basically in the field. So he'll be due that pit stop any second now. But yeah, drama.
It is.
Just before the completion of the first round of the pit stops.
And that's how easy it is to happen. It's as quick as that. I was also about to say the 81 GM Performance. I'm sure he was running in 4th place before anybody had made the stops, and that, by stopping late now, it's dropped him down to 10th position.
It is. It's been stationary for quite a long time, hasn't it? They've had a bit of an issue getting the fuel in the car, but they're going maybe a bit heavier on that run. But they've been stopped for quite a couple of laps now.
It's all just pure gravity trying to get this fuel in, which gets harder, doesn't it? Oh, by the way, Jamie Petersen says he's got to try and beat me.
Fighting talk, love it.
Was, yeah.
Love it. As you can see, they're going 3 wide into turn number 1, lapping each other, battling for basically our net race lead. Obviously, Jack Wright hasn't pitted yet, but they are your first and second place, albeit a lap between them now. But
didn't stop them, did it?
It doesn't stop them, no. That's a big risk to take when you're leading that race, though.
It really is. Car number 2 has been asked to go to race control as well. NGM Racing running down in 32nd. Day potentially about to go from bad to worse, I'm afraid. The 81's still in, so they're still trying to get that sorted. I think they're now strapping the driver in. Also, by the way, the number 6 car, NGM Racing, they're still in, but it does look like they've now trying to refuel, and there is a driver waiting to go in. So the pit stops they are as quick as you can, aren't they? But sometimes that as you can isn't that quick. Yeah,
we're going to see a replay here of what happened. You can see it's just run one, dropped a wheel in the gravel, and has had that over rotation from the rear. Very well saved by by Ross.
Jack Wright's in, so race leader is into the pits. That looked like a bit of lift-off oversteer because of the Wolf Motorsport back marker ahead of him, didn't it? As he sort of went, oh, you're not going as quick as I thought. And lift off and it can throw the rear end round, can't it?
Precisely. That was a very quick driver out there. That was, wow. That was really impressive, wasn't it?
And it's Johnny Milner that's going in next, so the ex-rally champion that's going to be going in. Right, also, Kahuna's Racing 333, 180 Shine Automotive, they are in. Burton Power is not yet, but I'd expect to see that #1 car coming in very soon. Yes, they're doing the refueling there. You see, purely gravity doing its job, getting that down, which means that it can be hard because the oxygen that you're trying to sort of make it a little bit harder for you, and as you get down to the bottom end, there's less weight to push down in.
Exactly, it is just got to let that gravity do its job. The GM Performance car has now come out of the pits, now down into 15th position, and they were running in that top 5, which is a bit of a shame for them. But like we say, we've got a flurry of pit stops now. We're just waiting on that Burton Power and the AFK Racing car to make their stop. You can see the tyre change going on Jack Wright's car. We're not sure whether the Kaduna car took new tyres or not, which is going to be interesting, but that's been very efficient with that driver change there. So
up into the lead has gone the 95 car now, so that undercut has really worked well there. And interestingly, it was racing there with the 65 Autotech Motorsport car that was battling with them, the trio that were battling for the lead, but that pit stop clearly didn't go to plan because they're now a lap down on the Cadoodle-Doo Racing car.
It almost looks like now we're seeing the benefit of stopping under that safety car, how it's helped that Cadoodle-Doo Racing team, say 65 and the Milner Racing car both battling with them, and they're now not on the same lap, let alone anywhere near that car now. So yes, they're sitting pretty at the moment as we see the Milner car exiting the pit lane.
4th place it's rejoined.
4th place.
But in fairness, 2nd and 3rd haven't stopped yet.
Exactly, and Ross falls right behind him again, so it is as they were, albeit obviously the difference in the on the laps now, as we can see them battling their way into Druids. Oh, bit of bit of a moment for one of the back markers there behind them, but I'm not sure the driver in the Milner car, whoever that may be, you say it's Johnny. He's going to not make it easy, despite them not being on the same lap.
He's not going to want to let them through, is he? He's going to want to sort of make sure that they are. I think they will. Will they be still on the lead lap? I think they will just about. So we'll
see, aren't we?
See very soon. Youssef bin Suhail comes up after his opening stint. We shall grab a word with him in a moment. Good to see you, mate. You look hot and bothered from that one. We shall grab a word with Youssef in a minute. But it's still trying to understand. Feel free, Youssef, if you want to take a seat, mate. Feel free to take the weight off. Although I suppose you've been sat down for ages, haven't you?
Yeah.
I don't think it still applies, does it? But
maybe not.
We've still got a couple of key drivers. 5 minutes left to go. 2nd and 3rd. So Burton Power Racing car #1. Ooh, that's a big ding.
I think it might need a bit of a bigger lever bar.
Which one is that?
That's had damage for quite a long time. The silver car there, I'm not sure. That's like the 121 that's in the pits.
No, because they're not working on that.
No, but AFK Racing is now into the pits. Obviously, 3rd overall at the moment, making their first pit stop. It is now just the Burton Power Racing car that hasn't got that pit stop to go. But yeah,
it is. They're hiding behind the car.
Obviously that's driver's side as well. So whether they can actually get the door open to do the driver changes, possibly the next point of call, and maybe they're pushing that back in for a bit of a crane out in the garage there. Yeah,
it's going to be a bit more work, and of course even the officials will be having a look at that to make sure that it is safe to be able to go back out there. And we didn't really spot what happened there, but that could well have been something like them getting sideways and being nerved by someone else T-boning them, I guess.
Exactly, it's very unlikely that was self-inflicted, that contact, but you never know. So at the moment, the Cadoodle car has got a lap on everyone. The Milner car's just gone past, and it is now a lap down. The Pro-Am car at the moment, though, is currently in 3rd place. So stopping early under that safety car as well has helped them climb up the order. They were battling around 9th and 10th, and they're now 3rd position overall.
The Jamie Peters Ennis has said that 121 was one of the cars that spun at clearways when the fluid went down at the beginning of the race.
Oh, that makes sense. Yes.
Which would be exactly what I was probably. So it's gone. Someone's T-boned it. So you said that it looked like it had been there for a good while, and Matt would confirm that fact as well. Then.
Yeah, we've had a lot of. I'm not sure what car it was. A lot of fluid down. It might have been the 763 car that's. Hasn't been out on track for over 113 or 90 laps now, excuse me. So, yeah, it's a shame to see them retire so early in the race, but obviously there was an issue there that meant they had to do that. Obviously caused a bit more drama for the other ones. Now the door's open, so that's one issue resolved. That's progress. Yeah, they've started it now.
It really is. 114 KM Racing that's running down in 29th place now. The reason being is it's got a 10-lap penalty. That's quite extreme, isn't it? But I'm not sure what it is because we're not getting notices of any of the information, so we're not sure the reason why for that one now.
Misbehave and say the Burton Power car is due into the pits any minute now. It's just on their fastest lap of the race,
which does often happen, doesn't it? They're going, right, I'm about to finish my stint. Let's go hell for leather. Where is that car? Because it's got to come in 2 minutes. It
is not far behind the EnduroKA. Only on the same lap at the moment as they come round that last corner. So about 3 to 4 cars between them. So they put another lap on the brightly coloured car. As they flash of the lights as they come across the finish line. Passing car number 60 into turn 1, that number 1 car, and does 2 overtakes there. Very nicely done on his way. I imagine it'll be this lap or the next one. They're really extending that sort of driver stint as much as they can.
I'm assuming it's going to have to be this one, unless it's that you just can't see the... no, because he's going to be past the 2 hours 20, so it's going to have to be this lap. Otherwise, they're going to be picking up a penalty for the 2 hours 20 maximum driving stint. Yeah,
and we don't really... That's one of the things with endurance, where you don't want to get them silly little penalties by going too long. They've had almost ample time to do it. They've stretched that stint. They've now done the their personal fastest lap. As they round the final corner now, you can see it on your screens there. That looks a bit of a tighter line. Are they coming in? Yes, they are.
There we go. So that is the last one that is yet to do the driver change, and has pushed it right to within sort of 45 seconds or less by the time they actually jump out. So that was a good job. So it does mean that as we reach that point of 2 hours 20, that 95 Kadoodle-Doo Racing folds at the wheel, or folds at the fold of that car, is in the lead at the moment. Second place, I would imagine we're going to see the 46 car, Johnny Milner at the wheel of that. Milner Racing will pick that one up. Pro-Am Racing, as you were just saying earlier, number 12, looks like it's got up to 3rd. Autotech, there you go. So it does wash itself out.
There we go.
Autotech up to 4th place. Walker at the wheel now, number 65. That will jump up to, I would imagine, something like 4th position, 5th position fairly soon. So we'll wait to see. I'll tell you what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that, since we've mentioned about the 65 car, I'm going to take a second now, because we'll just change over. And I'm going to grab the driver that's been out in that first stint. Thank you very much. Are you jumping back on again at some point? Yeah. Well, thanks, James. I appreciate that, mate. I was just thought, while he's here, let's catch a word with one of the drivers. But appreciate it. Thank you very much, James Black. We'll hopefully hear from him a little bit later. Cheers, guys. And we've got Youssef bin Suhail. Mate, that first stint in the 65 Autotech Motorsport car, 3 of you battling for that lead, was epic.
It felt absolutely epic out on circuit as well. The car's so hot.
Is it really?
Yeah, so I had the fan full blast, full heat, to try to keep the engine temps down a little bit. And it must be about 40 to 50 degrees in there. So every time there's a safety car, just windows open, trying to call the hands. But no, it was such a good battle, and I was just trying to sit behind them, try to pull away from the rest of the pack. But then they started battling. I was like, oh, maybe I could poke my nose in here. So, yeah, incredible.
I mean, it was. I mean, for those that are watching on the stream, how much racing have you done?
So, I've done lots of karting before, but this is my first season of racing. So, had a race with Autotech at Donington for EnduroKA, and then had the sprints here at Brands Hatch a month
Which
ago.
you did really well at, didn't
That
you?
was really good.
All
I need
four
to
of the
give
races podiums? I'm trying to remember.
4th, 2 thirds, and a 5th.
Right,
So
okay.
I'll take it as an overall third for the day.
100%.
To be honest, I need to thank Jack because I spent so much time behind him in those sprint races. I kind of figured everything out, and it's just really helped for today. So, no, Autotech have been fantastic. So if anyone's thinking of getting into car racing, EnduroKA is super cheap, and Autotech do such a good job of getting the car up to pace and getting me up to pace as well. The data and everything that you have on hand to get yourself quicker is ridiculous.
And I think did you do quite a bit in the sim world as well?
A little bit in the sims, not as much. All of the karting and now car racing started to take up more time.
Yes,
so
yeah.
I do still enjoy it. I do still jump on for an occasional race here and there, but it's not the same.
And do I recall hearing that you jump on the mic for a few things as well?
Yes, here and there. Yeah, so I've been on the mic for a few karting events, a few car racing events. So.
Sweet.
It's weird kind of being on both ends, and every time you're racing, sometimes I think, I really want to commentate now.
Yeah.
And every time I'm commentating, I'm like, I really want to race now.
I can imagine. But genuinely, the fact that, I mean, it must have just been, bearing in mind that shortness of, let's call it a racing career,
Yes.
if you will, that to find that you were sat there racing with Marcus Clutton. And I've got to say Jack Wright, because the Wrights are involved in so much racing and they're always at the pointy end, and you're there legitimately racing them. You must have just been thinking, I can't believe this.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I only found out it was Mark Clutton after my stint.
Really?
Yeah, so I had no idea. I was just thinking, I wonder who this guy is who's needed, because he's really, really quick. And then afterwards, they were
All
like,
became clear.
Yeah, that's Mark Clutton. He's a GT driver.
Exactly.
I was like, oh, okay, I see. No, it's been really good, because one of the things, because...
Just going to jump in. Sorry, the 95, the race leader, is back into the pits again. I got a feeling that they're looking at something on that car, so they might not be fully happy. So 95, Cadoodle-Doo Racing, folds at the wheel. Or is that they're just waiting for more fuel, which would surprise me. But I suppose they pit stopped out of sync with the rest of them. Apologies for jumping in, Youssef, but I suddenly saw that was who it was that is into the lead. I don't know whether that's going to be enough of a delay that's going to enable Johnny Milner to jump up. That car we just saw then was driving down the Cooper Straight. That is fuel, so this is a normal pit stop. The driver's out, doesn't necessarily mean we're doing a driver change. But they stopped early under the safety car. And this is where tactics that you plan go out the window and you have to rethink it, don't you?
Yeah, I was quite shocked, because when the second safety car came out, I couldn't see the 95. I was like, when did they pit? So, yeah, I'm really surprised that they're in this early. But the fuel tank can go really fast, so I wonder if they'll be able to essentially cut a pit stop out of their races. I'm just going to get really excited because we're back up to second.
You are, because also into the pits has come number 12, Pro-Am Racing, although that was a drive-through, so that was a penalty for them. What are these drive-throughs that they're picking up? Because I'm not getting notifications of these penalties.
So, us racing drivers, we're really naughty and we like to abuse track limits about everywhere we can. So, I think I picked up 3 track limit warnings in the first 10 minutes of the race, trying to keep up with those two. All of them are on the exit of Graham Hill. So there's a little not timing strip, there's a little strip of metal somewhere on that green paint. And if you hit it, you get a little slap on the wrist.
It takes a photograph of you as well, I think, doesn't it?
So, smile for the camera.
Yes, exactly. There's no excuse. You can't get out of it. And I mean, quite a lot are picking up those, which is a godsend, I guess, for us, because instead of it sort of adding time to the race on the screen, is that you actually serve the penalty, but it then becomes a frustration. So into the lead has now gone the 46 Milner Racing, Johnny Milner at the wheel. As you say, 65, Autotech Motorsport in the lead. Is it Alexander or Alex Walker?
Alex Walker.
Alex Walker, because it's always done officially, isn't it, on the
that's
entry
what
list?
It's on the car. I haven't asked him if it's an Alexander, but no, he said Alex seems to work for him.
Yeah, so Alex Walker up into second place. The number 12 car that just served that drive-through penalty is up into third. And you can see the 95 car, they're just strapping the driver back in again. Now, the 95 car, it could be Lee Taylor that's going to jump in there, or Ross Folds might be going back out again. afraid I didn't see the helmet and overalls on that one. I've got a feeling that might be somebody. In fact, that looks like Marcus Clutton. That looks like his overalls there.
I think there's a minimum time that
You've got
you
to
have
rest
to wait.
for 30.
Is it 30?
Yeah.
It has been about 30, hasn't it?
Since that safety car, you might be right, you know. Yeah. And he didn't do 2 hours 20 in total. It just seems a little bit weird, but we'll see a little bit later when it updates. It just looked like Marcus Clutton's overalls through the window there, which makes me sound horrifically geeky, doesn't it? But that car's now going down the pit lane and is going to be rejoining in what at the moment shows as 9th place. I mean, you can lose a whole bunch of places still, and you'd think by now it'd be spread out enough that not many places would be lost, but it is still incredibly close.
I think the couple of safety cars that we've had have really helped to bring the field together. It was one of the things that I was thinking about at the start, because we were trying to figure out how much do we want to push? Do we just want to work together? And one of the thoughts going through my head is we don't know when that safety car is going to be. We want to lap as many people as we can before that safety car, because that's the difference between a lap and 10 seconds.
And actually, that would explain, because I was making a comment in the commentary early on, is that Marcus Clutton, when he was at the wheel of the 95, the way that he was cutting through the traffic was like with absolute utmost urgency. He was like not hanging about and getting through. And it was like, you know, wow, you know, it's 8 hours 20 race. Is it necessary? And the answer you're just saying there is absolutely. You need to be lapping as quick as possible, but also getting as many of those cars behind you and whatever else so that they can't unlap themselves easy.
And it's really difficult, at least for me, because I've not been racing in the EnduroKA scene for that long, because I don't know lots of the drivers. So when you're catching up to someone, you don't necessarily know, is this a guy who is a few tenths a lap off, or maybe 1 to 2 seconds off? How aggressive can you be with that overtake? And quite a few places I was looking for a little send into Druids, and a couple of back markers saw me coming, left loads of room. Others slammed the door shut. And it's that risk versus reward. And if you know I'm going to get my car alongside, go for it. But if you're a little bit sketchy, then it's maybe not worth it.
And you know, we were discussing earlier, how readily do you know who you're actually racing with and who you're not? I mean, I guess maybe when you were in that battle it was a little bit easier, but now that we're in this melee where, you know, everybody's all mingled in with each other, how easy is it to actually know, right, am I racing with these guys or not?
Very difficult, I think.
Especially when it gets dark, I'd imagine.
When it gets dark, thankfully that's not something I need to worry about. But in the middle of a stint, especially if you're mid-pack, you don't necessarily know the cars that you're racing with, which is why a lot of times you might be racing for position and someone's not going to fight you too hard, because at the end of the day, you don't really know if that's the person you're going to be battling come 6 hours' time. So you just need to race against the clock and try to minimise the amount of time that you're going to lose in that battle, whether you're doing the overtaking or whether you're being overtaken.
Now, obviously, some of this is not left to guessing. You've got the pitch-to-car radios, but I also want to ask you, as someone who's out there, and especially with that novice element with yourself, how helpful / off-putting are those radio messages?
Whether it's in karting or cars, I quite like radio messages. Like I've got a few teammates who absolutely hate it and want minimal info. I quite like knowing lots of things. If I'm in, for example, that three-way battle, then I don't really need to know anything because I can see everything that's happening. But otherwise, I would like to have more info. The kind of issue that we have is because we've got two cars, we've got one radio in the pit box to those two cars. So there's less communication happening, and as a result, I just prefer to stay quiet rather than ask questions here and there.
Fair enough, that makes sense. The other one as well is that how do the team know when they really shouldn't suddenly send you a message? Because if certain corners, it'd be like, oh my God, if they suddenly burst over the airwaves.
They haven't given me a jump scare yet. I think when Scott comes over the radio, he's very smooth. He's like, car 65, are you okay?
Yeah.
I was like, oh, yeah, so put me to sleep. But no, I don't know. To be fair, Scott usually stands on the pit wall, and maybe he just does the messages whenever he sees us on the straight. Because I can't remember if he ever did jump on in a braking zone or when I was going into a corner.
Yeah, because you get it. You hear sort of even in the F1, it's like, don't message me while I'm braking. I don't want to hear all of that. So it's quite good to get an idea of that. Oh, a new personal best. Which one's that? That's for 333 Kahuna's Racing. Unsurprising, really. Kurtzis that has suddenly put in a personal best. So we're going to. This is where we're talking about the dynamic changes when we suddenly get driver changes. Is that some that maybe weren't fully at the races are able to get back involved soon and all of those things. Picking up on that, does that mean are you done now?
Yes.
How do you feel about that?
I've kind of gutted. Now that I've had a chance to rest, I would love to go back in, and I'm kind of used to the long 24-hour karting races, or you do one stint and then you've got another stint later, and you can kind of think about what you did, and you've got another chance to go out and do that little bit more. And now it's just, okay, done. So it's a bit sad.
But you sound like you were happy that you're not racing in the dark.
I was speaking with the rest of the team, and we've got a couple of more experienced than me anyway, drivers. We were kind of talking, when you're in an endurance team, you've got a bucket list. So you need to get the stint start or the race start done. You need to close out a race. You need to get a dark stint. You don't need to flip the car. So I've ticked 2 off. I've done a race end. I've done a race start. So I just need to do a dark stint at some point.
Yeah, you do. Which did you prefer, race start, race finish?
Oh, yeah. That's a really difficult one. I think I prefer the race start this time, just because it was so much fun having that 3-way battle. Whereas at Donington at the end,
petered out.
Yeah. You don't really know who you're battling with. I was able to work with one driver really well, and it was still very nice to kind of take the checkered flag.
Yeah.
But
it's got to be quite emotional.
Yes. I mean, if we were winning, I'd rather take the checkered flag.
Yeah.
But I think overall, from the 2 experiences that I've had, I think I prefer the race start a bit more.
Yeah, I can get that. I'd not really thought of it until you said about the fact that you're involved in that race. Then again, I suppose it's always going to change. I can think about several of the other cars. Stapleton in the 81 GM Performance was having a very lonely 4th place. Watching you guys having your fight, but he was back and it was a very lonely race, so he might not necessarily say the same thing.
Yeah. And I kind of saw him behind, and I was just thinking, right, come on, heads up. Because when the qualifying times came in, obviously I knew, right, I had this much more time to find. So I was quite confident, thinking that 2/10 gap, I can definitely close it. I've definitely got that for the race. But the thing that myself and nobody else knows is, were other drivers in the same situation where they didn't get a clear lap in, or they did or didn't get slipstream on their hot lap. And so as a result, at the start I was thinking, right, okay, these 2 are quick, I know they're quick. If I sit with them, we can pull away from the rest of the field. And I saw that gap starting to build, and then when we'd fight, it'd start to shrink again. I was like, come on, let's just get our heads down and go. It's an 8-hour race, and see what we can do. As the 72 has gone off, and I think actually tapped the tyre barriers at Druids.
Oh, okay, so that went quite a long way. He's just trying to make sure that everything is okay with that car for now, which looks like it is. That one's been in the wars a few times. It's been a tricky race for them, sadly, the Misty Racing car. But I missed the start of that. Did you see the start of it, or did it catch
I didn't. It oh, you're going to get a replay.
Here we go. Oh, that's a very weird one. So actually he's kept it away from the barriers there, hasn't he? But very deep into the gravel.
That's impressive to get out of the gravel.
Well, yesterday we were seeing that it was so sodden in the gravel traps that nobody was getting out of them. And they were burying down quite a long way. So it's dried out quite nicely now by the looks of it.
It was really wet. Actually, I'm surprised it's dried out, because I went for a cheeky little track walk this morning. The gravel was really wet coming out of paddock. And through Druids, it looked like there was loads of shade. So the little sunlight has done a really good job then.
It has, because it certainly was able to pick its way through there without much speed. It wasn't like it went skittling through it.
No.
That was very steadily, so it was able to pick itself out. So that's pretty good. Just by way of catching up, where are we at the moment? 139 laps in the book. Milner Racing 46, leading the way with Johnny Milner behind the wheel at the moment. 65, Autotech Motorsport. The driver that started is up here with us now, so very happy. Alex Walker behind the wheel now, and in second place, number 12 Pro-Am Racing, Benson behind the wheel in third place. Then they're the only three that are on the lead lap as it stands at the moment. 333 Kahuna's racing. Costa Curtis in the car at the moment in 4th place. Then it's 55 Cash Strapped Racing, Smith behind the wheel. That car started back in 17th place but is running in 5th now. 11 Tenths Racing in 6th place. 131 Catastrophe in 7th. 95 Cadoodle-Doo Racing, the sort of erstwhile race leaders. They are currently sat there in 8th place, but they've done 2 pit stops now. Number 1, Burton Power Racing. They pushed it right to the limit, remember, on changing theirs. And it is Mr. Burton himself that is out there. Andy Burton behind the wheel this time. And actually, they've just jumped. Oh, no, that was just a chicken clicking over that they've done a lap. So they're in 9th place and rounding out your top 10. The number 81, GM Performance, Mitchell behind the wheel now, and that was the car that was in your mirrors behind you, the black with the gold flashes on it. Sort of almost that John Player special livery to some extent on that one. It shows, though, is your car, I think it was earlier, was running down in like 9th place after your pit stop. But because you just don't know what is at play with all of the tactics and circumstance and everything else, you have to just stay patient and just keep doing your race and see within that last hour where's the dice rolled.
Exactly, and it's really helpful because you've got on your screen how many pit stops everyone has done. But what's unhelpful is now people have done 2 pit stops, but they're technically only done 1 actual pit stop for the strategy.
Yeah.
So it's all to play for, and you just kind of have to look at where you are and who you're trying to battle. So for us, it's just saying, well, we're 20 seconds behind Milner, 6 seconds ahead of Pro-Am. Just try to maintain that gap. And again, when you're out on circuit, you're not fighting with anyone else. You're racing against the clock. Until you get into maybe that final hour, final half an hour, you just play your cards against the clock because you never know what happens. Something can break it. Actually, that's something that I was doing during my stint, because we were talking about how much the car gets affected by hitting the sausage curb. So there's a couple of little bollards going through Graham Hill Bend, and you can really use that curb and take all of the apex. But those yellow are they called sausages? Sleeping policemen.
Sorry, just going to pause. We've just had a roll coming out of Paddock Hill Bend, and I think that's the Burgundy. Is that the 131? Yeah, Catastrophe has had a catastrophe. It went sideways into the gravel. Apologies, Yusuf. I just suddenly saw it at the corner of my eye. Yeah, just as it came back onto its wheels. Not quite as dramatic as that might sound to have a rollover. It's going to sort of crease that roof. Safety car immediately called to get everything neutralised. It's only the 3rd safety car we've had. The mighty Orange Army run towards the car and just make sure the driver is A-OK. It just kind of just looks a little bit squished, deformed a little bit, but nothing more than that, really, thankfully. But once you go sideways into the gravel trap, it's always asking for trouble, that, sadly, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's interesting because when you're losing the rear end going through paddock, you have to kind of decide whether you want to try to catch the car, because if you catch the car, it might be great and you save yourself going in the gravel. If you get it wrong, though, instead of going straight into the gravel, you go in sideways and you risk the chance of rolling the car, or even not being able to save the car through the gravel, and the gravel is very deep there, as I found myself.
Yeah, it does. It doesn't. It's not the place where you want to be sideways. I mean, and that car was running. I think it was in 6th place at one point. So that's a real shame for that one. And it will have been the Andrew Hinch behind the wheel. That's one of the ones that's only got 2 drivers in that one. So Andrew Hinch has just gone a little bit wide there. Usual thing is that they'll then just get the driver to stay sat still because they'll want to just ask him how he is before he even moves. But that's the nature. It's so protective here in motorsport, which is brilliant to see. Understandably, a few of them are now diving towards the pits, not necessarily the top level cars, but when you've got the rescue vehicles on circuit, they just need to get this neutralised as quickly as possible. I was about to say where we're getting these different tactics and the safety car sort of breeding pit stops, but you take, for example, 46. You were saying, oh, suddenly someone's had 2, but only one of them was their normal one, and yada yada. Well, 46. I can't remember when you guys pitted, but they stuck rigidly to their original plan. Clearly, that they are just going to do you got to do a minimum of 3 stops, and they're going to do that. And they've gone, I'm not paying any attention to the safety car. We're going to stick to our plan, and they won't know whether that will work until the end either, will they?
Yeah, and it's hard. You have to kind of figure out what your window is, and the fuel could go so long. We could probably do about 5 hours on a tank of fuel. I was looking at my fuel about over an hour in, and I'd barely gone past the full line. I think when I pitted, I had 3/4 of a tank left. So
that's incredible.
If it was a case of, as it would be with the 24-hour race, no minimum pit stops, go as long as you can, then there's a lot more thinking that you have to do of how far will the fuel go now, do we have to do an extra pit stop? But with this, you've got 3 pit stops left, or you've got 3 pit stops over the race. If we pit now, can we get to the end with just 2 extra pit stops? And the other thing is, do all of the drivers get the time they paid for as well?
Wow, that's something that I hadn't really talked about. There is that element, isn't there? It's not just about the strategy to win a race. There is the drivers are paid for a minimum amount of time. Yeah, that's interesting, that one. I hadn't really thought of that. The other one I want to throw in, and you may now have a bit of a feel that we've done this much of the race. We've got 5 hours 37 still to go. Tyres. What's the expectation on the tyres? We have seen some tyres being changed already, which felt too early, but I guess you don't know till you start running. Has there been any feedback yet?
I'm not going to give away our team secrets, but we were mulling over the ideas of, can one set of tyres go to the end? Do we change both tyres? Do we change all 4 tyres? Do we just change front left?
Because that's the one that's lent on the most,
That's the one that's lent on the most, particularly at paddock and through clearway. So that's what we were having a little think about, because in qualifying, they didn't really fall off. In the first stint of the race, they didn't fall off.
Really?
I felt I was able to do the same times at the end of my stint as I was at the start. So whether that gets worse as the race progresses, the tyres probably fall off even less once we start getting towards sunset, and the temperatures drop a little bit.
Of course.
And then you've got to think, how long does it take you to change 1 or 2 tyres? And
a long time is the answer, isn't it? Because you've even got a limit of how many of your team are allowed to touch the car at any one time. Yeah. So it's not like you can suddenly have someone on each corner changing the, it's like, no, it takes quite a long time. Was it 5 bolts or whatever it is on each tyre? So it takes a while. The good news is the driver was out and A-OK with the team, and you'll see that the car's already been hoiked out of the gravel, being loaded up onto the flatbed, and that'll be brought back to see whether they can get that car.
I think that car doesn't look too damaged.
I'd agree.
Sometimes the top of the car just kind of crushes down, but that seems fine. I don't even think the windscreen's broken.
I think it's just sort of creased is the word I'm going to use for that more than anything. So again, as long as the driver feels happy enough to get going again. Yeah, you're right. The windows are fine. Everything. It's been known for cars to still be racing with no glass in whatsoever, hasn't it? I don't fancy that myself, especially last year's weather when it was absolutely honking it down.
Yes.
Imagine that with no glass.
I was talking to Costa Kritsis yesterday about whether we prefer racing in the dry or wet, and one of the things he said is, well, I like racing in the wet in karting, but in karting you get soaked. In a car, you don't get soaked. So I love car racing in the wet. If you've lost your windscreen in the wet, you probably get even more soaked than you would in a go-kart.
Yeah, absolutely. It just doesn't sound good at all. And picking up where you say, do we just change both the tyres? That's because you're talking about the fronts would be changed, because you almost want the rear to be able to rotate. That will happily be poor condition tyres, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and one of the things we get with these, mainly because they're front-wheel drive, is getting that front end to turn and getting the rear end to be loose. And as the fronts and rears kind of go, you don't really mind if the rear comes out. You're not too fussed about the rear stability, as long as you know how to drive around it a little bit. But it's getting those fronts to really bite. That's where the time is otherwise. Because once we turn in for clearways, we've got tyre squeal going for about 5 to 10 seconds. Just
really?
You've got the steering wheel locked, and the tyres are just squealing the entire way, and you're like, sorry, car, just get on with it.
I love that. I can imagine that. Of course, you were lucky is that you might not even be aware necessarily is that one of the cars, sadly, it looks like it's out of the race. The 736 TLA Motorsport. Suddenly it was smoking and dumped a whole load of fluid at clearways, and a handful of cars just pirouetted round. But it must have been fluid rather than oil or anything like that, because it evaporated and everyone was fine. So I think by the time you guys came back round, it was okay?
No.
Oh,
no,
really?
No. Clearways was really difficult, really difficult for about 6 or so laps.
Oh.
So whatever was there, and I saw some shards of plastic, so I'm guessing something broke and released some fluids.
Oh.
And it was really hard to go into clearways because we couldn't figure out, well, I couldn't figure out where the fluid was. So you'd turn into clearways, you'd have grip, and then all of a sudden, all form of grip would go. You'd lose the front, then you'd lose the rear, and
Wow.
even when I tried to back off early, turn in early, you still hit it. And I had no idea exactly where it was. And I think as well, that fluid, as safety car lights are still on, so I think we've got a bit of time, I think that fluid went down at paddock.
It kept going. The car, I don't think the car realised there was an issue,
Because that was the lap where I lost my rear and almost spun into the gravel because...
oh, yes, I remember that one, yeah.
Because the 46, they lost their rear as well.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, I can get them on exit. Pushed a little bit more, and then all of a sudden just lost the rear completely and had the exact same moment. So I reckon it was the same bit of fluid that had got down. But that was only there for one lap. But clearways was horrible for a number of laps.
I'm trying to remember as well, was it you or was it Marcus Clutton that just went a little bit wide coming out of paddock and then snapped back across? I think Marcus did that, and it was when you got ahead of him up into second, and you did a good job to just suddenly avoid him as he snapped back towards the circuit. It was nothing.
Was this in the sprints?
No, today.
Oh.
Yeah, it was, and it meant that you managed to get
I
up
think
ahead of
I was the one who lost the rear, and he probably got ahead of me.
Got you.
Because I got past him at a really weird point. He was going really slowly down the start-finish straight, and I just breezed past him. And I was thinking, does he have a problem? And then he was then right on my bumper. I was
Back
like,
again, yeah.
I don't think he's trying to follow me because he's definitely quicker.
But we were talking earlier, one thing that just seems so much fun with these cars is that momentum is key, and you can make a one tiny little mistake on a corner, and that can cost you for easily half the lap.
Yeah, and you can carry so much speed everywhere. I mean, technically, there are some drivers who literally only brake going into Druids.
Really?
Yes. I was using a little bit of brakes into paddock, but you can get away with a big lift as well. So it's crazy how much speed you can carry. Well, I don't know how fast we're going, but you feel like you're going fast, and then you just lift off, turn in, and it works.
Incredible. Safety car lights are out, so we're going to get this back underway. The car's been recovered back to the pit lane, so that'll go into the garage, and I'll have a look and see whether they're able to get that back out again. Safety car is going to exit stage right into the pits, and it's actually a couple of back markers are going to be the first ones to get going. There you see the 131. It definitely doesn't look too bad, but you never know until they look at it. Johnny Milner thinking about moving, but needs to wait to the line, and I think he's got this just about right, because he's now going to go blasting up the inside of the two back markers. Goodness me, that was back to what you were saying, Youssef, is that you don't want to hang around. Is that, you know, half the time if you're lapping, you're kind of going, I want to get past, but I need to be careful. Here, no, it's get it done as quick as possible.
Well, Johnny Milner's going to have a huge smile on his face because he's got about 5-6 laps of nothing but clear air, and this is where you have to absolutely make these laps count because, well, you've got the 65 and the 12, which are the only two other cars on the same lap as the 46, and they're separated by about 8 seconds. So this is his big opportunity now to kind of pull the gap to us.
Yeah, and it's amazing how it looked like by them not going into the pits during the safety car, it looked like their race had unravelled, but all of a sudden it looks incredibly strong for them. Admittedly, like you said, is that we've got cars that have made a second pit stop, so we don't know the full picture just yet. And that's the enjoyment of this race, is that we have to let it play out. We've got there the 114 under huge pressure from the 121 Calamity. I could have sworn that was one of the silver ones, but I'm probably thinking of a different one. But that car just managing to... is that a position it's made up? Where is 121? That's down in 30 seconds, and it's got a massive penalty on that one. So it's just basically enjoying the race. I mean, your car, not that it was with you in it, but 65 Autotech Motorsport finished third last year, was running third and second. I know you got into second, but let's say the more secure position that you were in was third position.
Agreed.
You guys are desperately trying to go at least a step higher on the podium this year.
Yeah, and my first race at Donington, we finished 5th, and we had a bit of a pit lane fiasco where we didn't actually get enough fuel in the car.
Oh, no.
So we had to do an extra pit stop, and it cost us the podium, I think. So we need to right the wrongs of Donington. I would absolutely love to get a podium overall in an endurance.
Yeah, so at the very least a podium, but there could be even higher for all we know yet. Still, there's a bit more damage on the corner. It has done the windscreen look by the looks of it there, so
they might have to knock that out, I think.
Yeah, and you'll see now that you've got the officials having a look there, because they've got to be happy that it's safe to go back out again, haven't they? I mean, it's not too bad. I mean, it looks messy, but I wouldn't say that's too horrific necessarily.
It's also, I wonder if the headlight is damaged or whether it's just the glass, and that front right would be rubbing against the... so they probably need to knock that out. Might have to knock out the front windscreen, and if you're knocking out the front windscreen, you have to knock out the rear as well. Otherwise, you get all the air buffeting.
Yeah. So they won't replace that then? They'll just literally get rid of it?
Yes.
Wow.
Because I think that's what happened with the 333 at Donington, because they barrel rolled at turn 1 on the opening lap, brought it back in, had to knock out both windscreens.
Wow.
And then went back out as if nothing had happened. Which, you know what? I think that's a good thing, because it's so hot in the cockpit, having lots of air hitting you.
Of course.
I'm jealous of them now.
So but you would still be getting the benefit of the heater blowing full blast, because it's sucking that hot air from the engine. But you're not now feeling that heat. I'm getting that.
So we've got a nice little system in the car. So where your air vents would be, we've got a pipe from the air vent, and it travels all the way to the back of the car.
Not at you.
Not at us, and it pushes that out of the car. However, there are still other vents, and a bit of air can escape, and you've got the exhaust right below your feet in the cockpit. So
how much difference does that really make to the car, though, doing it? Because I know everybody talks about it, because I always forget about that, is that they invariably will bang the heating on absolute full blast.
So our car is running... Oh, we've got another car off coming out of paddock.
Is that a 55 car? I think it is. Yeah. Now, that's only just gone into the gravel off the circuit, which is going to be another safety car, I'm sure. So no real issue for that, but that isn't able to get going. If we'd have been on it when it happened, you'd have seen that suddenly dig down even further, wouldn't you?
This might be really good for us, and as well for the 12, because Jack Milner wouldn't have caught any more back markers, so there'll be less back markers between us and the 46 on this safety car restart. So we'll be even closer than we were 10 minutes ago, I think.
Good point. Yes, is when circumstances, I keep saying earlier, come to play. The safety car's not getting ready to go just yet. It might be a live snatch, but I don't know. We'll wait and see. No, the safety car is indeed getting ready to go, so it's just going to hang fire for the race leader, who is... Let's have a look. Where is our race leader at the moment? Just coming round into Clark Curve at the moment, down the start-finish straight. Safety car, therefore, is just dutifully waiting. It joins the circuit onto the Cooper straight here at the back of the pit lane, and so it will hang fire there as across the line there. Lights ablaze for our race leader, Johnny Milner, in the Milner Racing 46 car. And it's a very good point that it's going to reduce that margin. I mean, your margin's down to 10.5 seconds.
Yes.
And both of you have only pitted the once so far.
And we don't mind lots of safety cars now because, well, we're a lap ahead of 4th. So all of this is stopping us from potentially losing a lap, losing time to 1st. So we can do this all race along.
Keep it going. Yeah, it's amazing how that works. So the 55 car strapped racing. Now that car had been running in 5th place. So we're now, the challenges come in for both driver and car, and just the odds game is that even some of the higher placed cars are just making those little mistakes and having these moments. 11/10th Racing, car number 11, that has come into the pits. That, I think, was running up in 5th position or 6th position, one or the other. And that is now in, dropped down to 10th place already. There you go, there's your car, Youssef. Number 65.
Nice and clean.
I was about to say, it's all a bit tidy, that one, mate. Yeah. You didn't try hard enough.
Well, Remember how I told you on the podium last time that my mechanics were telling me to stay out of the gravel?
But yeah.
And it worked. So this time I thought, oh, maybe they're lying to me.
Yeah.
So that's why I had that little moment in the gravel. I wanted to see if it helped the car go faster.
Absolutely.
It didn't. Always
No.
listen to your mechanics.
You've got to try the different tactics without fail. But yeah, so there's your car. You've got about, let me just, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 back markers between you and Johnny Milner at the moment.
And
Not ideal.
And we've got a few between us and the 12th Pro-Am that's just crossed the line. So
Yeah, so, and this is where I always feel sorry for drivers, because you've got that real challenge now, but
Yes.
because you cannot overtake the back markers until you get to the line when the safety car comes in. So Johnny, he's just going to clear off.
yeah, it is quite difficult to kind of nail that run, and you pull out the slipstream and you've just got to wait. I think the safety car line, I should know this, it's the second line, not the first one. That's what we got told in driver's briefing. So it's not the start-finish line, it's the second line. So
Okay.
once we cross that, we are allowed to overtake.
Which I think if that's the finish line, not the start line, isn't it? I think that's because that's the start line.
Is that
That's
the finish line?
Because that's where the checkered flag is, so I'm assuming so. Do you know what? I never really thought of that because it's behind my monitors. I can't even see
In
that
briefing, they said start-finish line, after the start-finish line. So I was under the impression that the start-finish
Fine.
line was the same.
bit. It's around there somewhere. But they told you it's the second line, so that's fine.
That's one way of getting cool.
And now we understand why he's doing it, because the heating will be absolutely blasting on him there. Really impressive. Of course, I'm just there thinking about the fact that if it was Max Verstappen driving your car,
Right.
they would clear out those back markers between you and the leader.
Oh, yes, yeah, of course.
None of the rest, just those ones.
Only if it was the final 10 minutes of the race.
Stir it up.
Oh, dear. Well, we've got to that point of the broadcast, have we, Chris?
Oh, Conor Ambrose, thanks, mate. He says 55 and 11 both went off, but 11 escaped. Don't know whether there was contact. So the number 11 car was involved in that. That's the 10 tenths racing that has come into the pits. So that explains that one. That's why it's come in. In has come number 12, Pro-Am Racing. That's its third stop. So they're really going reactive strategy, because they are about to refuel that car. Driver's out, fuel about to go in. So they are very much going reactive. Let's play with the safety car periods.
So the thing that I don't understand is that car, there's another 5 hours, 20 minutes in the race. You're allowed to do 2 hours, 20 before you have to pit.
Yeah.
So they would still have to do, at minimum, 2 more stops.
Yeah. But I guess in their mind, they're going to be going with shorter refueling for each of those or something.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily sort of sound necessarily the right way to go, but why not try something different?
So I should be helping my team. I think that's a fantastic strategy. I think every team should be
Everyone
doing
do
that.
it, yeah.
There we go.
It will be interesting to see. I mean, Pro-Am Racing, they're always there or thereabouts. They were the victors last year, let's not forget, that number 12, so they'll be hoping to do something again. They only won by 4.3 over Milner Racing, who came in second place. So, and they're always there or thereabouts in their cars. So it'll be interesting to see. Safety cars pulled out of the way because the 55 was hoiked at and has already made it back to the pits. The 11 10th racing car that went off at the same time, thanks to Connor's update, has not rejoined the race just yet. Oh, and we've got possibly some slightly early overtaking there by the 180 Shine Automotive car. But I understand why that would happen, because they wanted to get a move on with it.
It was a photo finish going over that safety car line. I'm sure the stewards are going to love that.
It could be perfect then, maybe.
Yes.
It could be perfect. So it is. I'm interested. This back marker is suddenly flying. That is directly behind our race leader. They're onto the Cooper straight, and I'm pretty sure it is 1-2-1. It is indeed. Now that's right at the back after having a troublesome race, Carl Lamity. But
Is that Mark Batty then?
yes, that would make sense.
Trying to go up the inside
Marcus.
as well of Jack Milner and do Indy Clearway, so almost made that work.
Your 65 Autotech Motorsport car just still trying to pick its way through the traffic. So understandably, Johnny Milner made hay whilst the sun was shining after that restart, and is pulling away. The thing is that, of course, you could suddenly have these back markers that are no longer slow back markers, so it gets a little bit tricky. Not far behind you on the road is the 95 Cadoodle-Doo Racing, but that is a lap down on you, 2 laps
An
down.
exact lap down on us. I think they're 2 laps down on
Yes, that would make
Jack
sense. Yeah. So that's Lee Taylor, I think, is behind the wheel of that 95 car now. What are we at? We're down to 5:18, so we've now done over 3 hours of this race, and safe to say plenty has happened, plenty yet to happen, and everybody just trying to make sure that they're safe on the way. Just watching this there, the 12 cars back out after its pit stop. It's getting back up to speed now, and it's suggesting that it's Harvey at the wheel of that one. So that's Lewis Harvey at the wheel of that one. They've got 4 drivers coming down the pits, and that looks like that was a straight in and back out again. The number 3 car.
Drive-through penalty, maybe?
I think it possibly was.
Well, this is going to be interesting with 4 cars approaching into paddock, but they managed to navigate through without too much issue.
On the screen there, we've got the number 40. Was that 40? 40? Is there a 40? No, so I'd assume that was 49 possibly that was just going through there. But the Autotech Motorsport car still going around.
I'm going to have to tell Alex off. He's still got his window open.
Has he?
Yeah, he has.
Oh, the aerodynamics is shot.
Yeah, that's easily half a second a lap for sure. We were talking about a lot of drivers do keep their windows open by a tiny crack just to keep the car a little bit cool, because it does help so much with the comfort, and you are in there for a long time.
Yeah.
To come the end of your stint, you will probably end up going a little bit quicker because you're just not so exhausted. But did you know that a few of the cars have electric windows, and some of them have the old wind-up?
Really?
Yes. So in our team, the 64's got the wind-up, the 65's got the electric windows.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so we got the fancy. I think it's the KA Luxury has electric, and the standard KA doesn't.
See, that doesn't see. Does that? I could have sworn that everything was electric windows a lot further back than that, but it shows that A, no, it wasn't quite as far back, but B, these are considerably older than my heart tells me. Impressive stuff. I take it that we're still not having any issue in sourcing these cars and parts for them and everything.
That is, in all honesty, beyond my pay grade.
Yeah.
I would imagine that they're fine. I mean, my brother's got a KA, same model as well. So I think there are still quite a few going around.
Trying to convince him to race prepare that car.
I think Taylor was trying to convince him to race. He saw the car, was like, "Do you want to turn this into a race car?" But my brother's like, "I still like to drive it for a bit."
Love it. I'm trying to remember. I'm sure Taylor put a message out the other day that there was a late availability for a drive.
Yeah, there
one of his
was.
cars.
I don't know if that driver's in my team or his team. But I did see that.
Yeah, I saw
see
him
that
put
message.
Because he keeps trying to tap me up as well, and I'm like,
does he?
Every time I make the comment, going, I've got to get my racing license. I fancy doing this. He's like, right, speak to me, come or go to a test thing.
He's
with
really
him and
good
stuff.
at that.
Yes,
He's really
very
good at
because he does a lot of the taking it to test days, and that you can pay to have a crack in it. And so I'm like, yeah, okay, I will do at some point. Just bear with me, because the big problem for anyone to go out and like you've even said is that this is an affordable way to get out and have some great fun on a race circuit. But it's that initial bit where you've got, not so much the license isn't that big a deal, but the race overalls, the race underwear, the helmet, the hands device. Although I hear a lot of stories where like one car could share one hands device between all its drivers if they really wanted to.
I mean, we've got a hands device that has been shared in the past. I had to borrow a hands device. I used to borrow a helmet from another friend of mine.
Oh,
and then,
really?
Yeah, so I used to grab it from Will Stacey. So my previous 2 races, I used Will's helmet and hands device, and then I got my own for this weekend.
Nice.
So yeah, you can share a lot of it, and it is one of the big steps when you go into car racing of all of the stuff that you need, and you do need a team that can give you a bit of advice, whether that is don't worry about buying it, borrow ours, if you damage it, pay for it, but use ours for the day and you're fine. On track days, though, you don't really need anything. You can just go in a jumper and trousers and you're fine.
Yeah.
For a lot of club racing, you don't need the race underwear. You just need to have a suit, gloves, boots, helmet, hands. You don't even need a balaclava.
True.
But then you have to wash out the padding of your helmet.
Exactly. But it's always that interesting one, is that it's an area that you don't really want to scrimp on, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
It's your safety. And so it kind of makes sense. But I get the point, is that you don't have to go the whole hog. And obviously I see that you've got the race underwear as well.
Do you want to guess how old this is?
It looks new.
Does it?
Yeah.
This is the race underwear my dad used to use back in 1994 when he was racing in the Rover GTI Championship. Speaking of my dad, there he is.
I wondered.
Yes.
In the what? In the
Rover GTI Championship.
Was that the 216s?
Yes. There you
the
go.
Dunlop Rover 216 GTI Challenge. That was one of my favourites. Did you race it around the Birmingham Super Prix? Because I'm sure they had a crack around that. No, I'm sure they had a spin around the Birmingham Super Prix. Oh, it was before. So if you hadn't guessed, Yusuf's dad's just at that, ironically, just at that moment, walked through the door.
Perfect timing, wasn't it?
Was.
You talk about that.
It's just as well you kind of stopped before you carried on saying bad things about him.
Exactly. Yeah. No, every time I go near the gravel, I think, I can do what my dad did and roll the car about 10 times.
But going back to the original point,
yes.
So in other words, that is something that is a lot older that you've used instead of going and buying new there. So people can find a way to even affordably get into it that side as well.
Absolutely. And I think if you go on Demon Tweaks or Grand Prix Racewear, I think you can get a suit, boots, glove combo for about 300 quid.
Really?
It's not too much. I think you can get the suit for a couple of hundred. Boots are another 90, and then gloves are probably another 60, 70. And combo, it comes out a bit cheaper. So yeah, you can definitely get the whole shebang with helmet hands device for under 1k, because helmet's about 400-500 quid, and then hands is another 150. So you're at 500 from that. But the helmet and hands device is probably the easiest stuff to borrow. At least that's what I found anyway.
We just had a pass happen. The 81 GM Performance has moved up to 5th ahead of Kadoodle-Doo Racing. Now, of course, I was seeing that car was sort of towards the back of yours, albeit a lap different. So is that them coming here? Yeah, it is. So GM Performance is unlapping itself ahead of your 65 car at the moment. Again, it doesn't really matter, a race that it doesn't need to get involved in, but Taylor's going great. It's not done yet, though, is it?
Alex is trying to fight it, but I think now that he's behind, he can just sit behind, and even if he's behind the 95 as well, that should hopefully be two cars that can pull him along in this battle.
It's very impressive stuff. Thank you. I've had somebody correct me on pronunciation. Thank you, Chris Harvey says, great commentary as always, thank you. But
is it Costa?
No, no, Louis. It's I think.
Okay.
I think I said Lewis.
Yes.
For the Pro-Am race in the number 12, I said Lewis, and it's Louis. French pronunciation. So thank you, Chris Harvey, for correcting on that, because you never know. I've always got a 50-50 chance with something like that, so I do appreciate letting me know on that one. Much appreciated. We've got a great big gaggle fighting together. The 888 car's about to make its way past a handful of places as Boston Racing fells at the wheel of that car. And he's chasing down the number 22 at the moment, and they've both managed to get past Burton Power Racing. So up into 7th goes Knowles in the AFK Racing 22. Boston Racing 888 up into 8th. And the number 1, Andy Burton, at the wheel of the Burton Power Racing car, down to 9th place at the moment. So that was a genuine fight for position in towards Clark Curve. And that's what I love about this racing. You're always going to find this action going on.
And you're looking from, 4th down to 9th, separated by about 25 seconds. It is very, very close. And over the next 10, 15 minutes, that can completely change based on, who's out in the car at the time, when you catch up to the back markers, and if you can get past those back markers without losing too much time.
I love the fact that just had also, it was a lot longer ago, but Leo Nolte, who's here with Nick Oldrout, champion Nick Oldrout, yesterday in the MSVT Track Day Championship, and he's just sent a photo of a bottle of sun cream as they're sat out in this this weather that is not exactly typical 27th of October weather, really, is it? But I'm sure most people are not complaining about that. We're getting close to ticking into just 5 hours left, and it is still Johnny Milner leading the way, number 46, 12 1/4 second margin over Alex Walker in the 65 Autotech Motorsport. Costa Kritzis in third position, 333 Kahuna's Racing. I mean, again, there's the one, all the threes, 333 in third place after going and losing a handful of places when there was, moves being moved. Your sister car's in 64, and it looks like they're looking closely at that front left. It might just be tyre changes. Trying to work that one out.
Because they're not doing a driver change at the moment, because that'd be the perfect time to really inspect the tyres to check if in the next stop we want to do a tyre change or something similar. But I think that might be our actual second pit stop of the race.
Okay, so that...
I'll have to check if it is still Taylor Norton in the car.
Yeah, so which we won't know for a lap or so at the moment. 15th place for the 64 car as it stands at the moment. So the top three are still on the lead. Oh no, they're not. The top two are on the lead lap. Sorry, Kahuna's Racing is a lap down. That's in third. Pro-Am Racing, Louis Harvey in the number 12 in fourth place. GM Performance in fifth in 81. 95 Kadoodle-Doo Racing. And that is Lee Taylor behind the wheel of that one. AFK Racing Knowles in the 22 and 888. Those two were completely together a moment ago. Burton Power Racing just sort of lost a bit of ground there, Andy Burton, over those two. They were putting in some good lap times, to be fair. Peter goes off again, and I'm always looking to see who it is that's coming into the pits. There's a few that sadly are staying stuck in the pits for a little. In fact, that's the number 5, Wolf Racing. Yes, it is. So Wolf Motorsport, McCarthy behind the wheel. That looks like a penalty because it's going down to the end of the pit lane and probably some kind of stop-go, and then it will make its way back out again. Good to see the Misty Racing car's gone back out. They're having a torrid time in that car, but it does make its way back out again. There it is, the 72 car. It's running down in 28th place with 5 pit stops and a real challenge. 3 and 18, are they racing? Yes, they are, because up goes the Wingat Racing, getting past the number 18 No Nonsense Racing of Jackson. I think that's another Lawrence Davey racing car, that one. So again, just working their way up and down through this order. The 888 got past 22 last time round as well.
And Burton Power Racing just half a second behind AFK Racing, so that's the 1 and 22 respectively. And they're 1.5 seconds further back on Boston Racing in the 888. Not entirely sure where they are out on circuit.
Just coming here now, just past us now. So there's the 22. Now that actually did a 107 last time, but it's back up to the 105. So I can just assume it got caught up in something it didn't really want to be. Is that ahead of them? No, it isn't the 888 fight, I don't think, because it was just ahead of them.
275 is into the pits and into their garage box as well. It was just up on the screen, so they're having some issues. That is Team Lifeline, who were down in P21.
Which is what they want thrown to them right now, by the sounds of that, isn't it?
Quite literally.
Yeah. Ahead of the fight that we were talking about is that other fight between the number 3 and 18. So 18 No Nonsense Racing ahead of number 3 Wingat. They're 14th, 15th respectively. Another one into the pits, and that's Wolf Motorsport again. So I think it came in and served a stop-go or drive-through penalty. Now has come back into the pit lane and has now doing a normal pit stop. I'm just going to flick these off a second. Sorry, I turned you off there, mate.
Oh,
you were
I didn't realise.
Everything you were saying was brilliant then, by the way.
Oh, was it? Okay, I'll take that.
Just no one heard
I didn't see you
you.
flick my switch.
Only because I knew I was going to be talking in the background.
Yes.
Sorry, mate. I did
okay.
that deliberately. My bad. No, that was really good, actually. Your sister car, the 64, I think Sam May has jumped out in that one. Has it updated? Yes, it has. So the 64 car, and 19 years old. How old are you, by the way?
25.
Don't say that. I'm 47, so I'm still bitter when I hear you say that, to be honest. Keep your pity to yourself.
Sorry, Chris.
Yeah, exactly. But we'll make it you feel bad as well. 19 years old, Sam May, in the 64 car's just gone out. Been asked back to the Autotech Motorsport to be part of the team for the final round. Last year, we, as Team Autotech, achieved a podium third place. This is where he started in the car motorsport world. First competed. Oh, that's the 11 cars back out now, isn't it? So that was involved in the incident with 55. Though. And the hazards are on. Well, I would say that they've sent that out and it's not happy. So the 11 tenths on the screen there with its hazards going, coming down to Graham Hill Bend, was involved, thanks to Connor letting us know, with the 55 that left the 55 in the kitty litter. And I would assume that whatever damage, they're not happy with just yet, are they? And that's presumably going to head straight back to the pits and report in. The 64, Sam May, first competed in the EnduroKA Championship at the age of 16, back in 22, and some of the 23. Exactly, he knows what he's doing now. Into the pits has come GM Performance, so the 81 car was 5th, now down to 6th, because 95 has gone straight past them, although that looks like a penalty more than a pit stop, because it's come straight to the end. Is that going to be going straight back out again? It's under our box, so we can't see it. And I'm waiting to see if it scoots out. No, so maybe they are just at that end of the pit stop.
And the 11 stayed out, so the hazards are off on the car. That's really bizarre. I wonder if the driver thought he had an issue and then it just cleared itself up.
Possibly, yeah, you're right. The hazards are gone now and taking a lap, getting themselves up to speed, and they're happy again. So yeah, the number 81 is still in there. So either it's a really long stop go, which I don't think is going to be the case, or their pit box just happens to be this far down. Just quickly to carry on, Sam May, who is running in the 64 car, 15th place at the moment. Coming from go-karting background, same as your good self, Youssef, achieved various podiums and championship wins, competing in various 24-hour endurance karting again, like you as well. Buckmore Park, Brentwood karting, All-Stars champion, Club 73 karting, K-Rock kart race of champions, Sodi World finals, etc. Goodness me, he probably is a veteran, isn't he, of all of that as well. Been racing in the 7 Racing Toyo Tyres Championship in the Caterham, so I may well have commentated on him there actually without realising it. This year finished in the top 10 of every round, battling with the front runners. Last time I was here at Brands Hatch in the Caterham was on the 1st of June, and he achieved a P4 finish, just missing out on first podium. It was a great race, back and forth with the front of the pack, which kind of sums up Caterham racing, to be honest with you. So there you go, a bit of background on Sam May. That's Wolf Motorsport, isn't it? Yeah.
There's a bit of liquid down there as well, so I don't know where that's come from. See, I respect that, the driver getting his hands dirty. I could not do that to save my life. I just leave that all to the mechanics.
Yeah, exactly. We don't know, and we get to just enjoy the excitement that it creates as well. So they're definitely not happy with something, although they are now bringing out tyres, but I don't think that was the original issue. But here you go, a great example of why you need to make a decision. When is the right time to make the change? They did look rather second-hand, didn't it, that tyre? Goodness me. And that's the worst one, isn't it? That front left is the one,
yes.
Yeah, you're leaning on the most. So on goes a new boot for that front left in particular. Into the pits has come the number 6 NJM racing car as well. That's been in a few times, having been in the wars. Yep, they're happy with that one now. They're dropping it down. They don't seem worried about that fluid at the back, do they?
No, I just wonder if it's maybe just a little bit of water was caught. Yeah. I don't even know.
Team manager, car 72, has been called to race control. Leave them alone. That's Misty Racing. They're having a torrid time. Give the lad a break. But the team manager for that has been called to race control. So there goes that silk car. It is a great livery, that, isn't it? Really good. That one, and thinking back, there was always one that was done like the 555 Subaru rally car.
Oh, okay.
That looked really good as well back in the day. I did love that one, but that one seems to have disappeared these days. So we're now less than 5 hours on the clock still, so 4 hours 59. So what are we talking? So 2 hours 40 in is when we might see some others that are going to push the limits to the stint, if that's the way they're going to play it, which certainly it looked like our race leaders were going to be doing something along those lines. So that's going to take us to 3 hours 40 left on the clock. Loads of time yet before we get to that one. So
I'm trying to think when we're meant to be pitting, because I can't remember what I pitted.
I can't remember, if I'm honest. I thought that I could remember it for a while.
12?
You didn't do it under the safety car, did you?
I did.
You
Second
did.
safety car.
Second safety car. Okay, fine.
I think that was about 12 o'clock, give or take. What's the time now? 1:24. Ah, plenty of time. Another 40 minutes.
Exactly. No worries at all. I can tell, though, that as you're watching all this excitement going on, you are more and more kind of wishing that you could head back out there again.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's just the way of a racing driver, really, once you've had enough time to rest. And it's one of the differences with karting endurance. You do a karting endurance stint, you physically feel it a lot more.
Yeah.
And then you kind of just want a really long time out of the kart. So I actually find in karting endurance, I like to do all of the stints just in one go, because then the adrenaline's still running. And I'd rather do 4.5 hours in one go than 3 1.5 hour stints.
With gaps in between. Yeah. Interesting. How tired were you when you jumped out of yours then?
Very.
Really?
Yeah, I could barely walk.
Really?
Yeah, it was just
How
really
much of
hot.
that was... I was about to say the heat would have caused a lot of that, presumably.
I don't think it was physical fatigue.
Into the pits comes your car. So the 65 car comes in. Alex Walker brings it in. What have we done? We've got 4 hours 50, so 5, 6, 7,
Wait,
8.
we can't go to the end from
That's
here.
a penalty. Look, it's carrying on. There you go. That's the answer.
That's my fault for getting all of those warnings in the first stint. Sorry, Alex.
So the track limit set penalty has been served. Second place goes back out. The good news for you guys is that you had such a margin over Kahuna's racing 333 car that it's going to be okay. It's still going to be sat there in second, but suddenly you're now looking at 45 seconds.
Safety car, anyone?
Yeah, it's what you want now, isn't it? There goes across the line the third place car, 333, the metallic green Kahuna's race team, Costa Karitzis, at the wheel.
So they're
of
only
that
about 15 seconds behind us, give or take.
23, I think it's there showing. So
okay.
Yeah, bit more. Don't worry, you're fine. But you know, at the end of the day, we're seeing how easy that is. That any of these cars could pick up those penalties. Race leaders just going around Graham Hill Bend at the moment. There is the 333 car plunging down the hill, turning left at Graham Hill Bend. You saw a great insight there of just how much they drift round that. Now the 64 car's back in again. Now this isn't going to be. That's a penalty as well, isn't it? Yeah, that's still going. So Sam May, the 19-year-old we were talking about a moment ago, is serving a drive-through penalty there, which won't be his doing, will it? That's the point. He'll have done one.
Yes.
But
At
it's the
minimum,
cumulative,
yes.
And suddenly has to do that. But off you go and forget about it, moot, carry on, and where does that put me now?
To be honest, we've got our penalties out of the way now, so we can go clear to the end. You know, Alex has done one, so Alex can also do one, and Chris can do one, and we don't get another penalty. Everyone's allowed one more track limit.
Yeah, it's quite a hot circuit for the track limit abuse and penalties being dished out here. Great to see that number 2 car there, isn't it? After the one less wheel on its wagon moment that brought out a safety car earlier. That is good news that that's back. In fact, was that the one that was the safety car that you came in and pitted? Were you still out there when that car lost its wheel?
Oh, that's what I pitted on there.
I
The one that was stranded over here.
Down here.
At Graham.
Yeah, it just suddenly lost under load the right rear.
Oh, did it just come off?
Yeah.
Oh,
wow. Mark Werrell, who was watching, said that he suspected that, because we've seen it quite a few, rear hub failure, and they got that repaired and back out again, which was brilliant. Just shed a little bit of bodywork as well. So, Milner Racing leading the way. 180 laps now in the book. Autotech Motorsport number 65, Alex Walker in second position. Third is 333 Kahuna's Racing, number 12 Pro-Am Racing. Louis Harvey at the wheel of that one in fourth. Fifth, 95 Kadoodle-Doo Racing with Lee Taylor at the wheel. Fells in the Boston Racing 888 car in sixth position. AFK Racing, that margin's gone out between those two now. The 22 car in seventh position. Eighth is Burton Power Racing. That's just sort of ebbed away from that fight for a little while and possibly needs to be mindful of chasing cars. No, actually there's a lap margin. Shine Automotive, Lawrence Davey Racing Performance Tuning, number 49, is rounding out your top 10 at the moment.
So I just realised that our drive-thrus were all part of the master plan of Autotech, because the 64 and 65 are now going into Druids. It's work together. I wish we could do bump drafting, but we're not allowed to.
Are you not?
Not allowed to, no.
That sounds like that is actually a categoric rule, no bump drafting.
No bump drafting, yes. We got told that for the sprints as well. I want to experience bump drafting at some point. I want to experience pushing someone and getting rear-ended.
You definitely want to jump in a legend then, because they're categorically allowed. They're one of only a couple of championships in the world that are allowed / encourage bump drafting. It's quite a thump apparently when you engage.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah.
Unless the person behind is nice and they lift off as they hit you to make it more gentle, but from everyone I've spoken to, they said it's a massive shunt that you feel.
Yeah. But the slipstream effect is huge when you're able to do that. But what you then got to hope is the car in front of that bump draft is like going, I hope they brake early enough though.
Yes.
And it has been known that you suddenly push that car off because you brake a little bit too late. This is interesting. Your two cars are staying together here, aren't they? Which one is it? 65 ahead of 64, so it's arguably the right way round for what you need it to be. But just working together here, not bump drafting, but certainly slipstream effect. Because presumably these things are like wedges, so there's got to be quite a slipstream.
Notice the slipstream. If you're not bump drafting, not that I'd ever bump draft, it's probably about 2/10 a lap, I think, 2-3/10. If you're in the slipstream of someone and you don't get compromised trying to brake early. Boys, can we not go side by side, please?
That was a very narrow part from Surtees into McLaren there. That got a little bit gnarly there.
I think Scott might be on the team radio in a second.
If he's seen that, he certainly will be, won't he? But
But
now they're in view, look, they behave.
Yes, yeah, that's exactly what they're doing.
It's the pit wall, behave again.
They know where the cameras are, right, let's hide. Side by side, no idea what you're talking about. Never would do that.
Never. Don't watch the stream back, whatever you do. But yeah, exactly. But at the moment, so that's the second place 65 car and 64 in 15th place at the moment. They want to try and make up, 21.5 seconds to catch up with number 3 Wingat Racing in 14th place. So they're just basically trying to put in the best lap times possible for both these cars. And here comes the Sam May, the 19-year-old, trying to go up the inside as they go to the left-hander. And they're staying side by side again. So Sam May is definitely strong, isn't he? Coming down to Graham Hill, left-hander, onto the Cooper straight, and then carries that all the way through to the left-hander of Surtees. But it doesn't look like Alex Walker is prepared to let him past.
I'm not going to say anything. I'm in big trouble if I speak. So
here he comes again. So, I mean, he's got every right to do this, to try and unlap himself, hasn't he? And it's just the golden rule, as long as you don't take each other out. There goes Sam May. That was a good move, that he got the slipstream through clearways into Clark Curve and then just had that momentum down the start-finish straight. That was a great sort of demonstration there of how not just slipstream works, but momentum works with these cars.
Yeah, you really have to keep the minimum speed up. It's so easy just to go in a bit too hot, back end steps out too much, and that's 5 miles an hour gone going into a corner.
And as we said, that 5 mile an hour then lasts for half a lap, really, before you get yourself back on it again. And I always have this image that you really do feel it, and you're trying to kind of Fred Flintstone yabba dabba do, feet out the bottom, trying to get yourself back up to speed again.
I was at one point, my karting instincts kicked in, and I was trying to like jump in the car and kick up. I was like, oh wait, I'm strapped in, I can't move at all.
I love it. I wish we'd had that on camera now. That would have been brilliant.
I think I've got it on my GoPros, to be honest, so I'll see if I can find the moment.
It's got to be done. It's got to be done. Fair play. Sam May's made that move, and he's now pulled away, so he's trying to make sure that he's up to the best possible speed he can do, and he's dropped that straight down, back down to the 104s. Now he's clear. But the bad news for him is that it's also low 104s for the Wingat Racing car number 3 that's ahead of it in 14th place.
But don't forget, he went up the inside into paddock last lap, so he's probably got a few more tenths in it.
True.
And that 64 car, that's the one that Joey DePrato had the spin at Clearways because of the fluid out on circuit. So they're on a good recovery drive up to 15th, and to be fair, they're only a couple of laps down on P12, so still a long way to go in the race, and if they can keep it clean, should be able to fight for the top 10.
And we've seen how easily that can unravel, can't we?
Yes.
Whether it's the drive-through penalties that are very easy to accrue due to track limits, and especially when you're talking that heat. That distance that you're going, that time that you're staying in that heat, is that you just miss that braking point by a fraction.
Yeah.
You're carrying in too much pace into that corner, and you're going to be spat out. Into the pits, I'm sure that looked like the number 12 Pro-Am Racing again. It is. So Pro-Am Racing are back in again. That is their 4th pit stop. That's a penalty, that's why. So this one is carrying on down this time. There you can see, just coming in the fast lane. Oh, no, it is actually turning in, or is that still a stop-go this time?
I think that is at the end of the pit lane. So I
it's
think
got
that's
going.
a stop-go.
It is, yeah. So just in the background there, you can see he's got going. So that was a slightly stronger penalty for car number 12. That may well have been speeding.
Oh, speeding. Okay.
Or do you think is that what happens when it's the second?
I think it goes up in terms of how much time you've got to spend in the pit lane. So I think the first one's drive through.
Actually, and it was too long after the pit stop for it to be speeding, because that's a slam dunk. There's no arguing, because they've got it on the radar there.
I was very scared for my pit entry because our speeder's not working.
Oh no, really?
Yeah. So we were coming in, and we've got to judge it based on the revs, and we say this amount of revs is going to be the amount, but it's weird trying to base it on your rev limiter rather than on. Although theoretically it's the same thing, but you don't have the needle at the number. You're kind of looking between like 3,000 and 4,000 to find the right amount.
Misty Racing 72 sadly back into the pits again, and it looks like they were trying to tell the driver to drive straight into the garage, but it's just stopped there, and they're now going to push it back and then back in again. So still the trials and tribulations with 72 continue. Got
the 711 has been pushed back, and it's now being pushed forward.
But Marshall's having to help as well with that one. Bless them, the mighty Orange Army helping everyone get that car bump started. They've got that one going, so that's Mauricio Motorsport.
Is the battery dead?
Could be. We'll see how that one works for that car going forward.
They're going to have to do that every single pit stop.
Goodness me, the marshals will be going, yeah, sorry, I'm busy down here this time, when they see him come into the pits again. Quick run, other end of the pit lane.
Oh, so Jack Milner is on the precipice Johnny Milner, pardon me, is on the precipice of lapping the 65. So he will have done a lap on every single one. And also Costa Karitzis is closing in onto Alex Walker.
Look at this on the screen now. This is genuinely for position, is it not?
P4.
Yeah, it's P4 and P5. So up to 4th now goes the 888 Boston Racing. Feels good because he's got himself up into 4th position there, past the 95 Cadoodle-Doo Racing. They're just going round Druid's hairpin, down they come. So good move there from the 888 car, and no sooner has he made that move that he's already starting to just stretch his legs away from the white and black 95 car. So, and in fairness, the 888 has only done 1 stop compared to 2. We've got 3 wide across the the pit lane there. And that is, yes, so the 65 car, right, is that being passed
And there's
again?
Costa Karitsis as well, who is third, and that's going to be the battle for second.
Interesting. Yes, because they are right with you now, aren't they? So the 333 car in third place is coming up on your car, number 65. And that is genuinely, and ahead of them is Johnny Milner in the Milner Racing. So we've got all sorts of races going on in the top 5. Not so much the lead, because Johnny Milner's doing a great job there, and that 46 car is in the lead. They'll be looking to get this win after the second place here last year. They don't want to be bridesmaids again this time, but behind him is a cracking battle between second and third, and it does look like we're going to get the challenge. So through McLaren's in towards Clearways we go. Here we go. We picked it up on the screen. The 333 car in third place, all over the back of Alex Walker. They had to sort of make that penalty drive-through that, or as other people call that, a drive-through penalty. I'll put it the right way around. And you can see
Master Yoda, you are.
Yes. Oh, and here we go. We got the look up the inside, squirreling under the brakes there for Costa Karitsis. I mean, he's a fast driver, isn't he, to be fair? Costa is very, very good. Pretty much no matter what you put him in, to be fair, as well. And he's up the inside again at Druid. Nearly made a little bit of bounce contact as he just made contact with the inner curb in there. Managed to keep it away from each other just about. And so still the 65 in second place. Past the 172 Misty Racing cars. They go down the Cooper straight. And they'll need to get past this back marker. And Costa trying to make sure that he does that. He has. He's taken good momentum through. Interesting that directly behind them is one of the cars that has featured in the race, but isn't this time. And that's a good tight line there from Costa up the inside Clearways in towards Clark Curve we go. Who is that directly behind them? I've got to remind myself.
188?
180. Shine Automotive, that is actually down in 9th place, but is now drafting through on the 333. So up into second place goes Costa Karitsis, third place for the 65 car Autotech Motorsport Alex Walker. But yeah, that's Shine Automotive, Brown behind the wheel this time. That's Nathan Brown behind the wheel. That is sat running in 9th place, but looking very, very quick. And how long before they're able? That's their next target for the 180 car is Burton Power Racing, but you're talking 25 and a quarter seconds is the margin before they'll be able to actually make this a position change. And in fact, Burton Power is about to cross the line now as they're just going down the Cooper straight. So it is half a lap is the margin between those two.
Yeah, still a good gap, something we can maintain. And again, a long race, so need to see how everything progresses. And again, you gain so much time in pit stops, and I would like to say that we've been really on top of the pit stops so far today, really quick pit stops, so as long as we can keep that going. And if any team was going to overtake us for second, I'm glad it's Kahunas, because they're actually running from our garage.
Oh, really?
Yes, so they're effectively a teammate for
Good.
us. We've got a spinner at Graham Hill, so they've lost the rear end, gone backwards up the hill, and they should be able to rejoin.
So that's the 275 car. That's Team Lifeline, 28th place. Now, that was one that went in straight into the garage. You called that one, didn't they? Because I remember the Team Lifeline name. It looks, hopefully, that was just a little mistake, and it has got going again on the Cooper Straight. Oh, and there's a bit of exhaust fumes coming out of the Misty Racing.
Has Johnny Milner lost loads of time? Because he's only going through Clearways now.
We'll have to see this time round as to whether that is the case. I mean, he's obviously got plenty of time in hand, so it's not going to be an issue for him. It wasn't a slow lap last time round, but let's have a look. Here comes the 46 across the line now. What was the lap time? No, 104. If it was a couple of laps ago.
Oh, yes, because he did just lap us a few laps.
Yes,
yeah, okay,
that would make sense.
I got really, really confused for a second.
Hey, welcome to the long races, mate. I make a living out of getting confused. It's fine. Thanks to Claire Murdoch. Drop me a line. Can you give Louis Harvey a shout-out, please? Key achievements. UKC Kart Champion 2022, British Kart Champion 2020, Shennington Driver of the Year, Rissington Junior Champion, currently head driver, coach and team manager at TB Kart UK and X-Kart. Thanks, Chris, from Louis' driver manager. So there you go. Hey. I love that it's actually being seen as a good opportunity to get out there and learn some good racecraft and look into potentially, further careers.
No, I think it's really good because you've got a really good spread of field as well. So no matter where you are in terms of your pace, whether you're right up at the front, whether you're a couple of seconds off, you'll have people that you can race against, and you've got the opportunity to push yourself. It's not a case of if you're a good driver, you'll just jump in and you'll be at the front pulling away from everyone. You've got really good drivers that you can always learn from, and constantly push yourself to get better and better.
Oh, Shine Automotive that we just said was going great guns and followed through and got past you guys. It's just done a penalty, so it's in the pits. It's obviously a stop-go because it hasn't reappeared from below my commentary box yet, which means it stopped a bit longer, and it means that it's down to 10th place because through goes the 49 LDR Performance tuning car, and 81 GM Performance have gone through as well. So that 180, I'm pretty sure that would be a penalty for it down there. It just seems to be stopping for an awful long time. So maybe their one is a long way down there.
Is that the 95 going slowly? I think they've come into the pits because the 64, so the other Autotech cars just streamed past them.
Yes, it's just lost 3 places and it's just come into the pits. So that would make sense that was a slow lap. For that one. Shine Automotive has gone back out to the circuit, so it was a long penalty for that one. So number 95 into the pits.
And is that the 7 as well into the pits?
Number 2.
Number 2.
They were the one that lost the rear wheel. But what I can't see is where the 95 car is.
I think they've gone straight into the garage. Because their pit box is quite early on from what I saw.
Okay.
And I think they've gone straight into the garage because the 64 did look to go past it very quickly through clearways. So I think that they've got a bit more of an issue with the car that they need to look at.
So the Graves Motorsport boys will be all over that one without question. Oh yeah, you can see the Graves Motorsport truck up there. So you're right, they're right at the top, and I can't see it, although there's an overhang of the roof. So I think you're right that it's gone straight into the garage with some kind of issue.
Oh, there it is on the screen.
Yeah, so
it's a front left, or maybe it's an engine.
Well, they certainly, with that bonnet up, they're changing the tyre as a matter of course as well.
Yeah.
Driver jumping out. I forgot to clear up, by the way, that was actually Taylor that was out there. Not looking very pleased, is he, Taylor, at that stage? Whether he feels that is a relatively serious, a bit of a shake of the head there. So not necessarily looking terrifically encouraging. Lee Taylor taking off his gloves. Okay, I completely missed this one. Apologies for that. So thank you to Connor Ambrose. He's cleared up. He says, I did see a few cars spin at Paddock Hill. 95, I believe, was one of the spinners, and it looked to have had front right damage. So presumably that means that somebody dropped a bit of fluid over there.
Did they then manage to pull through the gravel by themselves? Because we didn't have a safety car for it.
And also, Gary Hill, thank you for this one. Good to hear you're here, mate. You chucking out those banana skins in front of your camera. Contact with 1 sent 275 on the grass. So that 275 that we saw at Graham Hill Bend was actually contact with the number 1 car, which is the Burton Power Racing, that's running in 7th place. So it's starting to get a little bit gnarly.
65 into the pits, so we are almost 4 hours into the race. That is a time we can pit because we can do one more pit stop to get to the end. The issue is we don't have a lot of flexibility with where we can do that next pit stop. So essentially, no matter if there is a safety car now, we have to wait until 2 hours 20 to 2 hours 15 to pit. So we've got a narrow window, but we are getting our second driver change underway.
275 is back in, bonnets up. They're looking at that one, which is a shame. I have noticed as well that the 11 tenths, car number 11, is back into the pitch. Remember, that was the one that you said looked like it was going steady, had its hazards flashing as well, and it has come back into the pit. So they're clearly not completely happy with that car. So all sorts of bits and pieces are starting to happen now as well. Just realised that I've missed a whole load of messages from people. I do apologise, guys. Cy Lloyd says, good morning from the marshals at post 23, Clearways. Yell if you need any insight from trackside. So I definitely thank you for that, and apologies that I missed that. I didn't see that one come through. I'll follow you now so that it will actually notify me when you do that. So yes, thank you guys for clearing up any of those bits and pieces that we may have missed. Tog Tanner, just Tanner, apologies, you messaged me yesterday, mate. I think I saw you here again this morning. I think it was this morning. I've lost track of what day I'm doing and seeing things, if I'm honest. But great to see you back here. 65 makes its way back down the pit lane with the driver change. Any idea who's going to be behind the wheel now?
Chris.
Is it?
Yeah, Alex Liversley's going to do our final stint, the hero stint.
Yes, absolutely. So that's Chris Hilson, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so there is the 95 car. They've dropped it off the jacks. They've closed down that bonnet. Couldn't really decide for that body language there. It didn't look happy, but it didn't look distraught either. I couldn't tell that one. I'll have to wait and see.
I'm going to be honest, having come out of a car at the end of a stint, it's our body language is all over the place.
Good point, good point. So there's the 888 car. Who's that fighting with? That's 49, isn't it? The LDR Performance that's running in 7th. The 888 Boston Racing is now in 3rd position. Behind them is 121 that's a long way down the field. Yeah, down in 26th with a big penalty for the calamity. But again, it doesn't matter. They're not all line astern on the timing screen. They're line astern and having fun on the racetrack, though.
Oh, we've got our 2 Autotech cars nose to tail once again.
They are, but about to go up and put another lap on the 65 car is Johnny Milner. Milner Racing 46 still leading this comfortably. I guess there lies the other thing, though. They might be really in the pound seats at the moment, but you never get to fully relax, do you?
Yeah, it's interesting, and it just comes down to what they've decided as a team, because you can get to this point and you can say, right, we've got a lap lead, over a lap lead, let's just take it easy now. Or you can say, no, we need to keep on pushing, because if something does happen, then we've got the buffer. Yep. But it's kind of knowing, well, if you don't push and then something happens, you think, if only we had pushed. And then if you push and something happens, then you think, was us pushing the reason why we had that potential issue? And there is never really a right answer. It's just one that you have to judge as the drivers, as the team, and figure out what makes more sense.
Absolutely. I just love how many people are watching this as well. Donovan Racing dropped me a line. That was that wonderful black and green Toyota Celica we saw yesterday in the MSVT races. He thanked me for the commentary, and thank you, mate, appreciate that. And he's now tuned into the KAs as well. Hope you stay on with MSV next year. Thank you, mate. That's lovely of you to say. I hope so too as well, buddy. But you never know. Go into the winter wondering what opportunities will or won't present themselves. Oh, that's pushing back out the garage for 95. Just keeping looking to make sure we're happy with that car. There's no driver in it as yet. There's Carl Graves on the other side. He was up here yesterday with his cars in the Clio Cup GB race as well.
Oh, okay.
Again, totally different for what he's getting to do today, running the team with all the tactics and everything else. So they're going for a refuel. That's why there's no driver in it. That makes sense. Got a couple of others that have come into the pits. I think that's the 55 car that has come in there. Where is 55? Ah, there we go. Yeah, he's down in 31st place. Another one that's in further back, number 5, Wolf Motorsport. They've had a challenging race, haven't they? In a few times, sadly. 55 looks like it's a penalty.
Front left puncture for the number 5 car.
Oh, wow, yeah, good spot. 50, where's that 55 going? Is that serving a stop go out in the fast lane? I'm not sure.
I think maybe just waving to one of the drivers in another garage. Like, hello, I'm in a race car.
I've got a suspicion it just served the penalty in the fast lane rather than stopping over, but hey-ho. Okay, so as we were looking at the monitors, we just had running wide there is the number 60 car, but they got away with that. But Gary Hill has just said, just had contact between 5 and 22 on the run down to Graham Hill Bend. So that was behind me, hence I didn't see that one. So that was so that explained the Wolf Motorsport that's got the puncture just made contact with 22, the AFK Racing. So that's the car that's up in 5th place. So that's quite significant there. So thank you for letting me know that. Creeping back into the pits, I'm afraid to say, is the 711 car, Mauricio Motorsport. Remember, they had to bump start that one, didn't they?
Yes. Do you think they'll have to bump start again? Let's see if this is actually going to be a pit stop or if it is potentially a penalty.
Well, it looks to me as though they're getting ready to change tyres on that car, or is that someone else's? No, that's not theirs.
That's really slow pit lane speed as well.
I think that there's an ongoing issue with that car.
They've stopped in the pit box, so
Yeah,
it's not going into the garage yet, anyway.
Yeah, I don't think they're particularly happy with it, though, are they? Although we do see them approaching that car with the overalls on. Wolf Motorsport are going for a change of tyre. Obviously, as they would, because that was a puncture. I realised halfway through that sentence that I'd forgotten what had happened to that one.
It was a perfect tyre to get the puncture on as well, wasn't it?
Exactly, it's fine. 95 may have pushed backwards, but hasn't got going again just yet. Into the pits. Which one was that? Is that 72 again? No, that's 18, isn't it? Yeah, so the 18 car is back into the pits. No Nonsense Racing. I think that's Dominic Jackson at the wheel of that one. Yes, it is the Radical Champion, or ex-Radical Champion, should I say, as Mark was pointing out, from his hometown, Lincoln. And they've had a few challenges with that car. 7 pit stops they've done so far. It's quite impressive that they're running up in 12th place with that many pit stops.
Yeah, they've had quite a number of issues, clearly. I mean, that's more pit stops than I think anyone else has had in this race, at least anyone in the top 30.
Yeah, we've got a couple that have done 7. Wolf Motorsport that we know we've seen in and out, haven't we? But they're the only 2 that are up as high as that, so it's been a very challenge. But this looks like a normal pit stop for the 18 this time. There's the 95. They're still not happy with something, are they? Because they've finished the refuelling. There's the number 18 doing their refuelling, so they're doing a normal pit stop this time. And they're going to get ready. But yeah, the number 95 down there, they're clearly looking at that front right.
I wonder, maybe there's some rubbing with the bodywork?
Because you spotted that it was going slow, didn't you, before it came into the pits?
But that was 10 minutes ago?
Well, and it's just been sat there, hasn't it,
Oh,
since?
right, yes, they haven't got out, have they?
No, they haven't. So they did have bonnet up. That looks, the driver's in, driver's belted in. Carl shuts the door. Team push the car backwards, and we're going to get it back out again. And that's the whole point, is that bearing in mind, this was a car that was racing at the front, trying to take the win.
It was leading.
Yeah, exactly. And is now down in 20th position.
Anything could happen.
Well, exactly. That said, I don't think that's going to win the race now, because that's 14 laps behind the race leader.
True.
It's fairly brutal, that one, isn't it? But that's the nature of this race, and that's why it's such a big deal to win one of these.
Yeah.
Or even on, the podium, as we were talking about earlier. Tyre changes going on for the number 18 car there. So No Nonsense Racing aren't messing about. And that is both fronts they're going for there, by the looks of it.
And we are almost halfway into the race, so I wonder if that's going to be... They might be changing the front left every stop and then doing both fronts halfway through.
I love that we could actually see a fresh tyre compared to the cream cracker tyre together there.
All of the fresh tyres have those 3 coloured strips. I don't know why it's got those strips on it, but they've got the strips on it. Although I'm guessing those are probably worn down after about a lap.
1 lap, yeah, exactly. Gone.
1 quarter.
It was quite funny, actually, when you guys all were going out yesterday evening for the 1 hour qualifying session, is that obviously creeping down the pit lane to be released from there for the qualifying session, and you could hear those that had got fresh tyres on with the stickers on them, because the stickers were kind of going as they came down the pit lane.
Brilliant.
And it's like, right, that one's got fresh tyres, that one's got fresh tyres. Push back, the number 18, No Nonsense Racing. Mac, out it goes. That's another one of the Lawrence Davey Racing run cars.
We have a battle for ninth place because my team, the Autotech Motorsport car, is right behind Shine Automotive. And they are nose to tail heading down into Graham Hill Bend. And there is a car off that.
Oh, yeah.
That's a really odd place to lose it. How has that happened?
And that's the 22 car, isn't it? Yes, it is. So the 22 car that had contact, as reported earlier, was...
That must have been contact to go off there because you can't... Surely you don't lose the rear end that late coming out of Druids. I would love to see if we have a replay of that, but I doubt because it wasn't caught on the initial cameras.
Yeah, it could well have been a pinch movement. I think the good news is it's managed to, although there's tyre tracks that suggest different, but they could be old ones. The safety car has just reversed back into its position. It was all ready to be released then, but they got that just right and just waiting to see if that car could rejoin, and the 22 has rejoined. Are we going to see? So it's been put into the pits. I thought we were going to see that. So into the pits comes AFK Racing. Knowles behind the wheel, car number 22. That is Natalie Knowles behind the wheel of that 22. So in it comes, and I'm just looking down. There we go. We see it on the camera as well. They're having a look round to see if there is any damage to it. Out jumps Natalie. A little bit snarled up with the belts there by the look of it, and telling the team that something's not quite right with that 22. But yeah, that had contact with the number 5 car earlier, didn't we? According to Gary Hill's message. They are bringing that bonnet up to have a little look to see.
And that's a big shame for them because they were running in 5th position, so they were looking really, really good. And this is going to cost them a little bit. To be fair, if they can use this as a scheduled pit stop, they might only lose about a minute or two compared to what it would be if it was an unscheduled pit stop.
And it has enabled your car to jump up to 9th now ahead of them. Chris Hilson behind the wheel. Only 2.25 seconds behind Shine Automotive 180. That's also jumped up to 8th place with this 22 car coming into the pits.
And they are nose to tail as well, coming out of... Actually, sorry, that's the 64. Sam May is right behind the 180. Then it's the Kahunas, and then it's the 65. So all 4 separated by a couple of seconds. And
on the road, but not on the timing screen. But yeah, that's where this gets it tricky for us all the time, doesn't it? To keep abreast of what's really happening. Into the pits has come one of the silver ones.
So Sam May is going to unlap himself and take the front of this trailer. Then Costa Karitsis wants to get through as well. And I'm just trying to remember as well the fact that we've got a couple of pit stops, or we've got one pit stop in hand. So we really don't want a safety car right now because that would be a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, quite. Oh, and there's Costa trying desperately to put another lap on the 64 car. Remember that Autotech Motorsport with the youngster Sam May behind the wheel. Is actually down at the moment in 13th place at 180. Now I'm interested if we see the rear of that car again, because it looked to me as though the exhaust might be hanging down a little bit. Hopefully not an issue as your car 65 goes up the inside of that one. That is for position, isn't it? So there you go, moved up a place. 180 Shine Automotive being passed by Chris Hilson. But look at that exhaust on the back there. I think it's okay. Yeah, it's not moving. I thought it was momentarily. It's just obviously the design that they've gone for that one, isn't it?
Yeah, sometimes they can look a little bit shaky and rattly, particularly over the curbs, but most of the time they're okay, as Costa's going to go for a send into Paddock Hill. Sam May hangs it around the outside and holds onto the on-track position anyway.
Yeah, it is just rattly, that one. That's great news. I loved it as when we were watching the 180 Shine Automotive go past the pit lane. He just put his thumbs up to whoever's on the pit wall. That's so cool. I just got that time to do it. So with the 49 car diving into the pits as well, Bingham bringing that LDR Performance tuning car in. That means that Chris Hilson's actually jumped up 2 places there, up into 7th now. I just heard screech. Oh, we've got and it's the 95 car has spun coming out of Graham Hill Bend. Now, was that just an innocent mistake? Who's behind the wheel of that one now? 95. It's Folds back behind the wheel, apparently. Was that a mistake, or is there still an underlying issue with that car?
Or was there option number 3, contact with someone?
Well, I'm looking at one of the ones we've missed somewhere along the line. There's tyre tracks that go completely cut off the apex of Graham Hill Bend. They've just straight lined it as much as they dare, but I don't think it was the 95.
It's an interesting corner cut, isn't it?
Just a bit, yeah.
I should try that.
A 180 Shine Automotive is into the pits as well, so that car has come in, as is, so that's the 8th place, 9th place and 10th place, all sat in the pits at the moment. 22 in 13th, still in the pit, so I don't know whether that's a little bit more serious an issue for AFK Racing. I think we've only lost one, maybe 2 cars so far. The 131's actually showing an exclamation mark, but wasn't aware that we'd lost anyone out on circuit.
What does the exclamation mark mean on this screen?
Gone missing, basically.
Oh,
But
okay.
I just remembered, of course, that was the one that rolled, wasn't it? Hinch, and that got brought back, and so they've decided that that was too badly damaged to be able to head back out again. So that was a shame that we wondered whether they'd get that back out, but the answer is nay. Sort of trying to interpret some of the times a little bit further down as well to see whether we could see some challenges, and we do have some faster times interspersed further down the field, so we could see things change. In 64, Sam May has got past the Wingate Racing number 3, so that was a change for position that has happened out there, and in fact I think the 65's got past it as well, but that's for a lap there. But the number 64, Sam May, going great guns. What's his next target? So he's up to 11th place. His next target is 141 Car Motion.
And he's got the 2 Autotech cars right behind him, essentially just trying to follow him along somewhat. He actually takes a much tighter line going into clearways and carries that speed coming out of the corner. And clearways is a really weird corner to drive because you try to take a textbook racing line through there, and it just doesn't work.
Really?
Yes. The camber of the corner is so weird, and you actually sometimes don't want to turn from the outside of the circuit. You turn from about halfway in, you get the apex at a really weird point, and then you don't even have to let it all the way out. And sometimes that works. As we've got a car in the gravel, that is one of the Autotech cars who goes skittling along the gravel, and thankfully, for me anyway, doesn't come to a grinding halt, and actually doesn't lose too much time.
No, it really has rally track. Let's just see if we can tell which one it was. Presumably it's the second of the 2.
Yes.
Which is your car.
Yes.
I wasn't sure how I could dress that up then, and decided not to bother.
I think the gravel trap just missed us, so we had to have a fleeting moment with it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was also just picking out the 64 car is now up to 10th place because Car Motion 141 dived to the pits. So up into the top 10 now for 64, whilst the 65 is in 7th. So Autotech doing well there. Its next target is the 180 car, Shine Automotive. Oh, and we've got that replay. Yeah, it just went a little bit wide in the background there. Great catch, guys, on the production there to bring us that. And just see it happening in the background. And he just kept his boot in brilliantly.
Yeah. It takes a certain something to keep your foot in once you hit the gravel trap, but...
Into the pits comes number 1, Burton Power. Andy Burton brings that one in, but I get the impression that might have been heading straight down to be serving a penalty rather than a pit stop. Although if it is a stop-go. I don't think there's any teams right down here, so surely if they're coming down here, it is a penalty. That does enable GM Performance 81 to jump up ahead of it into 5th position. There it is in the background, stopped by the marshals. It's a long stop-go for them this time, but it is. They're just holding it there, and then they'll release it as and when the clock tells them that they can go. There you just see flashing across is the race leader, Johnny Milner, at the wheel. That's busy down there, isn't it? 22.41 and 2. So AFK Racing, Row Rage Motorsport, and the number 2 car of NGM Racing Limited.
Just trying to keep an eye on some of the gaps. So between 3rd and 4th right now, Boston Racing, Pro-Am Racing, 23 seconds separating the pair of them, and pretty much everyone on circuit of the top 10 are most of the time lapping in the 104s. Johnny Milner, Costa Karitzis 104.0s last time around.
That penalty for the Burton Power Racing means that your car 65, Chris Hilson at the wheel, jumps up another place, up into 6th place ahead of Burton Power Racing. Thank you to Sam Pearce. He says that the 95 car that lost it behind us here,
right,
he just tried to carry too much speed for a car through Graham Hill Bend and just lost it. So thankfully that means not an ongoing issue. It was just a little mistake.
Which is probably good news for them then.
Yeah,
Yes.
I know, exactly. Ironically, that's what I was feeling as well, because it looked like it was a bit of an issue for them and the Graves boys to be working on earlier. If they've got that resolved, that is fine. You're now going to duck off.
Yes.
Thank you so much for coming up, mate.
Absolute
I do appreciate
pleasure. Thank
it.
you for having me.
Hugely appreciated. And good luck for the rest of the race, mate.
Cheers.
So much appreciated there for the company. We got various people that are going to probably jump in and out over the course. I've got to try and get some food in me at some point as well. Obviously, normally what we'd have is that where there'd be at least the two of us here, is that one of us would suddenly take a break to grab a bite of eat. But I have to say, get well soon, Jack Werrell. He does look like he's properly injured his ankle, and I hope it isn't too bad. I think he has even had to take himself to hospital. Into the pits comes the race leader. So Johnny Milner is now in and going to be handing that over. So what did I say? So we've now got 2 hours. So they're going a little bit short. Oh, that's a penalty. So it's a penalty for the 46. So here you go. You do still get to have to be mindful of this, because you'll see they're just being held there for a stop-go for our race leader. Quite a long hold here as well. I don't recall them having to do a drive-through, so it seems to have just jumped straight up through to a stop-go with penalty. Let's have a look. Crikey, they'll be there with a stopwatch, counting it down until Johnny can release. I was sort of just thinking it felt a little bit too early for them if they're trying to push all of their stints to the absolute limit. I'm assuming that Johnny will hand that car over when he does do a proper pit stop to George Wright, who just kept having the biggest smiles on his face yesterday, did George Wright. It was wonderful to see, having a whale of a time. There is 333 and 64. 333 is actually the second place car, Kahuna's Racing. So this is important because that's now unlapped itself. There you go, Johnny Milner release. In fact, no, it is a change for the lead. So through goes the 333, Kahuna's race team. And there you go, that is bad news for them, because that was not an actual pit stop. So the 333 car up into the lead. I mentioned earlier about how you need to be patient. Remember when that 46 car was trying to put a lap on them, and he was involved in his own fight, was the 333, that it just got passed by two of the cars that followed the then race leader through. Just be patient, let it work itself out, and sure enough, up into the lead goes the 333 car. There in the background is the yellow second place car now, number 46 Milner Racing, and Johnny Milner will be bringing that in fairly soon. Kahuna's Racing, they're going to be about the same, aren't they? But Karitzis, we've always known, is a very, very quick driver. He's being hounded by Sam May brilliantly. So this young 19-year-old in that 64 Autotech Motorsport is doing a cracking job. 44 back into the pits now, the bright orange 44 car. I'm pretty sure that was the one earlier, if you were listening. We were joined by James Black, and he was hoping to drive that, but he certainly is coaching the drivers in that car. So there we go. Johnny now in second place after whatever that penalty was for. So there's the race leader, still being hounded by the pair of Autotech Motorsport. Really impressed by Sam May, I have to say. He's doing a cracking job here. His lap times are down in the mid 104s, which is equivalent to pretty much anybody that is going quick at the moment. Into the pits, I think that's one of the 711 car again, possibly. So 220 laps in the book now for the 333 car in the lead of the race, Costa Kritzis. So what did I work out? So they're 2 hours 20. It's going to be another half an hour they can push it for before they have to make their pit stop. I love that. Kargermeister instead of Jägermeister. That's a Kargermeister. I'd not noticed that on the orange car until the camera was there. That is brilliant. Carl Graves overlooking that pit stop now for the 44 car. Where is that running? 23rd place at the moment. All the sponsors there on the big sticker on the doors there of the EnduroKA. I do love the fact that you can really see into these cars and see the drivers sat there at work. So that is first, then 10th, then 6th, largely line astern that have crossed the line. Into the pits now has come Johnny Milner. Where's he going? George Wright. Johnny Milner has just made a mistake because the team are furiously waving at him. George Wright almost went chasing after, ready to get him back, but he's overshot his pit box and he's had to go back out again. And it will be George Wright that's going to be jumping in now, but he looked rather animated, to say the least. So they're going to have to wait for him to come round again. They'll put some fuel in that and head back out. And I think that's a prime example of where the frustration. Just replying to a message there to keep everything ticking over. I love this. Apologies, Tom O'Farrell. I did see that you'd got the messages had come through. There we go. Johnny Milner's now brought it in and he's going to do it. There's George Wright. He's going to get ready. But first of all, they've got to get Johnny out and get the fuel done. Look at him still grinning, about to take the mickey out of Johnny. So, yeah, sorry, Tom O'Farrell says, on the EnduroKA Winter Sim Series, Grid Finder are in the planning stage for this year's series. Dates haven't been announced yet. Would be good to see Jamie Peters-Ennis and James Black back on the Sim Series grid. They might stand a chance at winning now. I won't be racing. So it's still being stirred up. Apologies, Tom. There's all sorts of bits and pieces that I missed. And thank you for pinging that one through. So just picking up there that we can see on the camera, within camera, that we've got the 46 car serving. I mean, it's dropped down to 5th place now, but with the penalty, long stop-go penalty. Then it came in and made the little mistake overshooting its pit box. Now George Wright brings that car back out again, so it's all good to go. There's the number 12 car we're looking at. That's up to 3rd place now, Louis Harvey. We heard about his success he's had in karting, and here comes George Wright, 46, back out, and he's going to find himself in 6th place. He's behind the 65 Chris Hilson, so that could be good news for them. Remember, that margin was quite big. You heard me mention about the Tom O'Farrell saying about the EnduroKA Winter Sim series. He let me off the fact that I've only just mentioned it, and he says, hope I can get some lunch too. Me too, mate, but we'll wait and see. But the best part, mate, is that Jamie Peters-Ennis has replied already. Tom O'Farrell was lucky. I shouldn't have let him win the Brands round. So there you go. The stirring continues on that E-Series. It's got to be done. It's great. Ooh, and that's our race leader, was trying to put a lap on the number 5 Wolf Motorsport Kinner car. And still trying to do it. In fact, into the pits now. The indicator suddenly came on there. So into the pits, throws the anchors out the back. And in behind him has come the 65 car, I think, was that. Yes, it is. So Autotech Motorsport, Chris Hilson's bringing the car in as well. That feels early for that one. Are they both going for penalties? It looks like they might be, you know. Down, no, in the 333 comes to its box, but the 65 is serving a penalty. So that car running in 6th position, that's not good news for us. But Costa Karitzis dives out of the car, lets them get on with the refueling. Big fist bump there, because my goodness, he did a good job to get himself up into the lead of this race. But I think it's probably going to be inherited by the 888 Boston Racing car that's going to be in the lead. Jacob Fells, behind the wheel of that one. There it is, the 888 car. Tucked up at the moment behind the number 3 Wingat Racing car. Where's that running? 11th place, with Weymouth behind the wheel at the moment. So that's Matthew Weymouth driving that car at this stage. Still got a few more diving into the pits, but we've still got that great picture-in-picture there showing the 333 car has been passed by Boston Racing. So there you go. There's the new race leader, the 888 car. The 333 car that's in the pits was the race leader until 888, but 888 has only stopped once. Kahuna's race team 333 is on its 2nd stop. So, I mean, we've still got plenty of time, to be fair. So it's interesting to see even like the 46 Milner Racing decided to make its change a little bit earlier. The refueling's clearly stopped on 333 because they suddenly pounced all over it. They are jacking up, so they're changing tyres. But when you consider we are over half race distance, that does kind of make sense. Now, are they going to go for both fronts as they're strapping the driver in, which I'm going to assume is Ian Perkins that was going to do that. Here we go. 888 is now in as well. So the race leader comes in. That will now enable number 12 Pro-Am Racing. Louis Harvey is going to jump up into the lead. And that's interesting because they've done a few stops. So it might be a fairly legitimate lead for last year's winners, Pro-Am Racing. Are they going to be able to make it 2 years in a row? That would be a big ask. GM Performance 81 all of a sudden is up into 3rd position, probably about to take 2nd. But there you go. The number 12 flashes across the line. Does that put him up into the lead of the race? Yes, it does. So Louis Harvey leads that race. 81. Where is the 81 GM Performance? That's quite a long way back, to be fair. In fact, is potentially only just ahead of it on the circuit. The sort of black with gold flashes. I'll keep an eye out in my view. The number 12 Pro-Am Race is actually fighting with number 95 ahead of it. Although that car, I thought it was about to move out of the way, but no, that was an optical illusion. Behind the race leader is the 180 distinctive blue with the day glow yellow flashes. That's Shine Automotive. That is running now in 8th position, but has made a few more stops than those around him. And there in the background was the 333 car. I need to let that come across the line to understand exactly where that sits. GM Performance has now crossed the line. It's just making its way up towards Druids at the moment. So the second place car, 43 seconds behind Pro-Am Racing. There is your race leader, but there goes Shine Automotive. A good slipstream down the start-finish straight. Looking to go around the outside. That's going to be a big ask, but is he going to do the switchback? Not yet. He hasn't. No, that looks like that did not take as nicely as he was hoping to. 333 is in 3rd position, so yes, it's only 28 seconds is the margin. So next time we have that long shot of the 12 and you see the metallic green 333 in the background, that is genuinely the battle. Actually, no, I'm wrong, aren't I? Because no, there's a lap difference between them. My apologies. That 28 seconds is between GM Performance, which has just crossed the line now and put 228 laps on the board, and the 333 car here, there was that one, as out goes 888 Boston Racing, 6th place for that car at the moment. So there's the 333. So actually they're really quite spread out, 42 between 1st and 2nd, and I think we're probably looking at around about that 30-second mark between 2nd and 3rd. I'm not going to particularly see, 30.5 seconds. It's like I've done it before. Lucky, yes, I know. So we've got less than 4 hours left to go. That means we've done 4 hours 20. We're past the halfway mark. We may start getting that low sun now at this time of year. It's not that low yet. Those shadows don't look too long at the moment, so it's probably not too bad. Although I think as they go along the Cooper Straight, it's going to be a little bit dazzling. Or you could see it was right in the eyes there, our race leader, as he went round McLaren into clearways. So they do get those moments where it's just that little bit too low for them. Into the pits has come the 2nd place 81 car, GM Performance. So GM Performance decide now's the time for them to make their 3rd stop. So the 333 car is going to go back up into 2nd, but he's going to be a lap down on Pro-Am Racing, but we're not quite sure whether the 4 stops were strategy, whether it's had penalties or anything along those lines. But yeah, 333, but back up into 2nd place, and it is Perkins. I did guess right that Ian Perkins just washed out a little bit wide there, and there goes the 74 car. That is Orca Sport. Davies at the wheel of that one, back in 19th place, just unravels a lap there. You can see the 888 car's only just ahead of them. Boston Racing, who came in the lead of the race, but is now down in 7th position at the moment. There you go, there's the 81 car. GM Performance dropped down to 5th so far with this stop. I was just about to read what was on the side there. Strike first, and then I didn't see the rest of that. That looked quite a cool emblem that they've got on the side there. And there goes the 333 car of Perkins, looking up the inside of Boston Racing. And it's now Ben Curran that's at the wheel of that, or Benjamin Curran officially, so apologies, one of those is right, one of them's wrong. I know if I get called Christopher, I panic and run. I'm in trouble. So maybe if I call him Benjamin, he'll go even quicker because he'll panic. You never know. Down, that's that real... Ooh, and that was a little mistake there from the 333 car, and he's just pushed the 114, possibly a little bit naughty there because he didn't want KM Racing coming back at him, but did nudge that car out towards the grass. I didn't see whether they were fully side to side because we saw the coming towards us angle, which is probably not fully fair, but I think in fairness that the 333 car didn't really want one of the back markers, because he's running in 2nd, don't forget. Didn't want a back marker getting past him when he's trying desperately to make up as many of these laps as possible. Now that did you see behind the yellow car, 46, Milner Racing, George Wright at the wheel of that? That is third place, and that margin was legitimate between the 333. That's why he doesn't want to be getting passed by any of the back markers. He's desperate to move up as quickly as possible. He doesn't want George Wright to be able to start closing in and challenging him. But lap time wise, as it stands at the moment, Perkins last time round did a 107, but this time back in the 105s, whereas George Wright managed to put in a 65, and he's now down into the 64s. So see if we can see in the background. There's the metallic green car. Watch, the yellow one will appear any minute. There he is. So that's the third place car plunging down the hill, looking up to see going round the Druids hairpin is the car he's chasing down. So Perkins, that's Ian Perkins, there he is, Ian Perkins at the wheel. Changing that front left on the 81 car. GM Performance on that picture-in-picture. See that Perkins is desperately trying to get past these back markers because he does not want to allow the chasing George Wright to get too close to him. I think the Boston Racing AAA car made a bit of a mistake because he was at the lead of this group and he's now behind all of them. Through he goes. That looked a little bit steadier that time. 107, so I hope that's not an issue for the 888 car. But George Wright, 46, has crossed the line. Margin down to 6.5 seconds, and he just took over a second out last time. Look at him, the yellow car in the background there is definitely closing. He's a lot further up that hill towards Druids as the 333 car rounds the hairpin. Wingat Racing number 3 are also into the pits as well. Row Rage 41 are into the pits. I thought I heard screeching tyres then, but I don't know where it is. Yeah, I think it's just the incredible fight in between this big gaggle. But there we're watching George Wright, and he's closing quite dramatically. 333, here he comes. Perkins crosses the line, completes 233 laps. Pro-Am are on 234. George Wright about to come through now. There he is. That margin between the two, 6.2. Only took a quarter of a second out of the second place Perkins that time round, because it's George Wright's time to get involved with all these back markers. But you can see that is getting a lot closer. Behind them, good to see the number 11 card, 11 tenths. Crawford behind the wheel. They've had a few issues. That's where the I couldn't see it because I was looking on the monitor. That screech of tyres was on the pit lane. I'm not quite sure how that happened. Pit in, so that's why we've got the it's being blocked. So Cy Lloyd says 95 hit the barriers at pit lane in. A little bit different. Not sure why it will have done that. I did that, and it's in the pit, so it's in to the garage. No, it is out of the garage, I think, just at the top there, but it made contact as it went to go towards the pits by the looks of that. George Wright crosses the line. What has he done to that margin this time? He's brought it down 5.4, so he's just taken another second, best part of a second, out of that margin. So there is the green 333. Look in the background, yellow. There he is, George Wright. That's second and third at the moment. Pro-Am Racing comfortably in the lead as it stands. The number 12 car, Louis Harvey at the wheel. Second, Ian Perkins, 333, Kahuna's race team. Milner Racing in third, George Wright hunting him down. Fourth place, 65, Autotech Motorsport, Chris Hilson. Of course, they had to serve a drive-through recently as well. In fact, is that them that's just on the back? It is, just right there. Fifth place, Burton Racing, still Andy Burton at the wheel of that number 1 car. They had a long penalty to serve recently as well, don't forget. 888 Boston Racing round out your top 6 at the moment. So through to complete another lap, the second place 333 car, Kahuna's Racing, Ian Perkins. What's that margin down to now? 4.6, another best part of a second. All bar 1.5 tenths. That was another second taken out. But now it's George Wright's time to, or turn to pick through this this busy gaggle. Yep, thanks. Gary Hill's just confirmed as well. 95 spun through clearways and hit the tyre wall before the pit in, protecting. He says he doesn't know if it's protecting the holding area. So yeah, that's just hence I wouldn't have seen that, but heard the tyre screeches. That does make sense. The 55 car's in, and 3, I think, back in again. I could have sworn I said that earlier. So Wingate Racing seem to be having an issue with that number 3 car. Into the pits has come 46. So the 46 George Wright that was closing in on Ian Perkins in 333 is now going down the pits for another penalty. So something went awry. I wonder if that was a drive-through. A speeding in the pit lane. It's gone straight through. So that time it was a straight drive-through, not being held for a stop-go. And they're back out, so they've got to do all that work again. So that pit stop undid everything in the blink of an eye. Now we're only 9 minutes 23 away from the limit of, if someone else already did 2 hours 20, that we'd get to another 2 hours 20. I'm not really sure we've got anyone that's pushing it to that limit this time, like we saw earlier. But there is George Wright. His open face helmet makes that view even better, doesn't it? Not sure that that smile will be quite so prominent on his face at the moment. Burton Power Racing number 1, that comes into the pits as well now. That's from 5th place, so up into 5th now goes 888 Boston Racing. There's the 64 car, so Sam May, the 19-year-old that was going really, really well in that stint. In he comes, and that does look like a normal pit stop. Yep, in he comes, and presumably will be jumping out. And I think that will be Adam Bessel that will be heading out this time in the 64. Only because he's the one that hasn't gone yet, so we'll wait and see. Up into 3rd has gone 64. So Chris Hilson, the Autotech Motorsport, has got past George Wright after George had the penalty, the additional penalty to serve. But they're heading down, interestingly, as we're looking at the number 1 Burton Power Racing. On the Cooper Straight is now the battle for the final step of the podium. Autotech Motorsport 65. Oh dear, 64. Suddenly kicking out a whole load of smoke from that car, although it doesn't look quite as bad with the naked eye looking down into the pit lane as it does there. But the brakes look like they possibly started catching fire. Yeah, look at the state of that. They drop it down and it's still smoking, so they've been punishing that somewhat, to say the least. Across the start-finish line comes this battle for the final step of the podium. 65 Autotech Motorsport currently trying to keep George Wright behind them as the sister car is in, having to resolve some kind of issue. Hopefully Adam is going to get out. You can see the bit of yeah, there's evidence of really, we see the bits of brake pads sort of disintegrating, and that was on the ground still smouldering away. Wow, that is really looking second hand there, isn't it? 170. Yeah, I've got the legendary Ricardo Flores up with me now, and he's just saying that is quite unusual on the back there that we got it, but maybe it's just a particularly old part that has gone that one race too far. Here's that battle I was talking for, 3rd and 4th, and there goes George Wright looking towards the inside up at Paddock Hill Bend, not quite able to do it there. What's that going to do for momentum as he goes down the hill, back up towards the Druids hairpin? He's going to look towards the inside at the hairpin. Is he far enough alongside? There's contact as he was squirreling. George Wright was really wrestling to keep that in a straight line for a moment there, and just wasn't able to get it stopped. Made contact with the rear of the 65 car. I should imagine Hilson's going to be a bit gutted about that, but equally George will probably say, well, he came across on me, I was far enough alongside. That's for the officials to look at, not me. It's difficult to call which way round on that one, and the good news is I don't have to. It's above my pay grade. I just get to enjoy the racing between all of them. But George with the bit between his teeth, it was going to happen eventually because he's absolutely flying. Let's have a look as he looks. Watch George now squirreling, trying to get it controlled. And by that point, I think that the 65, Chris Hilson, thought that the move wasn't necessarily on, but there was contact with that rear corner. Could he have given him a bit more space? Maybe, but it's a difficult, that one. It looked like a bucking bronco heading up there for George Wright, though, I have to say. Oh, and through the gravel in the background there, but he's going to wrestle that through. It's the 18 car. No nonsense racing. Godbold getting that one through. GM Performance 81 have just passed the Burton Power Racing as well, so that's another change there. They've managed to sort out that 64. Top job there. Pushing that one back, but of course that's got dropped down through the order a little bit this time. Window fully open. I'm sure that they'll try to resolve that. As they rejoin the circuit, where are they? They've dropped down to 11th place now. 12th place, sorry. The 141's gone through. Good to see the 275 still going. We had moments earlier. So this is interesting. So yeah, from earlier in this. Jamie Peters-Ennis sent us a photo of that 64 car. That left rear that had the issue is it's moving how it shouldn't be in the arch. Looks like the hub. Look at the angle of the left rear, and I agree. So it could actually be the hub again that was causing an issue, but it was definitely smouldering brake pads and what have you in it. So yeah, we see the hubs go on these cars. It's not particularly unusual. He says try not to break into any Tom Jones. We've had somebody in the gravel, and is that the 180 car, Shine Automotive, that's gone not quite 180. He's gone about a quarter less than that. It is the 180 Shine Automotive, and that is properly in the kitty litter there. He's not going to get that out, and he'll be devastated, sat there in 6th place, because that now means we're going to get a safety car, I dare say. We're going to have that car snatched out of there, which then means that it's going to get the penalty of the laps for the recovery, which suddenly puts it a lot further down this order. How much gravel is on the circuit there on the outside of the track. You don't really want to be going particularly wide there. That suggests that he lost that really early in the corner. Yeah, we're looking at a camera view that I've got. He's lost that early and kicked the gravel out onto the track there. But it's just buried him down into it, as it's supposed to do, to stop it going too far. But safety car is deployed. Is it already out, or is it waiting to the right time? It's waiting to the right time, so it needs to wait for who's in the lead, the 12 Pro-Am racing car, which just exits Druids hairpin. Now, this is going to be challenging for the safety car now, actually, because there's a number of back markers in front of the race leader. The race leader comes through past the safety car now. And I think they're going to have to just judge at where's the right time for the safety car to join. At least they're now neutralising the field with the safety car lights and flags. I hope you don't mind. I'm going to now quickly take this opportunity as we got a safety car. I'm going to run and get myself a quick bite of eat. I will be back as quickly as possible. We're going to have a few pit stops. In fact, the race leader, I will wait for a moment because the race leader, Pro-Am Racing number 12, dives into the pits. So they're taking advantage of the safety car period, and they're going to get this pit stop done. Driver dives out. They're going to get the refueling done, and then they'll get a different driver in that car Louis Harvey did a brilliant job in that one, and they'll look to get that sorted. The recovery won't happen on the stricken car until the field are fully neutralised, which the safety car's now going down the Cooper Straight because they can forget it. The one they're going to pick up is 333, and they've not really been looking for that car. That's only just at Paddock Hill Bend. So I'm going to take the opportunity. I'm just going to quickly go and get a bite of lunch, and I'll be back in a second to continue. We've still got 3 hours 41 just under to go. 244 laps completed for the race leaders, 12 from 333 from 46, and I'll be back in a moment.
I'm jacking. Ollie, get yourself in a second. Wait.
Well, there we go. Just as I rejoin after having a bite of lunch, we've had that challenge for the lead. 46 back into the lead. Getting past Ian Perkins in that 333 car. Behind, I think we've also had a change. 65 Autotech Motorsport up into third position, getting ahead of the Pro-Am Racing. Ollie Fennell came up earlier, and hopefully he'll get the chance to join us a little bit later on. They're down to fourth place now for the number 12 car after their pit stop a moment ago. Yes, George Wright takes that 46 car back up into the lead. Apologies for the delay. I just had to grab myself some lunch. I've just scoffed down a quick burger, and I'm ready to go for the rest of this race, which is 3 hours 24 left to go. But we now have, I'm pretty sure we've got the top four are now on the lead lap. Let's have a look. Ollie Fennell goes through. Yes, it is, because Boston Racing AAA, they're in fifth place and one lap down. So it is the top four that are now all on the lead lap. For those of you who just joined us, my name is Chris Dawes on the commentary, being joined by a variety of different people as the day unfolds, because bless him, Jack Werrell was due to be with me today, but he's injured his ankle pretty badly, mate, and sorry to hear that, buddy. I hope you're going to get well soon. Quite a lump on his ankle. And he was really gutted because we had a great fun yesterday, and he was looking forward to get involved in it. I'm delighted that I've got to behave now, and this is not in my nature to behave, but I need to, because I've got the boss man of this series and everything MSVT, Stuart Garland. Hello, mate. This is properly out of your comfort zone now, isn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, you got me early on in the year on the podium, and
yeah,
I thought,
and you did fine, mate. See, you know that I've always got your back. But I mean, how epic is this? I know that you and I have had many conversations. These KAs, for anybody who's not watched them, they can very easily underestimate how much fun they are to drive, how much fun the races are to watch. I mean, there's just action everywhere you look.
yeah, today really does sum that up very well. On a circuit like this, everywhere you look, you've got some form of action going on as you kind of like look around, and overtake manoeuvre going through Graham Hill there.
A little bit of contact there maybe, but I mean, even if they're not on the same lap, they still just get involved. And I mean, we had Lawrence Davey up here earlier and talking about how the team bosses thoroughly enjoy it. Now the race leader has come into the pits, and it is a penalty that has been dished out. I don't know whether that was for the contact earlier or not. Oh, look at the poker face on Stuart Garland. He's not responding in the slightest. But George Wright brings that car down the pit lane. Back out he goes. So he's now down into fourth place, because obviously 4 cars on that lead lap. The 333 car that you see there now is back in the lead. Ian Perkins. Second, 65 Autotech Motorsports, Chris Hilson. Ollie Fennell in the number 12 Pro-Am Racing car, back up onto a podium step again. But George Wright is going to be looking to bring this one all the way through. I mean, and does it include you, the officials downstairs? Do you get involved in any of the decisions from your role, or do you step back from that stage?
No, we certainly aren't involved in any of the judicial stuff that goes on downstairs with the clerks.
But there's so much for them to do, isn't it, in this, with there being so many cars, such a long race, everything going on back and forth, that they've got to have eyes in the back of their head.
Well, this is it. They've got the wonderful circuit infrastructure that the MSV circuits have with the circuit cameras. We've obviously got the entire Orange Army with us today, and they're feet on the ground, eyes in every corner. And it's that network and that infrastructure that really does allow the team downstairs, who, don't get me wrong, are working really very hard behind the scenes to make sure that the regulations are enforced, to make sure that all of the
I'm just going to jump in, because the 46 car's back in again. This time it looks like he's actually having to stop. So he's done a drive-through, which might have been by mistake. He should have stopped, and he's now back in, and he's had to stop at the end of the pit lane. It's kind of come a bit unravel for them. What's the replay we're looking at here for a second? Let's see. Oh, and it is the 121 car. Lost it. Somehow managed to thread the eye of the needle straight between a couple of the cars, go to the grass, and we did see it rejoin, so we got away with that one. But I mean, but there's an example. The 46 car is showing us that, and he's still being held for a very, very long time. This is doing a lot of damage to their race, sadly, with a couple of mistakes they've made. But there's my point, is that as they were comfortably in the lead, nobody else can lose their patience, lose their belief, because it only takes one little thing to happen, can change everything. The 95 car that was looking so strong at the beginning, they've had issues. Where have they tumbled down to? 19th place for Cadoodle-Doo Racing. We don't know what's going to happen until the last hour, I think, is probably we'll get a better idea of where we're at.
Yeah, the race will kind of play its course over the next 3 years we've got. But you're right, the last hour is going to be pivotal. I mean, it could come down to the last 20 minutes.
It will, but we'll get a better idea of where we're at. Because, I mean, now the pit stop strategies are all over the place. We've got some that have decided to play to the safety cars, some that have decided to stick rigidly to their original plans with the maximum number of pit stops that they want, all of that sort of stuff. So we have no idea, legitimately, where we're really at. I mean, I've had several people message that they're convinced that Pro-Am Racing are going to win again for the second year running. Well, at the moment, they're sat down in third. They have been up in the lead, but their pit stops are completely out of sync with everyone else's, and we will not know. I mean, I'd paused even saying an hour. It probably is the last 20, 30 minutes that we'll go, oh, now we see how that's worked for them.
Yeah, the strategy will play out over the course of the remaining hours, and the race really is on for those final podium positions in the last few laps of the race. We've seen these racing over multiple years at multiple different circuits now, and some of the races have been less than a second between the top two over the line when the checker flag's gone out. So it really is still all to play for.
It really is epic. I think it was 4 seconds between the top two here last year. It's just unbelievable after 8 hours 20 of racing. 55 is in and looks like that's about to serve a penalty. Incidentally, the 46 car, Milner Racing, the penalty that they served means that they are now down to 5th place and off the lead lap as the race leader comes flashing across the line. Kahuna's race team, Ian Perkins at the wheel of that one. And I just find it amazing mind management that the drivers and the teams must have here, is that you could be absolutely kicking yourself for something. And we've watched several of them that have gone backwards at one point. But you just need to believe that it could work itself back out again. It's that long a race that it can work itself out.
Yeah, no, exactly that. I mean, the point you make about the 46 car is the perfect example. That could happen to any of the remaining top 3, top 4 cars, and 46 then instantly back in the podium fight.
Yeah, I know. It is incredible, which is what it's all about. I mean, Lawrence, when he was up here, was saying that the teams really enjoy this compared to the sprint style races. And I don't mean of this, I mean in general sprint races in any category, is that the team owners, they get the cars prepped. They get it out there for their driver to qualify. They get it ready for the race, and then they repair it after the race for race 2 or whatever they need to do. This, they actually get to play all of these tactics come into play. And he was talking about there's so much banter and spirit between the teams that they're sort of winding each other up and pretending that they're about to do this so that they're trying to get the other one to blink a little bit earlier. And all that goes on up and down the pits.
Yeah, it's a team game. The team are just as important as the drivers that are out there driving. And I mean, the camaraderie in the pit lane is really quite special. All of the teams get on. They're all out there helping each other out when the cars come in and need some work, helping each other out with parts, and helping each other out with some banter on the way as well.
Yes, just a little bit. And I have to say, I know you and I have spoken about this, is that I was here covering you guys when you did those 4 sprint races in the day. We know from the numbers weren't as high as they should be because there was probably a cynicism, hang on, it's enduro cars, surely that's not right. I'll be brutally honest, I said this to you, even I was a little bit sceptical of it. It was brilliant and it worked. The entertainment was off the scale, and you kind of suddenly go, well, yeah, why wouldn't it? Because actually the drivers do multiple sprints during these endurance races. That's how they do it before they jump out, and it works. So these are, across the board, good cars to get involved with.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. I think if you'd have told the drivers ahead of the start of this race that it was an endurance race rather than a sprint race, so they might have acted differently. Certainly with how hard they were pushing right from the get-go this morning.
And they always do, don't they?
Yeah,
I think
all of the time.
I said it in the commentary, going, look, yes, this is 8 hours 20, but watch this start. And sure enough, they're 4 wide going around the first handful of corners, and it's brilliant. Were you, because obviously MSVT, what's your actual title?
So I'm Championships Manager for MSVT.
Right, okay, which of course is not just these, there's a whole raft of things. You've got the MSVT Track Day Trophy, Track Day Championship, which I've always been complimentary of. The Track Day Trophy was just such a genius idea, taking people from doing track days in their cars to actually being able to race, but you're not having to commit to a full season, and there's not that extra pressure and politics and whatever else involved. And that was oversubscribed since day one. I think I've covered it from the start, and it was just massively oversubscribed. People then went, I'd like to do championships. Well, instead of losing them to something else, you guys then evolved the Track Day Championship. You've got some that do both, some that do one or the other, always full, invariably with reserves. So that's been successful. We got... what else from yesterday runs under the MSVT? Don't they all from yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday was MSVT Championships Finals Day.
Yeah, so the Clio Cup GB, which is still growing and looking really exciting. The Miata Trophy, which of course is the MX-5s. Anything else that runs under the MSVT? Have we got?
No, those two along with
and obviously the
Track Day Championship, Track Day Trophy and EnduroKA today.
Yeah, and all brilliant. So I've got to take you then. Were you involved in the decision-making process of it being a Ford car?
Yes. the reason that we looked at these cars, and people that have had to listen to this over the years, time and time again, I do apologise to. But the chassis was a proven race chassis. These are the chassis, the Ford Model B platform. These are the chassis that they used for the Ford Puma, for the Ford Fiesta of the time, all of which have got a rich history of motorsport, whether that be circuit racing or rallying. And the chassis being exactly the same, we knew was a good, strong base platform to start an endurance series from.
I mean, fairness, I'm trying to remember now whether it was with James Black or was it was Youssef bin Sahal that we were talking about, that they've proven to be absolutely brilliant cars to be part of it, and that's from the guys that have jumped out driving them as well. And I always sit there and think, and it sounds like you probably did listening to that, I've not heard that explanation, but I was about to say, did you really know that they were going to work as well as they have done at that time?
We obviously did extensive testing before we committed to the routes. We were confident straight from the get-go that these cars were going to be the platform that we thought they were going to be. Ford used to run a rally championship for juniors using the Mk1 Ford KA.
Yeah, of course.
So we knew that they had some pedigree in their own right, and we were able to build on kind of that foundation and really make them into something special with multiple days, weeks, months of testing to make sure that the control parts at the time were correct.
And that's an important part, isn't it? That they are controlled parts, affordable control parts. Here's a question then I raised earlier, and Bin Sohail understandably went above my pay grade, I don't know. Where are we at in terms of being able to source more of these cars and the parts for it? Are we still happily sat comfortably, or are they starting to reach end of life, making it a little bit harder yet?
They've not made a Mk1 Ford KA in this country for decades now. Panels, parts, accessories are still readily available. We've got a brilliant relationship with Burton Power, who supply a lot of our parts and support the championship in a really wonderful way. Shells are slightly harder to come by. The Mk1 KA wasn't known particularly for being rust-free. So there are I suppose my point here is that the good shells, the rot-free shells, are starting to creep up in value. You can still do, as one of the teams did at Alton Park a few years back, buy a car for £75 from the breakers and put it on the podium. So that is still a possibility.
It's incredible, isn't it?
But as with all of these cars anyway, they're going to go through prep. They're going to be looked after by the teams. The team's going to go through them and they can find all of those problems. And a lot of the teams will be looking for good donor cars. Will be looking for the rust in the usual rust places, and will have the ability and the know-how to get rid of that pretty quickly.
No, which is the whole idea. And we've seen that quite something serious could go wrong in the race, but they're able to replace pretty much everything on the car and get it back out again. Oh, and there's the 95 car. So that is, I wonder whether that's actually made contact with the barrier or whether that smoke is why it's off on the grass. That's at the bottom of Paddock Hill. Safety car is being deployed at the moment because that's kind of harm's way. So that 95 car, Cadoodle-Doo Racing, Folds was behind the wheel, that has been troublesome for sort of the last hour or so for that car. So sadly, an issue with that. I'm going to, I mean, if it's made contact with the barriers, it's not really unsettled everything, but it looks like that is out of it there. But yeah, the point being is that you can replace pretty much anything and you get it back out on the circuit, and that's what it's about, and therefore lends itself to this endurance racing as well. I'm sure you did a 24-hour race this year. Is there a 24-hour one next year?
The long race next year will be the 12-hour race at Snetterton.
Fine.
So we typically...
The Desert de Norfolk. As we wrap that one up with. So you're not doing the 24-hour one?
No 24 in the schedule for next year. That's a biannual thing, so we'll do it every other year.
Got you. That makes sense. And this race next year has been pushed back into mid-November now.
Yeah, some would say it's traditional home.
Yeah.
The first few years was
around the
certainly
20th, wasn't it, of November historically?
Yeah, exactly that. So back in our traditional slot. The teams will be, I'm sure, mixed messages about that, or the teams will have mixed messages about that, with some being happy that you get a bit more night running, and some being slightly less happy at the possible inclement weather. Yeah.
You can't guarantee this. I mean, would you have believed even this, late in October, that we'd have this beautiful sunshine? I mean, certainly compared to last year.
At times today, it's been like a summer's day out there.
Yeah.
And that's been shown by the pace of the cars as well. I mean, when you can compare that to last year when we had a lot of rain. It's chalk and cheese, isn't it?
Just a bit.
Two completely different events.
But that was still October last year. That's my point, is that so you just cannot guarantee what you're going to get. But I think, just make that day a little bit shorter, because obviously we only just had the clock change last night, which has brought us an extra hour of darkness. But it's almost have to be created, hasn't it, by that time change? Whereas, middle of November, we're going to get, I wouldn't be surprised if we're edging towards 3 hours worth of darkness.
Yeah, it certainly adds a slightly different dynamic to the race with that amount of night running time, night running pit stop as well.
And I'm trying to remember now the 12 hours of Norfolk, and I have covered that one as well. I'm trying to remember what the start and end time is that you do on that one.
So it would normally be just after 9 till just after 9, so about 9:05, 9:10, something like that.
Yeah, I do remember now, because my wife insisted I was not driving home at the end of commentating at that. I was staying overnight Sunday night as well and drive back Monday.
Yeah, very sensible decision.
Yeah, it was. It would be the wrong decision to think I can then drive back after that. But it is just thoroughly entertaining to do for the team bosses, for the mechanics, as well as for the drivers. Youssef bin Suhail, it was summed up by the fact, after jumping out that 65 car, incidentally the 64 is back in the pits. Samay did jump back out in that one, according to the screen at least. He did his 2 hours, whatever it was, stint at the beginning, and that's it. He's finished. He's done with the number of drivers they've got in that car. And when he got out, he was exhausted, absolutely wiped out, and could hardly walk. By the time he came up here, he was like, "I'm gutted. I'm not going back out again now." And for me, that sums it up.
Yeah. The cars are fantastic to drive. The feedback and the kind of experience that you get from the drivers has been, really, really quite special.
Including some special drivers we've had over the years as well. I mean, obviously we've got the likes of, say, Marcus Clutton here now, but we've had all sorts of drivers out in this, haven't we? And they always get out with a whopping great big smile on their face. Yeah,
drivers of any age, any ability, any experience, they all give very similar feedback. The cars are fantastic to drive. They're set up well. They move around well. You get a lot of driver feedback through the car, and it doesn't really do anything surprising. Although you can push them, they'll slide slightly. They're quite easy to drive on the limit.
Yeah, I think we were chatting earlier about they want the rear to slide quite significantly as well. So it's just still finishing off the recovery of the cars. The driver was out and A-OK. They'll obviously take him in the medical, as they always do, and they just make sure they get all that recovered, make sure the circuit furnishing is all cleared up. But still 3 hours 5 left to go. You know, the reality is when there was 8 hours 20 to go, it felt like a long time ahead of us. But suddenly you kind of go, hang on. We're now way over that halfway mark. So really impressive. I think we've only lost possibly 4 cars now. Out of the original starting, what do we have, 33. What's the maximum number we could have on this? 34?
No, on this one, because it's an endurance race, you can go up 20%. So
oh, can you?
Yeah, we can go well into the 40s.
Yeah, and of course we did have that, didn't we, a handful of years ago. That's good. So we've got more capacity, guys, if you're watching this. And as you heard Stuart Garland saying there, don't worry about your level. Get yourself out here. Whether you're proven, we want to see more of you out here. You could have some coaching opportunities for some new people coming in as well. Or whether you just want to start out, it's a great place to start. I know I keep talking about bringing the quality of driving right down by putting myself out there as well. You know, bring the average quality down. but it just looks like a good place to start because you're learning about the momentum and, you know, those little mistakes, how much it can cost you. Whereas if you're in a really quick car that can recover from your mistake, you're never going to fully learn.
Yeah, no, exactly that, and I look forward to having you join us on the grid.
I intend to. I've got get the timing right with the current Mrs. Dawes and see when the time's right to do it, and then I shall be out there definitely. Youssef was even telling me about the fact that it doesn't need to be excessively expensive or all the gear that you do need to get. So I'm gonna have to start looking into that, I think.
Well, when you managed to create a commentators team with Mark Burrell,
I keep saying this. He refuses to race with me because he's good, isn't he? He's actually a genuinely good peddler, and he's like, no, I want to race with the racing drivers, not me. And I understand his sentiment, to be fair.
Yeah, Mark's always had a really good turn of pace whenever he's come out, and he's certainly been with some of the front-running teams. So.
He has, yeah, genuinely, he really is. I know his son, Jack, was saying that it makes him sick, but he's that quick. Apparently he's on the sim as well, so... well, thankfully the recovery has nearly been finished. The vehicle's just moving themselves out of harm's way, and we'll get this back underway. Stuart Garland, thank you so much for joining me, mate. I do appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
You said you were going to just come up and make sure everything was okay. I accosted you, so keep up the great work to you and the whole team at MSVT. Always thoroughly enjoyable to commentate on everything you put on the package. I mean, how cool yesterday. You're still growing the Clio Cup GB at the moment, and the only reason why that's low is that you just can't get hold of the cars yet, and that's going to grow. But yesterday, 6 cars in this train that never left each other alone, the entire race 2 in particular, and it was just epic racing.
Yeah. For anyone that's watching on the YouTube stream at the moment, you can go through and you can watch the Clio Cup playlist and see all of the races from this season. The races have been fantastic, every single race. The numbers may not have been where we wanted them this year. We might need to go away and do some more work on that. The interest is phenomenal.
I'm not surprised. I mean, they are little touring cars, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly that. They look the part. The new 2024 car, which is the car that we're racing, looks fantastic. They handle really well. We haven't had a negative bit of feedback from anyone that's got in one and driven one. So yeah, the only thing that I can say is if you are considering Clio Cup as an option, reach out, speak to one of the teams. They've all got space to accommodate another driver, and I think the test will speak for itself. If you can go out and you can test one of the cars, we're very likely to see you out next year.
The bug will bite.
Exactly that.
Definitely. Well, listen, mate, seriously, keep up the brilliant work, thoroughly entertaining, and I guess that once this race finishes, that's it for the 2024 season for MSVT.
Yep. This
from
is
a racing perspective, obviously.
Yeah, this is the last event or the last race that we've got this year. The hard work begins on Monday, so straight away back into next year. We've got regulations to finalise and to work on. We've got retention of numbers for the teams and drivers that have registered this year, and confirming the provisional calendars that have gone out. The provisional calendars, I don't know if you've seen any of them, but they really do look fantastic for this year.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're looking forward to a really, really exciting 2025, and it all starts again on Monday.
Yeah, I chuckled as soon as you said that, because I know that sentiment rings true for you guys, definitely. In fact, even for us, we get booked up for 2025 within the next sort of a few weeks as well, and we all get ready to go and do it all again. Talking about doing it again, safety car peels in. We're going to get this race back underway. It is the 333. Ian Perkins, Kahuna's Racing, is going to bring us round. You see him there, that metallic green. He's going to try and take this lead and build on it, because behind him is a couple of the back markers before we get to the 65 car that sits there in second. Pro-Am Racing number 12 in third, a little bit further back with some back markers between. And then it is in fourth, 888 Boston Racing at the moment. But Stuart Garland, thank you very much, mate. Much appreciated.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
So it's great to catch up with a boss of MSVT that makes that all stick together. We're now less than 3 hours to go in this race. We're looking there at the number 12 car, the Pro-Am Racing, Ollie Fennell. I know plenty of you that are watching at the moment will be cheering on for Ollie. No, he's not the one with the big helmet. No matter what you all say, okay, he's not. But hopefully Ollie will come up and join me in the commentary box after he's done his stint. He did come up earlier, but Murphy's Law, he came up just as I think it was James Black had just joined me on the mic. I said, I'll come up later because I'll need someone else at that point. So fingers crossed we'll get him joining me up here, which will be a good giggle. 22 has just left the pits, so that's the AFK Racing. That drops them down to 13th place. I think that was... although it says total pits... Oh, no, that was our last pit stop, 17 seconds. So that was a penalty that they've just served then. So, again, they're still coming thick and fast. Oh, George Wright has just come out of Graham Hill Bend. Not full chat there because he's just been passed by one of the back marker cars, although I think he's just about to try and take that one back again here. So they need to work back up again. So 333, Kahuna's Racing crosses the line. That's now 280 laps in the book. Last year, admittedly in torrential rain, we got 381. Year before, 415, IP Racing winning that one. 396 the year before. GM Performance, Gary Mitchell himself out there with Ian Mitchell. Where are they? There at the moment in 6th place. Stapleton's back out behind the wheel. He started the race from memory. And back into what we at. 1st of November 2020, Octane Junkies won that one, and we got to 388. So anything from the we're going to go well over the 380 odd mark, aren't we, with this lovely weather here. Big understeer there from the 65 car. That's the second place, Chris Hilson. And that is the fight for the lead. Apologies that I've only just clocked this as so much is evolving. That genuinely is a fight for the lead. So Chris Hilson is right up there with Ian Perkins. So the 333 car under some massive pressure now. as we go through onto the 282nd lap. Ahead of them is the 180 car, the Shine Automotive running in 11th, but that is the lead battle. Oh, and we've got the challenge. Here comes the 65, and there's contact up the inside there, but just a slightly more gentle tap as the gap had disappeared, but I couldn't see how far he was alongside, so again, we'll leave that one to be looked at, but thankfully it didn't cause anyone to spin out. But up into the lead goes Chris Hilson. Incidentally, by the way, a bit further back, up into 4th place now goes George Wright. They're a lap back, but George Wright has managed to get past the 888 car and has already pulled away, so that's on the back straight. But look at the sun. You could get a sense there, couldn't you, when you look through the windscreen to see just how dazzlingly low the sun is. Oh, and in the background there, we're about to go 3-4 wide into the left-hander of Surtees, and I can confirm that they have all managed to get through there safely. That was a very busy section, but there is George Wright, the 46 car, up into 4th position now. The bad news for them is that they're actually a lap down on the top 3. Across the line they go to put 281 laps in the book compared to the 282 of the lead. It's just a wonderful gaggle of them behind George Wright. There you go, look at that lot just going into Paddock Hill Bend. And I can't even pick out, I'd have to take a while to work out where each of them are. How many of them are legitimately racing with each other? How many are absolutely multiple laps? I mean, looking down through the times, I don't think any of them are actually fighting with each other for position, but they don't care. They're just going for it. I mean, at the front of that, we can see 41 and 55 having a bit of a humdinger. There you've got 275 and 121. Well, 121 is in 26. They are for position. That's 25th and 26th. No, they're not, because there's a lap difference between them. So, wrong there. Oh, and the 64 car was just about to be challenged by 55, who's in the pits. Orca Sport 74 is in the pits now, but Cash Strap, the 55, trying desperately to put a move on Autotech Motorsport. Bessel behind the wheel now. Remember, that 64 car, sadly, was looking very racy, but then had an issue with, we reckon, probably the hub rather than the brakes. Thank you very much to Tom O'Farrell listening in. And the answer is yes, I did get some lunch, by the way. Sorry, that just was an old message that flashed up onto my phone, and yes, I did get some lunch. Oh, the 95 car that did have the issue, it's in the pits. Maybe it's just about to be pushed forwards in, but penalty being served there for, which one's that? That is, no, it's gone. I think that's the 74 Orca Sport. So that was a stop-go for Orca Sport. A little bit further down, there is a car that's about to come trundling down and rejoin. And this could be... It is the 95 car, so the 95 car is about to go up. It looks a little bit patched up compared to what we saw a little bit earlier, but remember, that brought out the last safety car, but thankfully that is heading back out, but of course that's now picked up the additional lap penalties for the tow back. Cool, and I thought he was going to just lose the rear end as it went down the hill, but thankfully we got away with it. There is 81. Now that is the GM Performance, Stapleton at the wheel, 6th position for that car at the moment. We've now got, oh no it isn't, I was about to say the top 5, but it's not, it's the top 3 that are on the lead lap. Then we've got 4th and 5th on the same lap before Stapleton. There is Cash Strap, Smith behind the wheel of 55. So Hilson, not only has he taken the lead, he's now managed to stretch out 1.4 seconds lead over Kahunas. Pro-Am Racing, Ollie Fennell in 3rd position, 6 3/4 seconds further back, if you will. I think that George Wright might catch that car on the road, but panic ye not, Ollie's fans, because there is a lap difference between them. As I said, I know that there's plenty of you watching, cheering on Ollie. time-wise. Not closing in on Kahuna's Racing in second at the moment. The gap, as I said, 6.675. His last time lapped about 2/10 slower, so he's kind of holding it fairly level. But there is the second place 333 car, the green car in the background. The two, was that the two Auto Techs there? No, it wasn't. It was Orca was the other silver one there, sorry. But 333, now that suddenly has got a good lap. So Ian Perkins has got a good run, catching up with the 65 car of Chris Hilson this time. But the bad news for the 333 car is he's just been challenged by the recovering number 3 car, the Wingat Racing. Murray behind the wheel of that number 3 this time round, but they are down in 22nd place. You see that the 3 car is absolutely flying, and this is what you get when you get the change of dynamic. And I think the 333 car just got caught out, wasn't expecting that car to be there, went to take the wide sweep into the left-hander, and then just suddenly had to jink away from making contact with the number 3 car. So through goes Wingat Racing, and he's just as well served to let that car disappear out of harm's way, because he's going to find himself under growing pressure now from 65. Not yet, that's back markers behind them. Where is the 65? Oh no, sorry, it's the other way around. I'm being daft there. It's he was trying to catch up with 65. And in fact, 65, the lead car is now about to be challenged by number 3. So that is some serious pace from the number 3 car now. Wingat Racing Murray, what is he doing? It was only a 105 last time, but you can just see that it's challenging the lead 2 cars. And they're done, and the lead 2 now suddenly go side by side. 65 just about ahead. Or is it? No, I'm looking at the wrong silver car. That was through the window I was looking at there. Sorry, that was the Misty Racing silver car. As the sun comes down, it's just glistening off of a silver car. It got me wrongly uber excited there. 65 is ahead of the number 1 Burton Power Racing. Gilbert behind the wheel of that car now. That's running in 8th as it stands at the moment, with 2 3/4 hours left to go. So across the line, we're now into 2:88. Heading up, we see the number 1 car's now the one that's being passed by the absolutely flying Wingat Racing. They've found an absolute second wind, haven't they, that car? Murray really put in the 3 car through its pace. He's just missed the apex a little bit there, but there is the number 12 Pro-Am Racing, Ollie Fennell, about to put a lap on the Misty Racing 172 car. Where's that 172 running? 20th place, Falconer behind the wheel now. So through goes Ollie Fennell. And in fact, he's got that margin down to just under 4 seconds between him and Ian Perkins, which is then exactly the same, 3.9 between Ian Perkins and the leader. 65 car goes through, puts 289 in the book. There goes the 333. And there goes the number 12. That was the margins live, all up to 4.3 now. So they're kind of matching each other to keep the margin between the top 3 exactly the same. George Wright down in the 103s again now. So the 46 car absolutely flying, becoming unstuck from its challenges course. There he is, the 46 car. That is absolutely on it. You see he's about to catch the number 12 Pro-Am Racing, but it is a lap difference between them. So Ollie Fennell, hopefully he's going to be told you do not need to defend particularly hard. Not that they want to make it easy, because it could impact things later on in the race. So they're going to be trying to keep it there, but he doesn't need to take any undue risks. Well, that car is doing the 63s compared to the 64, 65s for the rest of the field. Someone else sets off the pit lane hooter. So who is coming in here? That's Wingat Racing, isn't it? Yeah, so the number 3, Murray brings that in, having been absolutely flying. Here we go, the challenge from 46. George Wright hurtles it past the number 12. No, he doesn't quite manage it there. A little tail shake from Pro-Am Racing there, but doesn't come fully unstuck. Good momentum down and back up the hill there, though, from George Wright. Up he goes, long before the apex. Nice and cleanly done there from George, on an absolute mission before he hands it over. I wonder if it's going to be his son Jack that's going to do the final stint, because it is only the three of them down racing. Sometimes we've had Katie Milner out racing as well, but not this time. Pro-Am racing there. Thought he was going to sort of see if he can just bolt himself to the back of the 46 car and carry through, but you can see that here comes George Wright about to put a lap on the #1 Burton Power racing car that runs in 8th. So that's 4th versus 8th, and it's done. Pro-Am gets past the Burton Power Racing. There is the 2nd place car, Kahuna's Racing, Ian Perkins. It's quite a margin back he's got over Pro-Am Racing at the moment. 3.7 it was at the line, and it's 4 seconds up the road for the 65 car that is already on the Cooper Straight, as round Graham Hill Bend goes 333. Into the pits has come 41. That's Row Rage Motorsport. Butler was behind the wheel last time. So you see that nobody can touch that car whilst the fuel is going in. They need to keep everything safe. You've got one stood crouching there with the fire extinguisher in hand in case there's any requirement for it. Fuel bales are taken out. Sometimes troublesome fuel cap put in. Now they're clear and they can get to work on the rest of the car. What are they doing? They're looking to jack it up. Are they about to change some tyres on that Row Rage? I do like that name, Row Rage Motorsport. Driver's getting in, and it does indeed look like they're changing that troublesome tyre, the one that he leaned on the most. Goodness me, that looks like a slick, doesn't it? That is... no wonder they're changing that one. There is not much in the way of tread left on that one. That's quite incredible. So no wonder that is going to be taken out. In comes the new one, and it is a properly new one, look, with the coloured lines on it as well. But there is your prime example of why they won't change the tyres unless they really need to. So there is George Wright, number 46, still picking his way back through. And of course, we know that he's already unravelled himself from 3rd place Pro-Am Racing. His next one to unravel himself from is Kahuna's race team, and he's lapping quick enough to be able to do this. He was down in the 63s a moment ago, probably settling into the 64s again now, but it is bottom end of those. But he's going to desperately want to get himself back on that lead lap, because all of a sudden the safety car looks very, very different for him. Or for them, I should say. Thank you to Gary Hill. He said number 5 just spun at Clearways. That's the Wolf Motorsport car. Where's that running at the moment? It's had quite a challenging day today. Well, he's running up in 4th place. Kinner at the wheel of that one. There is the 95 car. After whatever issues befell that car earlier, it is back out and running, albeit down in 29th place. And now 49 laps behind the leader. Bearing in mind it was fighting for the race win. Just catching up on making sure that there's nothing else that has been going on down there in the pit lane that I wasn't necessarily aware of. But as the you can see that the sun is starting to become less pronounced, a mixture of getting considerably lower, but there's also a little bit of cloud cover coming in. And with 2 hours 39 to go, we're not that far. You can see it in the background there over the MSV centre is just a little bit dazzlier. Is that a word? We'll go with it. Into the pits there was the number 6 NJM Racing car. Someone else is coming in the background. And that's number 60, Tango and Crash. But yeah, I think we're expecting, I was going to say the last 2 hours in the dark. But to be fair, we've got 2 hours 39 left to go, so it might be a little bit less than that, I'm not sure. Quite a few coming into the pits now. 64, the other Autotech. There's number 6 serving a penalty. You can see that patched up front left. That's from very early on in the race for that. But 64's come into the pits. There goes George Wright. He's up the inside of the 333. So that's unravelling a lap there on Ian Perkins. Now he's just got Chris Hilson down the road. But that's another 5.8 seconds. So George Wright is really going about this well to try and get himself back onto that lead lap. And as I said, all it then takes is a safety car and the dynamic changes dramatically again. What you'll notice there is that we did not see the Autotech 65 car in the foreground when we were looking along the Cooper Straight there. Oh, no, there's the safety car already. No, it isn't. It's not going to be a safety car. He's managed to get back out, the number 18. Oh, no, something's not quite right on that car because he got out and then went straight back in again. Has he got himself stuck this time? I wonder whether there's damage on that front right, because that just went straight back in again there, didn't it? Gravel trap up at Druids, that is. They're going to be holding off, desperately trying to see if this car can come back. But he's done well to reverse back and get himself out. But again, it's just trying desperately. There he is. Safety car's now been called just at the point that this car, I think, has got himself out. But they're saying no. I'm wondering whether there's some front end damage there, that the wheels aren't pointing in the right direction. It's difficult to tell. That number 18 car, No Nonsense Racing, was running in 9th place, so that's going to be a huge shame for them. Into the pits comes Tango and Crash from earlier. They've now done the refueling. So then that they also, unsurprisingly, are now setting about changing that troublesome front left again. Look at it. Look at the state of that front left. There's not a lot of life left on that compared to this that you'll see now suddenly appearing as the safety car is collecting up this field. They have managed to get the 18 car pushed back out of the gravel, but it's still not driving off. So could that be the telltale sign that there's some damage? So for George Wright, I think that's come kind of maybe a few laps too soon, because he's not going to be fully on the lead lap, but he's going to be an awful lot closer to the race leader, number 65. I'm just waiting for it to all settle itself down so we can then see who's sat behind the safety car. The driver of that 18 is indeed out of the car, so yeah, as suspected, damage towards the front of that means that it was able to reverse out, and as it went to turn right, it went straight. So I think the front right might be the one that's damaged that we couldn't see. But there is the 4th place 46 car, Milner Racing, George Wright. The sun starts to set over this beautiful Brands Hatch Indy circuit, the amphitheatre of a circuit that really puts on some wonderful displays. One of the most enjoyable events I cover here each year is the American Speed Fest, with the Euro NASCARs and Legends and pickups and Bernie's V8s and all sorts of other things. Real American pomp and ceremony, both on and off track. And it's so perfect in this amphitheatre. Next weekend, we've got the trucks here, and you've got to say that's perfect for that. But what you can see in the background there, that view is going to be an incredible view of one of the biggest, if not the biggest, firework displays. It certainly used to be Kent, possibly even wider than that. So get yourself down here, Sunday the 3rd of November, next Sunday, and you not only get some wonderful racing, you get just this whopping great big firework display. And to be down in this bowl of a circuit is just perfect for it. It really is. Looking at the recovery going on, it does look like they're pulling that 18 car backwards to start with. Then they'll unhook, because as I say, I'm suspecting that they're not going to be able to drive that one. The driver is still there with his helmet on, ready to jump in if he can. You see at the top of your picture there as they go through that great sort of finger of the track section where they go up the hill to the Druids hairpin and then plunging back down again, and they have to brake for that left-hander at the bottom of the hill, Graham Hill Bend, at a point where the car's just trying to push on. They need to get it right because they'll carry that speed all the way down through the along the Cooper Straight, ready for the left-hander at the end, Surtees, and the rapid change of direction to the right-hander of McLaren. Clearways, Clark Curve, the never-ending right-hand, multiple corner names, but just feels never-ending with different levels of tightness. And then it brings them back onto the Brabham Straight to complete another lap on this very rapid, even in these cars, 63, 64 seconds a lap that they're doing around this circuit. Someone else diving into the pits. Who have we got? I think it's number 55, Cash Strapped, down in 27th place. But there is that number 18. Well, it doesn't look like they're pointing. Well, certainly the right front is pointing straight forward, but it just didn't look like it was doing what the driver was expecting earlier as they attempted to pull away. The mighty recovery crew, they've been rather busy here. Have the Orange Army, the recovery crew. Thank you again for your incredible hard work over this duration, long duration, for them all to be out there permanently working on this. Oh yes, something's really not right with that that front. Yeah, see, it's not steering, so they're actually having to physically get that tyre pointed in the direction they need it. Brilliant job by the crews there. Get it up onto that flatbed, get it secured, and then hoik it back up onto the truck, and then they'll be able to bring that round to the pit lane, see whether they're able to get that out on the circuit. Remember, the last hour, you're not able to get back into the race, whereas at least at this point, with 2.5 still to go, they'll be able to attempt to get that out. There is Cash Strapped. Smith has jumped out of that this time round. Somebody was raring to get in the car and get going, unless that was just their warm-up before they go, and that was it. That's all they need to do, no problem. Okay, so in terms of behind the safety car, as that light, its sun is very low and very dazzling, even in this commentary box now. I've made the mistake of looking at the sun. So I can't see a thing now. I've just got this blind patch in the front of my eyes. Great shot there of that transition from the left-hander to the right-hander. You need to really thread the eye of the needle. So let's have a look. Behind the safety car, so it's not the leaders yet. They'll be waved through at the right time. It's actually the number 2, then the 275. Then we get the race leader, 65. Then we've got another 1 back marker before George Wright. So this has suddenly made it much more plausible, if George has still got the pace we've been seeing recently, to get himself back onto that lead lap. So that does show you that this probably happened for him a handful of laps too soon. And I suspect this is the last lap of the safety car, because the car has now been taken down the Cooper Straight. It's going to go right at the end and bring it into the back of the pit lane, and we'll be able to get this action back underway very shortly. Well, I'm not sure what's happened here. The safety car is waving everybody through. Now, the race leader was directly behind it. It did wave through a couple of others, but it's now waved through everyone. Unless, was that the 64 car that was behind it? I didn't think it was. I thought it was 65. Let me have a look. Yes, it was. So it's waved through the race leader and another back marker, and then the 46 car and 333. So I'm not sure whether that's a little mistake or whether they just needed to do that because they'd got everything wrong. No, the safety car is now waving everybody through. I think they just went a car too many. So through goes the whole field. I guess, you know, even if it was just slightly by mistake, once that's been done, then they need to get it completely sorted. So the whole field. Oh no, I hope that I've got a horrible feeling they've just made a mistake, because they've now picked up the 64 car, which is the sister Autotech Motorsport, that's down in 12th place. Or is that just because they got to the Druids hairpin? I have a feeling that they, in fact, no, it's not. It's the Misty Racing car. So I'm not quite sure what has happened here. The good news is I don't think it's really going to make any great difference on the race, because it has let all of those lead cars through. So they're going to be sat there line astern. It just means that they're now going to be at the back of the field, oddly enough. Now everybody's going. So there is the stricken car, number 18. That's good. And it looks like they're going to get it in the garage and try the hardest. But you look, they're having to absolutely welly that. There's Lawrence Davey with his the fire overalls round his waist, pushing one of his cars in. And they'll be now working on it to try and get it sorted. They've got time to be able to do it. Safety car. The car's just behind it now is number 21. That's the K&F Racing. Barson behind the wheel, running in 23rd place. So they're just sort of letting chunks of them through at a time just to manage the safety of the situation. Now we're only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars back, the race leader now. So I'd imagine that Hilson's probably going to be gutted because, you know, there we go. So it's going to get sorted. So they've just waving the rest through. So they're going to pick up the race leader. And I think that even the race leader, when he was being waved through a couple of laps ago, was probably going, you sure? But you just follow the instructions, do as you're told. My wife will always say that I do as I'm told. Honest. The leaders are now there because Chris Hilson's going to want to just scamper off into the distance, because he does not want to allow that 46 car back onto the lead lap. Safety car deliberately going steady now, so that it's allowing everybody. Look at the damage there from where the 46 car made contact with the rear up at Druids. It's taken a big old hit there, but luckily it hit the bodywork rather than the wheel, so they got away with that. But it's going very steady to give the opportunity for all of the cars to join up. The sun gets ever lower. And we'll have that interesting challenge when sun disappears altogether and we go into the dark, which is what they qualified in. Sort of into the dark is the best way of explaining it. Excuse me. They are working furiously on that number 18 car. We've just got one last gaggle of cars to catch up to this field, and they're doing a great job. We've got nobody that's not followed the rules. We see it regularly where someone just takes it steady and doesn't catch up with the field as they're supposed to do. Everybody's behaved properly with this one. They're now on the back of the safety car train, so that now means what I suspect you'll see is that the safety car will accelerate away, not at full speed, but it will pick up speed to get them back under racing condition fairly soon, because I can't see anything anywhere else that needs any attention around the circuit. So we're going to be good to go. Yep, it's picked up speed a little bit now, just pulling away from the field. Doesn't need to slow them to get them into that constant line. They are now behaving themselves properly. We're going to start seeing lights coming on fairly soon, I suspect. I did miss the fact that we went over 300 laps a little while ago. 305 in the book now. There we go. Lights go off on the safety car. We're going to be going green at the end of this lap, as I suspected. Now, it does look like Chris Hilson's gone too early, because he's now got to check that one back up again behind the safety car. He has. He's gone too soon in that 65, which means the cars behind are able to catch up. So no benefit gained from that this time. Just a smidge too soon. It's not causing him a problem, but probably not the advantage he was hoping for, because directly behind him is one of the back markers, albeit a quick one in that 180 Shine Automotive, French behind the wheel. But there goes George Wright up the inside of the 180 car. And his next target is indeed that number 65 car. It's not for position, but it will then put the Milner Racing team back on the lead lap, despite the challenges that they've had in these early stages, or in this sort of latter stages of the race, should I say. Down Graham Hill Bend into the pits has come, is that 275? Yes, it is. Team Lifeline come in now. I can only assume that's an issue, because you wouldn't wait until the safety car's gone in tactically. Shine Automotive 180 has actually stayed with these two cars. I was going to say the lead two cars on the track as it stands, but not on the timing, because, as I say, George Wright running in fourth in that 46 car. Chris Hilson now desperately trying to keep. I'm sure the team has said, do not let George Wright through. And suddenly down in the 104s for Chris Hilson. He's certainly putting in some good lap times now. Looks like Pro-Am Racing has struggled to get. Is that Pro-Am there? Yeah, it is. That's just been passed by GM Racing, the 81 car, sorry, 81 car. Not for position, but, or am I wrong? No, sorry, not that one. The 333 car that was, sorry. The 333 Kahuna's Racing. Perkins has just been passed by Stapleton in the GM Performance. Remember, Stapleton was running in fourth place very comfortably in the early stages. Not challenging the top three necessarily, but no one else was able to put any pressure on him. Has to be settling for sixth position at the moment, and is a lap down on the Boston Racing 888 car. But you know, we've seen that. We were talking about how far back Milner Racing were, and they are looking like they're about to make up some places. Drive-through penalties for 11, which is the 11 tenths Racing. They've had a difficult one. 44, which is, where's that one running at the moment? 21st for Graves Motorsport. 46. Oh no, Milner Racing have picked up another drive-through penalty just as they're trying to get themselves onto that lead lap. They've got to come through again. They've become kind of almost the punching bags of this race in this middle stint, haven't they, really? 141 Car Motion that's running in 9th has also got a drive-through penalty as well. Just as we're looking at this challenge maybe coming in soon. Oof, and that's a little bit out of shape there from the race leader, Chris Hilson, but just wrestles that back round. And I'm pleased to report the 18 car is just about to head back out again onto the circuit. So that was the one that brought out the last safety car with wheels not pointing in the right directions. But is back out just in front of these two, actually. But 65, with his window still open, not the quickest way to go. Burton Power Racing, number 1, comes in. So again, slightly unusual. But heading up past the recovering number 18. Side by side, George Wright tries to go around the outside. Doesn't quite work for him in there. Is he going to dive up the inside down at Graham Hill Bend? How hard is... well, there's the answer. I was about to say, how hard is Hilson going to fight? And the answer is he's not, especially if he's seen that the 46 has got another drive-through penalty. He knows that he definitely doesn't need to fight, because although officially that puts Milner Racing back on the lead lap, that's about to evaporate again, sadly, for them when they come back in again. I'm sure they're going to be hugely frustrated with that. In fact, into the pits comes the race leader. So the 65 car dives into the pits for a normal stop. There's no drive-through as far as I'm aware here. But George Wright comes under the gantry to see that drive-through penalty. The team presumably will be aware, and they'll be telling him he's going to have to come in. Otherwise, it starts getting even bigger. So up into the lead goes 333, Kahuna's race team, Ian Perkins, the metallic green, but in comes 65. Grinds to a halt. Hilson, out he climbs. Oh, gets a little bit stuck there, but out he comes. Fuel now goes in, so nothing else can happen to that car as it stands at the moment. They'll need to get that finished first and foremost. So in the background there, you can just see the two cars together. The lead one of those two is the 333 that is now in the lead of the race. 310 laps completed for Ian Perkins. It's one of the back markers that's keeping him honest just behind. Still no drive-through being served just yet from the number 46. Assuming that's not an old message that I'm seeing there, but the other ones have disappeared off it, so I'm assuming that is legitimately there. Trundling down the pits, you'll just see it come past the 65 in a second. Will be the number 1 Burton Power Racing. Oh, no, you would have done, but it just cut away from there. There is the 333 car. That's about to be passed by one of the back markers. I think that's Orca Racing, isn't it, that's just gone through there. Out comes number 1. There we go, Burton Power Racing. So 65 is still down there. An awful lot of fuel going in because they're still refueling it now. That's quite a steady refuel for that one. And it's already dropped down to 5th place now. Goodness me. So the 888 Boston Racing's gone up. Are we going to see... Yep, into the pits now comes that 46 car. So the drive-through now being served, keeping everything out of harm's way. The refueling's finished on the 65. In gets the next driver. So 65, Alec Livesley is going to be the one who's doing the excuse me, the final stint. And of course they can now go to the end. 2 hours 16 left to go. Drive-through completed by Milner Racing. So George Wright goes back out again. And he's got to do all that hard work again. Talking about hard work, the lead two are back together, absolutely together, coming down towards Graham Hill Bend. 333 that is in the lead at the moment. Not these two, that's a bit further back, the 64 and 121 cars. I don't think that's for position, but there you go. Look at the green car. Directly behind it is Pro-Am Racing, number 12. So that is the fight for the lead. Turned left at Surtees. I don't know why I added an extra E in Surtees there, but it is all over the back of Kahuna's Racing for Pro-Am. Oh, in fact, up the inside, was that a little mistake from Kahuna's Racing potentially there, because diving up the inside, in fact, into the pits comes Kahuna's Racing. So that's what it was, is that he was about to dive towards the pits to serve their pit stop. That is Perkins going to be jumping out of that. So into the lead goes the number 12 Pro-Am Racing. And it is a legitimate pit stop for 333. Into the box, taped out on the ground for those guys. And serving their stop. Oh, goodness me, there's nothing friendly about that one, is there? I don't think it was supposed to quite go like that. I think the driver just... I think they all found that funny / apologetic to him as well. Out of the harm's way so that the refuelling can go on. So Pro-Am Racing in the lead. What's George Wright going to be able to do here? They are going to be pit stopping again. It will be interesting to see who they've decided is actually going to do their final stint. But there's Ollie Fennell. Into the lead of the race he goes for Pro-Am. The pit lane hooter goes off again. 141 car motion comes in. There's a few of them making their way in now. These will be drivers that will have already agreed that they're doing the night stint. So up into second place now for George Wright in the number 46. Stop-go penalty for car number 65. Oh, so Autotech Motorsport have got a stop-go penalty. So they've been deemed to have done something wrong. I don't know whether it was track limits or whether it was within that pit stop, that maybe they used too many people, or they were touching it when it was being refueled, something like that. But across the line, and the 65 car will now see that, and it is Alec Livesey that is at the wheel, and that could be it could be huge for them. Up into third place now goes GM Performance, Stapleton in the 81 car. But out into the pits goes out from the pits goes 333 Kahuna's Racing, and he comes out just ahead of Pro-Am Racing on the road. But of course Ollie Fennell is ahead on laps, and in fact up goes Pro-Am Racing, and move done, but it didn't matter because it was a couple of laps difference there between the two of them, with Pro-Am Racing presumably yet to stop. Four-wheel backed it up into Graham Hill Bend there. 888 Boston Racing into the pits, 14 from 5th place, 7th place 49 LDR Performance. Bywater brings that car in as well. So we're starting to see what will probably be the happy 40th birthday, Lawrence, there it says on that car. See, they say it a bit nicer, don't they, whereas I just took the mickey out of him. And there he is, Lawrence Davey in his overalls, ready to keep the car and drivers and crew safe when the pit stop, the refueling happens. There's the 11/10th. That looked potentially like a drive through there, was it? No, actually that was a general pit stop by the looks of it. 2 minutes odd. So these two back racing again, not for the first time, but they are separated by 2 laps between them. Which hence, I say, it does very strongly suggest that we're going to yet see another pit stop for Pro-Am Racing. So several people have predicted that they're going to get the race victory. Here is the 65 car coming in to serve its stop-go. Get that one done. Through again goes the 12 and the 333 cars. So that is doing them a lot of damage there. There is 46, George Wright in a second place, albeit a lap down on Pro-Am Racing. Through he goes. Back out after the stop-go for 65. does suggest that it is getting a wee bit too hot in that car for the drivers, because that's different drivers that have had that window fairly considerably open. Might become less of an issue as that sun's dropping. The temperature is definitely dropping with it. Oh, I missed that completely. Thanks, Sam Pearce. Where did that happen? Because I can't believe I missed that. But obviously, there's quite a lot of angles to be trying to look at, with the stream feed as well having to be the focus. But 65 having a bit of a moment, and it does look like the 65 Autotech Motorsport. Presumably that was when Livesley was out in it. Oh, and the Triple Eight's just had a moment. I thought I saw the 46 car going past someone that was not at full speed, and that is the 6th place Boston Racing getting back up to speed. But yeah, sorry, the 65 looks like it had a moment with 275. Almost suggests that was heading down to Graham Hill Bend. I might be wrong from the how close that photo is. Thanks, Sam Pearce, appreciate that, mate. So 49 still getting everything finished. .46 with 65 behind it. These two back close together. We saw how that went earlier, didn't we? Stop go penalty for number 18 as well. Now it says stop go for 64. So goodness me. So both Autotech have picked up penalties. The number 18, bless them, that was the one, No Nonsense Racing, that brought out the safety car with the damage, but they've now got to do a stop-go penalty as well. 64 comes in. Don't just drive through. Yeah, good. It's peeling over, ready for the stop-go as well, with a particular amount of time that it needs to serve there. Oh, and number 3, Wingat Racing is having to serve one as well. And off they go. In the background, the 180 was just coming down in. Or was that heading back out? Let's have a look. Shine Automotive. It may have been a drive through then, but I didn't see any penalty. 3 minutes 4. So no, Shine Automotive was in serving a normal stop. Cool, that's a long stop go there for the 64 car. I think the problem is that there's so many penalties that are given out and variations on, is that they don't put them up on the TSL screen. Right, so that picks up. I saw it, the tail end of it. So Connor Ambrose says that Triple Eight just had a massive spin coming out of Clark Curve, dropped rear wheel into the gravel and spun across the track. Goodness me, that explains it, because I saw a car as 46 went through, and then saw that one going steady down the start-finish straight. So that'll be what happened to Boston Racing, but still in 6th place for them. So thank you to Connor Ambrose. And Sam Pearce does confirm. Oh yeah, I was watching the pit stop, says Sam Pearce, as the 65's moment down at Graham Hill Bend. So at least I guessed it from the photo. At least I could do that part right. This is where I'm used to having more than just me up here, is that you have eyes everywhere and different people doing different things. So apologies when I miss things. But Ollie Fennell continues in the lead of the race in the number 12 Pro-Am Racing. And he's still managing to make sure that Milnair Racing's not on the lead lap yet. That one will have to stop. Just not sure at what point that will be. So Pro-Am Racing is still glued to the back of the 333 car of Kahuna's Racing, but not on the same lap. There is the patched up number 18. So Pro-Am Racing, 321 laps. Milnair Racing in second, 46 on 320 laps. 319 in third for the 81 GM Performance of Stapleton. Costa Kritzis is back at the wheel of that 333 car, and we know that he was flying earlier. So he's Oh, thank you to Tom. Farrell. He said stop go a minimum of 1 minute. 64 is likely track limits, as they've already had a drive through. 65 probably number of team members on the car during the pit stop. I did wonder that, didn't I? I said that was my suspicion on that one. 114 has got a drive through penalty as well. So the penalties are coming thicker and faster when we get to these latter stages, with all accruing. There's Ollie Fennell. I wonder how close to the end of the race he's going to go. So lights definitely coming on a lot of these cars now, and I imagine they'll have a moment where they will inform all of the drivers and teams and everything like that they need their lights on. Funny enough, 114 has been told he's got a drive-through penalty, but he's in the pits at the moment. They've just done a normal pit stop, so presumably that car will head out of the pits, and well, I think they're still waving it to the on the start-finish straight rather than the pit lane. It just went behind them there, so they're going to have to wait for that car to go round again. Sometimes they sort of suddenly turn around and show it behind. So we're 2 3/4 minutes away from dripping into the last 2 hours of the 2024 IndyCar 500. 500 minutes of racing in these Ford cars. So heading towards the line to put 3.25 laps in the book goes Ollie Fennell in Pro-Am racing number 12, and there is the 46 car in second place, George Wright. But that is how far he is away from being able to get onto that lead lap. But he's lapping metronomically again in the 103s, which you have to say, kudos, is that they are all as quick as each other in that 46 car, which is why they're such a formidable group. The 114 did know about the penalty, because it's come straight in now to serve its drive-through. Regular squawking of the pit lane hooter, and in comes 141, the 7th place car motion. It's another car that's featured in the early stages, wasn't it? 22 AFK Racing, but finds itself down in 10th place with Berg behind the wheel now. Stop-go penalty for number 11. Wow, 11 tenths racing. They'll feel hard done by, because so much has been going on for those guys, and they've got to now serve a stop-go. There's the patched up number 6. That's a great shot, that is, isn't it? You see the damage and the whimsical middle distance there of the refueler. Looks like they're about to go for a tyre change, although it does not look like a brand new tyre ready to go on that, just better than the one that's on there, I suspect. 172 Misty Racing comes in as well. There is the third place car, number 81. So GM Performance, Stapleton at the wheel. They've got themselves back up into a podium position as it stands at the moment, but they're going to be stopping. Nice shot there of the 333 car, Kahuna Racing, Costa Kuritzis, that sort of just rear end. Again, you see it there, that they like the rear ends very loose. I'm sure there's a better way for me to put that, but it's the easiest way to say it. So they'll happily have that rotate with the front wheel drive, that they can suddenly pick back up again on the throttle and just drag itself round. And that was 2 corners in a row that you could really see that happening on that 333 car. As we said, Costa Kuritzis, very quick driver in general, but finds himself in 4th place at the moment. Didn't quite clock when they came in, because they may have finished their pit stops in that 333. Second stint for Costa Kuritzis. And I know that we had Ian Perkins out for a good while, diving up the inside of one of the back markers. Nicely done. Oh dear, we've got into the pit someone with a lot of damage on the front. I could hear tyre screeching, and it wasn't someone loosening it, and it's the 64 car that the front has clearly failed on that one. You could hear it tyre screeching all the way down the pit lane, and you'll be able to see at some point there's like a black line all the way down the pit lane as they bring that one in, and they're going to get back to work on that with less than 2 hours now to go. 1 hour 57. So yeah, you can see the jaunty angle there. The gloves have to go on because that's going to be absolutely scorching hot. And they'll take that off and try to get that 64 car back out there. Quite a number of cars are in the pits now. 22 AFK Racing, I said about that one earlier, so Berg brings that one in. 141 Car Motion. I think that's been in for a little while, actually. Although they are still refueling. It's not a quick job, is it, to do that? 64 we've just seen come in. There it is with that damage. 6 NJM Racing. That was the one that was patched up at the front with that whimsical shot. Misty Racing 172 was brought back in as well. Now 275 Team Lifeline. I have a horrible feeling that has possibly been in for a little while. There is 2nd and 5th line astern with differing laps between them, I'm afraid to say, from a spectacle position perspective. It's easy to say, isn't it? But there is 65. And we had our race leader just going up the inside of one of the back markers there, and he's got away with it, so that's ended okay. In fairness, you've got to say that at the moment, Livesley is looking very racy there on the back of a driver that we know is ridiculously quick in that 46 car, George Wright. And they're kind of keeping each other rather honest, to say the least. Drive-through penalty for 333. That's not good. Costa Kuritzis just broken the track limits rules and he's going to have to come in and serve a drive-through. That is not what they'll have wanted there. Sat in 4th place with their eyes desperately trying to be trained on the podium positions, but that does suddenly cause it a bit of an issue there. So it's going to be less than 2 hours worth of dark racing, because we're below that now, And we're not quite at dark. We're certainly at dusk. Oh, they are really having to work hard to get that ground off. See, we haven't had to get to the trucks and fireworks display next week to wait for the sparks to fly. My daughter used to love waving those sparklers, and that's what it looked like there. Now about to turn 13 and too cool for school, as they say. We're now starting to get the cars with their funky lights on their roofs, etc. now. I don't know how well you'll see that actually on the cameras, because it does a great job of making it look lighter than it actually is. 333 is in, serving its drive-through now, so Costa Kritzis trundles down the pit lane. It was just a drive-through, so that's fine. Stop goes, though, for 74. So the 74 car, Orca Sport, in 16th place. 64, well, that's in the pits being worked on at the moment, so that's harsh. Bessel, Autotech Motorsport, they need to repair that first. And the 55 car, Cash Strapped Racing, down in 26th place. So there's a few of them have had a real dig to the ribs with that, where race is not particularly going their way. And that looked like 888 Boston Racing getting up close and personal with the 333 car then. Turn right, did I interpret that? Yes, it is. Boston Racing on the road just ahead. And it looks like 95 behind them, but sadly, obviously, as we know, Cadoodle-Doo Racing is a long way back with all of the penalties. Into the pits now comes Milnair Racing. They're waving very loud and clear to make sure they know where to stop. So George Wright brings it in, and it is indeed Jack Wright that's going to be going out in that car. That's going to be the most interesting story. Last year, they were second by 4 seconds. This time, they are determined to get up onto that top step in the IndyCar 500 for the first time. The moment they're going to get the fuel in. We know that cars around them are yet to do a stop, but we don't quite know if all of them will. Jack Wright just there prowling, ready to get out there and do this one. There is your race leader, Ollie Fennell, in the Pro-Am Racing. Comes around Clark Curve, onto the Brabham Straight. What's this going to do? 334 laps in the book. Look at him. Jack just wants to get out in that car. Don't touch the car, Jack, whatever you do. They are going to change that front left by the looks of it as well. That's one of the tough jugs finished with. Second one goes in. You'll see that's only half a jug there, making sure there's a bit of air ahead of it. Into the pits comes that 55 Cash Strap Racing. That's serving its drive-through penalty. No lights on that one yet, so I'm sure they're going to get told to turn their lights on very soon. Up into third now goes Kahuna's Racing. Costa Kritzis jumps up ahead of Milnair Racing. Milnair down to fourth now because GM Performance 81 is up into second as it stands. Also into the pits has come to serve a penalty the 74 car of Orca Sport. Hassan behind the wheel this time. Great race between the 888 and 333. That's not the first time we've seen that. The bad news is they are separated by 2 laps, I think, between these two. But they are third and sixth respectively. In fact, 6th and 3rd if we do it in the correct order they're running, because 333 is in third again. He does love the threes, that car, doesn't it? It's the magic number. You're welcome that I'm not singing it, by the way. Wouldn't do that to you. 46 now, push back, and is about to head back out onto circuit. So Jack Wright, no lights on just yet. Hopefully he's going to get those lights turned on imminently, because it does need lights now. I think he has. Certainly from the rear now, it looks like he's got some lights on that car. So rejoins in 5th position. and has now got a fair bit of daylight between himself and the next car circulating. It does look like all cars have now got their lights on, which is good. We don't have anyone getting any kind of trouble for that. Yeah, unsurprising. I knew it would happen at some point. We've got the lights on symbol. I can look across to the hospitality box, and there's a whole group of people. They've got lights on in there now as well, with the lights open. Sorry, windows open even, so that they can still see. Ah, there's another hospitality box up there. Hello! You appeared from the gloom. There's more than I realised up there, so it's great to see the gaggles of people here enjoying it. Who's coming to the pits now? All I can see is headlights. This is where it gets a little bit more challenging to commentate. He says as though it wasn't to be commentating on my own from up here anyway, but now that we get the headlights, it was 55? Yes, it is, the 55 car. They struggled to see where their crew was, and that's an interesting one that I hadn't thought of. If they come in the darker hours now, they might not be fully aware of where their crew is. I'm very impressed as well to see there's quite a few of you still sat up in the Paddock Hill grandstand there as well. Greetings to all of you up there, you hardy souls, you. Absolutely glued to this. And I can imagine this is going to be some pretty impressive photos or videos you're going to get with the lights, the headlights, and the coloured lights that they put over different parts of this circuit. So greetings to you all up there, sort of looking around to see wherever. We've got a few over on the south bank as well. Sensibly sat in your cars. I can imagine that's a lot warmer sat in your cars over there. Same as I think there's, well, definitely opposite our commentary box. There's still plenty of you on the banks along the start-finish straight as well. Starting to wrap up a little bit warmer now, aren't you? 64 comes down the pit lane, so they've managed to get that one fixed. It's now serving its penalty at the end of the pit lane as well. Car 2 lights on, so car 2 has not turns. In fact, here it comes now. It kind of sticks out like a sore thumb at the moment. In fact, that's not, yes it is, car 2. There we go. The lights are on. They've suddenly gone, oops, sorry boss, on go the lights. Everything's fine. So that's the only one we had to be specific to, I think, as well. So that was a good job for the rest of the drivers. And it's fair to say that it's considerably darker for them now, and that's still with an hour 47 left to go. So car number 12, Pro-Am Racing, Ollie Fennell leads the way, 338 laps on the board. Second place, number 81, GM Performance, Stapleton at the wheel. That's 1 lap back. In third place, 333, Kahuna's Racing, Costa Curtis at the wheel. That is a further lap back as well. 65, Autotech Motorsport, Livesley in fourth place. And then in fifth place is number 46, Milnair Racing. Jack right behind the wheel, and he's going to have the bit between his teeth now, isn't he? Oh my gosh, I can't believe what I've just seen. Stop-go penalty, 41. So that is Row Rage Motorsport. Stop-go penalty, 46. Milnair Racing have got another stop-go penalty. This has been a very challenging day for them, and despite the fact that those guys are just always smiling, I have a suspicion they might not be as much as they normally do, sadly, which is a huge shame because they are great characters. Into the pits comes the second place car, number 81. So GM Performance brings their car in to do what we would assume is their final pit stop. The team are waving to get Stapleton's attention, and that will come in, serve its final stop. So here it is, just being ushered in. No, and he nearly missed it. Did you miss a big person there waving at the car, even in the dark? It's lit down in the pit lane, so I'm surprised it nearly missed it there. But in it comes, get the driver out. They're ready to refuel. Door shut, moved away, and now they get the refueling underway. Well, they still get the fuel cap off first. So up into second place now goes 333. You see the green car just there on the stream. There it is in second place now for Costa Crucis, Kahuna's race team. The 81 on the picture-in-picture drops down to third place next. Are we going to see 65 leapfrog it as makes its way round? Triple Eight there getting involved in a bit of a battle with the 11/10 racing, not for position, but just still having a bit of fun out there on the circuit. Into the pits now, 41 row raid, so this is for the stop-go penalty for them. Coming along the start-finish straight, hugging the pit wall there for 46. Jumps up into fourth place now, so third for 65 Autotech Motorsport. Fourth for 46 Milnair Racing. 81 in the pits at the moment, drops down to fifth place as it stands. There is the 333 car on the stream, running in second place. I don't know whether they've finished their stops or not. It's very possible that they're done and dusted. And I'm sure that Pro-Am Racing are going to be pitting again. In fact, they have to, because we're now talking an hour and 43 left to go, and Ollie Fennell's been in the car for longer than 40 minutes, I'm sure he has. Into the pits now. Oh, and we've got somebody off at Paddock Hill, and in fact that car has gone through the gravel, and that's 55, and it's actually on top of the barrier on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend, so that's going to be an instant safety car, and that car is upside down on the barrier, on the tyre wall I mean, so the marshals are already over there. So safety car brings this to an immediate bit of control. So that car has gone through the gravel and rolled. I think the biggest problem that they'll have there is just getting that off the barriers, to be honest with you. It just happens to be that's where it's gone, and it's just nestled itself up onto the top of the tyres. So you can see that it's disappeared over to the right. So safety car comes out and brings everyone to heel. Is this the opportunity there for Pro-Am Racing to make it stop? I'm assuming that it's going to do one more. Kahuna's Racing, I just don't know whether they're finished or not. 65 has finished its stops. It's sat there running in third place at the moment. Boston Racing is up into fourth, because I missed that. The 46 car did make its stop. Drive through or stop-go penalty.
Yeah, it went from, didn't have a 9, it went from 6 to 2.
The good news is that the driver is out and chatting to the marshals, and they're more now focused on what they're going to do to try and get that car out at the moment. But the driver is just stood chatting to the officials over there, so that's good news. So you can see that there's nobody left in that car. They're just trying to work out what to do with that one now. The driver out and A-OK, which is the most important thing from that one. Pro-Am are into the pits, so I suspected as much. So into the pits comes Pro-Am Racing, car number 12, from the lead of the race. They're going to hope now that there's plenty of time to get that sorted and back out again. They are a lap ahead of Kahuna's Racing. That is now going to be unravelling itself as we speak. The safety car is heading down the Cooper Straight at the moment. So there you go. There is the car that was in the lead. Can't quite make out who that is that's going to jump in there. I'm going to have to turn the lights on in the commentary box fairly soon. But in the number 12... I think is it going to be Richard Jepp, which could be very interesting. That car is going to be super quick with Richard Jepp. I know he has been out because Tom O'Farrell said that Richard Jepp really quick. He gained 10 plus places in his stint. So I'll let it just work itself out and see who it is that's going to be heading out in that number 12. Actually, is it Louis Harvey again? It is, you know, isn't it? No, well, I'll just wait and see. Oh, no, that is Jepp. Thank you, Tom. So Tom Jepp started... not Tom Jepp, sorry. Richard Jepp started that race. So I should have trusted myself there, shouldn't I, of suspecting that. As soon as I questioned myself, that was it. No chance of recovery. So the number 12 car trundles down. Now the others have gone through. So actually it means it's showing on the timing. I need to probably let it sort of circle through one more time. But yeah, there you go. So Pro-Am Racing still in the lead after that, and Jepp. This could be. Are they going to do it 2 years in succession? And Tom O'Farrell, who did say that he believed that they were going to do it if he felt so inclined that series to put his money on. And at the moment, it is looking very strong for them. But we've seen, you know, penalties coming in. We've got the stricken car is now just being hoisted up in the air. That's quite a dramatic shot. I'm seeing on the CCTV camera here that's just being hoiked up. As I say, the driver's fine and they're already got him taken care of. But that car is just being dragged up into the air because it was on top of the tyres. So I don't think that one's going to be rejoining. It's not into that final hour, so officially it could do, but I'm not sure it's looking in its best health. So there's quite a few of you actually down there on the spectator bank as well, just the other side of the fence. Hi to you all. Quite a few hooters going on with cars coming in to do pit stops. Number 3, Wingat Racing. 21 K&F Racing, I think they've come in as well. The interesting one will be is whether they do actually wave these cars through or not to pick up the race leader. The race leader is directly behind the 46 car of Jack Wright, who is sat in 5th position. 3 laps, well, just fractionally under 3 laps difference between the two. There you go. You got the image of that car unceremoniously being picked up from on top of the barrier. I think they'll just plop that down now and get it turned back onto its wheels. Great sign of the strength of that the driver was out and stood chatting to the marshals. Of course, he'll still be taken to the medical centre, because when you take those G-forces, then you are checked out these days, in particular with any concussion protocols that are in place. They have to make sure that they are A-OK before they're released to be able to even consider carrying on. So they're very gently put back down on to the gravel. The door was very clearly unceremoniously opened so that they could get the driver out safely. Row Rage Motorsport 41 comes back into the pits, and they are about to do last refueling. Also, the 711 Mauricio Motorsport has come back in as well. Good to see that one still going, because they've had issues throughout as well. But there is on the screen number 3, Wingat Racing. Murray was at the wheel when they brought that back in again. And they're strapping the next driver back in. So they have now got the stricken car back onto its wheels, by the way, in the gravel trap. So a great job there. Now they'll pick it back up and move it out of the way. There you go. You see it in the background. It's back on its wheels. Not got quite as much glass in it anymore, does it? So I think that is the end of the race for the 55 car, I'm afraid. Interestingly, the end of the pit lane's on red, and I'm not entirely sure why. So there's the 21 car at the end of the pit lane not being allowed out. The safety car's back on the Cooper straight, but it is sat at red. Oh no, it's actually, I tell a lie, it's now just coming into Clark Curve. So it was possibly, could have been on green at that point, but they've decided to hold it, and it's going to be at the back of this this train. Good news is I don't think it's too big an issue. Because the 21 car, where was it running? 22nd place for K&F Racing. I'd imagine it'll probably sit there thinking, right, at last the safety car's coming through, and we'll be gutted that it was held there for quite so long. Nearly about to tick into just an hour and a half left in this 8 hours 20-minute race. So Tom O'Farrell also saying is that he reckons it would be great for Pro-Am if the safety car waves everyone through. I agree, so that it can get going. The bad news for it will be that there'll be more cars on that lead lap going into this last stage, and it makes it a little bit more tricky if suddenly they pick up any kind of penalties in the dying 92.5 minutes. So the stricken car has been sort of carried out of the gravel trap on its wheels, put onto the curbing in effect, so that then the flatbed can get it up onto itself. So there you go, it's behind that, just about to be hoiked onto the back of that. But you see the snatch vehicle did a great job of getting it off the barrier, gently settling it down. Then the Mighty Orange Army got it rolled over, and then it picked it up again and carried it so that it could put it on its wheels back onto the curbing. And now they'll try and get that up onto the flatbed and get it out of harm's way. And the rest of the crew will then be able to get themselves out of harm's way, and we'll be able to get the race back underway. So let's have a look. Statistics. Total laps we've done so far in this race. 9,992 laps have been done in total. So next time round we'll be ticking over the 10,000. Covered 12,069.79 miles. We've had 206 pit stops. And I was just looking, because I could have sworn that it says things like how many safety cars we've had. I'd have to count them up. One. Oh no, that goes up too quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is the 7th safety car we've had in this one. So 41, Row Rage Motorsport, they've been stopped at the end of the pit lane because the safety car is just coming past the pit exit. I think you can see on the pictures you're looking at is that, again, it is making it look a little bit brighter than it is, I can assure you, but I think you'll get a fair idea with the glare from those headlights that it's definitely beyond dusk here. A great sight of those cars. The light in the background you see there from the garage is lighted there. That's what's lighting up the pit lane here. One of the teams there having a look with a little bit of concern at one of the wheels there, so they're not happy with something. Now I'm just going to play around with the tyre pressures. Now that does mean that suggests that somebody is yet to come back in again. They're just testing that and they're looking at something. So somebody believed that there was a puncture of some description on their tyre by the looks of that. Right, actually, it is changed at the top of the field, and I'm not sure what's happened here because 333 is now showing as the leader. Costa Kritzis, Kahuna's Racing. Second is Auto. That's because there's a penalty has been dished out. 2-lap penalty to Pro-Am Racing. So that for some reason there is now a 2-lap penalty for Pro-Am Racing. It's not a tow back, that would be 3 laps I think it is, but Pro-Am have now picked up a 2-lap penalty. Yeah, Tom's just picked that, and it is, I'm looking at it, is that it is a 2-lap penalty for the number 12 car. That drops them back down into 3rd position. There's no way, surely in the last less than 90 minutes that they're going to be able to pick their way back through, but I don't really know what on earth the number 12 car has done wrong to warrant that. No Nonsense Racing number 18 is back in. I think I'm going to actually pause because that's such a significant one for this race. I'm going to go and see if I can find out what the penalty is there for the number 12 car. Right, I have already had the messages come through, but I did jump down to race control to find out. So I had a feeling it would be something like this, is that the number 12, the reason why I got the 2-lap penalty to drop it from first to third, is that they left the engine running while they were refuelling. Even they're being quite philosophical about it, because they messaged me as well, thanks guys down there, in that they said there's no ignition keys on sim racing, so they're not used to that. They reckon they're just sort of having a bit of a philosophical giggle about it, and it is what it is, I think was the official phrase, and it is the way it can change it, so even some of the best run teams can make those little mistakes from time to time. And what they have said is that there's so many penalties popping up left, right and centre, is that they've still got an hour and 25 to go. You just don't know what's going to happen. So it does mean that Kahuna's Racing, Costa Curtis, up into the lead, and you can see it is now directly behind the safety car. In second place now is 65, Autotech Motorsport, that probably thought that their opportunity had gone. Well, they're now up into second. The bad news for them is that there's a lot of back markers between them and the 333 car. Pro-Am Racing is a lap down, as we know. The godsend for them is that they were a lap ahead. In fact, I think they were the best part of 2 laps ahead. So they'll be hoping they can make amends. In fact, that's it there, directly behind the 46 car. But the 46 Milner Racing, that's picked up plenty of penalties as well in this, is in 5th place. So in 4th is the 888 Boston Racing. I'm delighted to say I've been rejoined by Lawrence Davey again. Lawrence, this has been a busy, busy race for everybody, hasn't it?
Can we go home yet?
Yeah. No, I'm trying. In fact, I'm trying to remember. So you guys, you're the number 18 car.
Yep.
That's looked like that has been very, very challenging. What was the issue at the front?
There was going to the last corner, 64 hit 21, and Brad in the 18 car just nowhere to go on the outside and got hit and took the track rod end out.
Gosh.
So we got a 3-lap towback penalty, and took us a couple of laps to change the track rod end. So we lost a little bit there, but we've had an eventful day with that car. I think they've picked up quite a few drive-throughs for track limits. So yeah, well, they 18 laps down at the minute in 18th. So
yeah. I
mean,
mean, there's been a lot of the track limit drive-throughs and everything else, hasn't there? I mean, what's your politically sensitive thoughts on that, in the fact that when it's such a long race, should there be any leniency on it?
It's one of them.
Yeah.
Rules are rules, they're there. Obviously, you've got the limits. These cars, they haven't got a lot of power, only 70 horsepower. So they've got quite grippy tyres, but obviously push them too hard, they do drift across the track to the outside. So it's one of them. We're just trying to keep our nose clean with the 49 cars running P8 at the minute, and hopefully a few around him and pick up some penalties, some stop goes or something, and we can hopefully try and get in the top 5 of them. So, and
that's the way it can work, isn't it? Because that 49 car has just been sort of like quietly, just sort of like eking up those positions and what have you. And it's only done. Is that done now? 4 stops.
Yeah,
in theory.
Well, we've done 3 with 49, and one of them 4th was a drive-through for track limits.
Got you.
So yeah, we sort of maxed out the driver time on that car. Done 3 stops, and we are done to the end on that car. We're done to the end of both of them, but I know 18's had a couple of small issues behind the safety car. It's been in twice with a misfire, which I think is now sorted. But yeah, it's just one of them. It's just keep the car on the track now and pick up the places when the penalties come out.
Yeah, safety car is now pulling in, so we're going to get this back underway. Thank you also to Connor Ambrose. He's just reported that the 275 car pulled a 360 spin under the safety car at Paddock Hill. Yes, that's a bit of an issue. And I think that, I mean, so many people have been messaging saying, look, there's so many times for other penalties to be dished out that we still have no idea where this is going to go. Do you think that everybody has finished doing their pit stops now, or is there still some that may, and I don't mean coming in for an emergency, I mean the regulation pit stops done?
I think everyone's done. It was an hour and 20 to go. Maximum drive time per driver is 2 hours 20, so everyone would have been in or around that area to get the last driver in to get to the end.
Yeah.
And that's how the fuel plays out as well. It just fell in quite nicely with the fuel strategy and the drive time. So yeah, I think everyone will be done to the end. So all being some issues or a bit of contact or some stop goes for people, I don't think there'd be much more action in the pits.
No, and I mean, you know, you do hit the nail on the head, though, with all of those latter comments, is that so much has gone on in this race with penalties, with incidents or mechanical maladies or mechanical maladies from incidents and whatever else, that with an hour and 20, I mean, that is a mass can still happen yet.
Yeah, anything can happen. Even the car, like 10 laps down, can still find himself in the top 3 in about an hour's time. It's one of them you never know, especially with these little things. They take a lot of punishment, it's quite surprising. Even in the 24-hour race, they just keep on going. It's quite surprising. But no, the EnduroKA guys at MSV have done a really good job of getting this championship up and running for the last 5-6 years, and it's good numbers, good grids, and it's good close racing.
I like the way that they do it. We had Stuart Garland jumped on the mic a little while ago as well, and obviously the team are responsible for this great entertainment, both to watch and to participate in. And obviously he was saying, and I'd not quite clocked it, it was as clean as this, is that the 24 is every other year. So next year, you know that the longest one is the 12 hours at Snetterton. It means you know that you get a break from that one for a little bit.
I like the 24. We'll do it every year.
That's interesting. Yeah, so you do. You prefer the 24?
Yeah, the 24 is good. It's one of them. It's round Anglesey. These cars are quite well suited around there. I jumped in the 22 AFK racing car this year. The driver shortened. I jumped in the car, which I don't know. Totally different team, not my team, but we finished fourth. But no, it was I like Anglesey, and the 24 is great, especially driving these cars in the dark. They're having great fun out there now, because as soon as you get past the pit exit, pitch black out there. You can't see anything. You've got the little spotlights in front of you, and the rest of the track, you going around, you can't see much.
Which is different to now being in the dark here, isn't it? Because there are parts of it that are lit up.
There are parts, but even still, you've got the floodlights down the pit straight, and then get into paddock, and you're near enough going in blind.
It's true.
So you're just following the lights of the car in front, and hopefully they don't spin.
Well, I guess that's the problem, because so if... Oh, and we have had a spin. That's Wingat Racing by the looks of it, car number 3. We can see its headlights pointing towards us up at Clearways. That looks like a harmless spin there. Oh, crikey, made me jump then, dropping your phone. Hooter goes off, someone else heading towards the pits. Let's just see if it is one of the key racers. No, I think it's a little bit further back for that one, although Wingat is aiming to the pits as well. May have been a little bit of contact causing that one, who knows. But yeah, if one of the cars, I mean, it's bad enough even in daylight if the car in front of you just suddenly starts running wide. You see the cars behind following. It must be even worse when it's just the lights that you're following. Yeah,
everyone's got such bright spotlights, so it's one of them. You try and dim down the mirrors and try not to be distracted, but it's hard because all you can see are these bright. It's like driving down the road and you've got a car behind you with full beams on.
Yeah,
that's the only way to describe it. And
apart from you're not allowed to brake test the people doing that behind you in the race, are you? That's what I do on the road, I think. Or I turn my fog light on just to dazzle them back. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I hear it's frowned upon by the officials downstairs, all of that sort of stuff.
Only if you get caught.
Yeah, true. I mean, I think we're going to get a good number of laps in as well, aren't we? We got 3:57 already, but I suppose the fact that we've had this glorious sunshine today, I mean, how blessed are we to have this weather at this time of year for a race like this?
I think this is the first year we've done this event and it hasn't rained. But
is it really?
I've said it now. It's going to be an hour and 15 minutes.
Is that lightning in the distance now?
We've cursed it now, haven't we? So
I think you're safe, mate. I think you're safe for this one.
I kept getting my hose pipe out and just walk to the track.
Well, the Bernie Eccleston style, and that's what he wanted for F1, wouldn't it? Get the sprinklers out periodically. But jeepers, I mean, these guys have dished up the entertainment on their own right. I mean, I love the description where we've had some of the drivers that have come up and they're saying that deliberately you have the rear end loose, and I don't mean nervous, I mean the car actually loose, because you want that rear to just pirouette round so that the front wheel drive then is able to pick up and take where you want to go. Yeah,
you want the rear to do, sounds odd, but to do a lot of the steering, so you've got very, very minimal steering input on the wheel, so you're not scrubbing the speed off on the front wheels. So you just want to get the back dancing around under braking, pointing around the right way, and it does. You can find a lot of lap time there with it, just helping you out.
We were just seeing now, as I was about to say, a great sort of demonstration of what you were saying by Costa Kritzis in Kahuna's race team 333. But you see directly behind them is the recovering 46 car of Milner Racing. Jack Wright at the wheel there. He's going to get through, but it doesn't really cause too much of an issue. He's 2 laps off of that lead car as it stands, but we've seen the benefit to just make sure you get yourself unlapped, because you never know. A safety car comes out, you've then unlapped yourself once, you then go again, and that's how you just sort of eke your way towards it. And we saw they were about to get themselves onto the lead lap. They picked up another penalty, so it's the proverbial yo-yo. But you need that. You just cannot lose. I don't know. Just you've got to still have that fight, even if you think it's all gone.
Yeah, you've got to keep on pushing. Like you say, if a safety car comes out, he's on the back of the train, and he's effectively got the lap back. So yeah, you've got to keep on pushing, and that's what I've said to our cars. Just keep on attacking, keep on going, just keep it, stop the track limits, and keep it on the tarmac. And in theory, we should be helped out a little bit. At one point, the 49 car was like 5 or 6 laps down. It got itself back up to 3 laps down. I think we're now 5 laps off of the lead. So we're sort of clawing time back. So hopefully a couple more safety cars, although we don't want them, but it might help us. We can try and get a couple of laps back.
Yeah, I mean, we've had 7 safety cars so far over the length of this, so you just never know. But you then start looking at the laps between and the gaps between. I mean, interestingly, 888 is catching Pro-Am Racing. So Boston Racing sits there in 4th. Is only, I'm going to have to let it just work itself back out again. It was about 8 seconds was the margin, and was lapping quicker, although that was quicker from Jet this time. But I think he's just caught in a bit of the traffic. But yeah, 7.466, so he has clawed out about another 3/4 of a second for Correa in the Boston Racing 888 car. Do you agree with that, Correa? Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. I'm dragging you down with me, mate.
There's some exotic names out there.
There is, I know. There really is. Genuinely, and I apologise, I probably butchered half of them, but no, there 100% is. We can see, though, that I think what we're down to 3, 4, 5 cars I think we've lost completely from this race. And, that, in fairness, to say it's only 5 after this length of racing is pretty impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, the hardy little cars, they do take a bit of a pounding and a bash as well. So, if it's one of them, I think we've had two rolls, so there's 2 of your 5 out, and I think a couple of others have had some engine issues where they've had a bit of contact, and might have popped a radiator or done a head gasket. So
yeah, because the 736 right at the start, that was kicking out fluids and steam and everything else, wasn't it? That sent a few others pirouetting at the time, didn't it, as well?
Just made it exciting at the start.
It did, just a little bit. Yes, with a few with war wounds to sort of prove what happened there. But 361 laps completed, and the top 2 are actually on the same lap, but they're separated by 21 3/4 seconds. Actually, that's not a car into the pits, that's one of the recovery trucks returning probably the 55 car that isn't going back out again, that's for sure, after that run.
No, that was a fairly hefty one, but it shows you how strong the cars are. They have a big shunt like that, and the driver can get out, walk away, and
he was stood chatting to the marshals.
Yeah,
exactly. It's amazing.
The way they've got the cars built, the cages they've had built for them, they're a really strong car, and they're out there to save the driver, really. So they're built well. They're strong cars, and it's just a great little formula, really. And
built with enough space, because there's plenty of, I'm here as 6'3", and know that I would have no issue, because there's plenty of tall drivers out there.
Yeah, we've got Dom Jackson in the 18 car. He's very tall, and then go from him to Brad, and you've got the seat on runners, so we've got to accommodate for the taller drivers. Yeah, so. You see a driver jump in, move the seat where he wants it, just like your road car, put a bit of padding under himself or at the back, just to help them a little bit more, and off they go. So they've got a lot of space in there to accommodate different shaped size drivers. So it's just good. Yeah, good to be out there.
I say that with that sort of almost surprised tone in my voice that probably has some people going, you do know that wheels are round, Chris, but it's not usual in race cars, is it, to have that, the runners that we used to in road cars? You don't get it in all race cars.
No, but so if it's like a single make like the Clio Cup or something like that, where you've just got one driver, you position the seat to make the driver comfortable. In endurance racing, where it's multiple drivers, you're allowed to put the runners in. It'd be the same for the GT cars and stuff like that. They'll be able to put the seat on runners just to help the drivers feel a bit more at home, because nothing worse than having trying to compensate for a tall and a short driver together and both being uncomfortable.
Yeah, although saying that, I've had plenty of reports from the GT cars where they say, seriously, we're an afterthought. And I'm trying to remember, there was one of the cars where the driver even had to be at a skew-if angle for where the pedals were, and that was how they built that particular car. And it was something significant. I don't think it was a McLaren, but it was one of the major marks. And you're like going, that's just madness, that they sometimes just forget about the drivers being comfortable. It's like, that's fine, they're earning a living from this.
Yes, speed over comfort, I think.
Yeah, exactly right, exactly. Which I guess the whole point being is that doesn't ring fair in these, does it, to be fair?
No, you got, like I said earlier, you got everyone from complete novices to like some pro drivers out there, and everyone in between. So you got to be out there. You're in the car for maybe 2 hours 15, 2 hours 20 maximum time you could be out there. So you've got to be comfortable out there, just to be safe.
But you say comfortable. We were speaking to drivers earlier, and the way they do it is with the heating on full blast to help the engine. That's not comfortable for a driver. You don't care, do you?
We don't want that mark. So we've got the back windows we can open up to get a bit of the air out of there.
Yeah.
So they're on the pop out at the back. So
because that wouldn't even affect the aero, would it? Whereas open windows can do, can't it?
Yeah, that create a bit of a buffer effect in the car. Open the rear windows up a bit, it just suck the hot air out.
Yeah.
And be a little bit more comfortable for the driver. But yeah, it's all about trying to keep the engine temperatures down. But yeah, if the drivers take on all the fluids beforehand and afterwards, then they'd be alright.
It's fine, yeah, no problem. And you wouldn't hear them complaining anyway, would you?
Oh, they're out there having too much fun.
Exactly. Into the pits comes number 60, Tango and Crash. The number 3 Wingat Racing still in. So we saw that have that spin, but we just assumed it was a fairly harmless spin. But I'm pretty sure it's been in for a little while now, and it's dropped down to 23rd position. There's the 74 car. I mentioned that one earlier that has the brilliant numbers actually lit up on the top. There's an indication for you to do, because even the commentators talk when people do that. Put the numbers in the day glow lights on top. There it is. Look, 74.
We had that a couple of years ago, but
they didn't talk about it.
They probably did. But it's just it's too much time on the hands, I think.
Well, that could be true.
Too artistic.
Yeah. There it is. Look, 74 on the top, and we've got it the right direction. That as it's rotating around us, we can see it nice and clear. So it works really, really well. So. Where are we at, the All guys? So 8th position for the 49. Brandon out behind the wheel at the moment. The 60's just still doing so they haven't finished. 60's still doing a refuel.
Yeah, surprising.
Youssef bin Suhail was saying that quite amazed at just how lean these cars on the fuel.
Yeah, I'm saying that we've had early on we used more fuel than what we was hoping.
Oh really?
But then towards this stage of race, it's gone the other way. So I think when it was really warm earlier, it was just using a little bit too much fuel. We was aiming to go sort of to the drive time of 2:20 for the fuel, and we was sort of getting to the 2 hour mark, and it was pushing it on the fuel on both cars. So yeah, hopefully now it's cooled down a bit. That's solved that issue. We're now. I think we're in a place where we can push to the end now and not have to worry about that, but I'm still kitted up just in case.
Yeah,
just in
makes
case.
sense. I mean, it does sound like there's quite a difference between the cars of the fuel usage then.
Yeah, I think it's down to driver styles as well. What gear drivers are in, what they're hanging on to. If you're leaving in third gear and like just down the back straight and hitting the rev limiter rather than shifting up to fourth, you'd be using a little bit more. But or if you're leaking fuel out the fuel filler cap, just like some have been, you'd be definitely using a lot more there.
I've just spotted, I missed it happen, but Boston Racing AAA KA has got past Jep in that Pro-Am racing. So the Pro-Am racing that with the 2-lap penalty dropped down through the order, well, it's actually lost a place legitimately on the field. I think we may be following it now in that blaze of headlights, and it's the lead one of that group is car number 12. So it's been passed by AAA that has already managed to sort of clear off into the distance a little bit. So that Jet car is not quite... In fact, it's lapping in the 105s, whereas everyone else around it is in the 104. So Jet, despite the fact when he started he was incredibly quick, something's not quite right with that car now. It's not dramatically off it, but not quite at the races.
We probably find temperature's dropped, track's gone off. So the driver's now exploring what they didn't have earlier. No lack of grip, so it might take them 3, 4, 5 laps just to get their eye in again and deal with the not so grippy surface. And then the time should level out in a bit. But I think that's what's happened. The track's just gone off a bit. They were doing 3s earlier, now lost a second. It's just track's getting slow.
It is. Jamie Peter-Zennis's message saying, Lawrence is an amazing pundit, proper decent bloke.
We tried, haven't we?
Exactly.
Go.
It's like you know what you're doing.
Not at all.
16 till 40. 24 years.
So I'm going to go and...
I love that. I noticed when they were doing a pit stop, they've even wished you happy birthday on the car as well.
Yes. Mr. Bywater turned up some stickers on Friday and decided to sticker the car up without me knowing, so... Yeah, thank you, David, for that one.
Love it. There's a good way to spend your birthday weekend, though, isn't it?
Yeah, to be fair, it's been a busy one. So I was here, obviously, Friday, testing with the Clio Cup cars. I was here racing with Clios yesterday and qualifying for these. So it's been a really busy one. So I might have tomorrow off. You never know.
I think you might have earned it.
Yeah.
There's got to be a birthday cake within there somewhere.
David makes an excellent cake.
Oh, you've had a lot of birthday cake.
He's bought a lot of cake with him, so we've had cake in the garage from Friday. So that's why he's out in the cake mobile.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Dave Super Cake's out there, and he supplies us with plenty of cake. And I think other teams have been putting orders in. I think the Autotech team have had cake as well this weekend. So they put an order in with David. So he does make an excellent cake.
Good man. I like the sound of that. So tomorrow is a day off work and a day off cake. So fair shout. Into the pits, who's that's coming in? Tell us who that is. Number 2, I think that is. So NJM Racing that has come in. And one that lost, I think it was a hub failure on that car. And in that is the number 2. And it doesn't look like a fully normal. Watching some of the front left coming off the cars, and they've taken some punishment, that front left, hasn't it?
Yeah, with the tyre, they are really grippy, but after I think pushing it with about 2 stints, they do start picking up and delaminating.
Really?
But 2 stints, that's almost 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
So they take some pounding, some punishment.
Yeah, which is why I think we were seeing around that halfway mark, roughly speaking, is where they were. Some change in both fronts, but certainly I think the odd one has gone for an extra front left change, and you come off and think, there's no life left in them anymore.
Yeah, no, we've been doing both fronts every other stop, just to be on the safe side, just so we didn't pick up a puncture or anything like that. So we've just kept it tidy like that, and hopefully we get to the end.
Claire Murdoch says, happy birthday, Lawrence Davey.
Thank you, Claire.
She's one of the driver manager for Louis.
Yeah, I've known Claire for a few years now. Yeah, I've known Claire for a few years. We run a couple of JCWs a couple of years back with Claire. So
good.
Yeah, she's been part of my team a few years back.
I thought as much, but I thought I better not take that for granted. But
Yeah.
she's just wished you a happy birthday as well.
Thank you.
She made sure she got some updates on her driver, Louis, so that I knew what he'd achieved when we were talking about these drivers, which you know us commentators always appreciate info.
Yeah, that always helps. Especially, we're just going to talk about it for 8.5 hours.
Exactly,
You're
exactly
up here
right.
on your own.
I know.
I think my team don't know where I've gone. They think I've just vanished and run off.
Not for the first time. 95 Cadoodle-Doo Racing is in, as is 172 Misty Racing. They've had quite a tricky time as well. But they are in. You never know. The 711 car looks like, it's back out again. And so some of them are really sticking with it. I always get this feels like a calm before the storm because it's just settled in for a moment, but you just kind of go, yeah, but do I believe that? I'm not sure.
There's an hour to go.
Exactly. You know? So there we go, ticking in.
It's going to happen.
We've ticked into just less than 1 hour on the clock now. So great job. Thank you to Jake Wardle. He's been listening in. Appreciate the compliments, mate. It is much appreciated because I'm just blindly rabbiting on. People say I do that anyway, but in fact my wife says I do that at home, to be honest, as well.
Bet you do that in your sleep.
Probably, yeah. She says, when anyone says what do I do for a living, she says he talks rubbish for a living because it just changes the location that I'm doing it, that's all.
At least you get to explore different sites.
I clean that one up, by the way, as you can probably imagine. There's worse things to get paid for. It's all good. It's all good. So, how will you guys feel? So, 8th at the moment for that 49. Let's assume it stays that way. How will that feel as a day's achievement?
It'd be very good. We started with the number 49 car. I think it was around about 27th, 28th place.
28th, yeah.
Yeah, so we've jumped up quite a bit. David he's improving year on year in the car. Alex, who's in the car now, he's only done 4 or 5 race meetings before in the car. So the only circuit race he's done is in the KA with us. He's done a bit of karting before. And we've got Chris Bingham in the car this weekend, who's just out there to get signatures for his licence for next year. So all 3 of them done really well. They've been pushing each other on pace, and it's just been consistent out there. Although if one of the drivers a bit slow, if they're consistent at the same times, we just keep them plodding away and pick up the places. The 3 of them have done really well. They'll be very happy to be in the top 10. I think we're 42 seconds behind Burton Powell. We was 2 laps behind them a little while back. So they're still pushing on. They're still pushing on to try and get that 7th place. So
that is a good point, and you are lapping quicker than Burton Power. Davey's behind the wheel of that number 1 car at the moment, but big arse. But you just don't know. And I guess that's the blind faith you have to keep with it, really, isn't it? Especially now, you have no idea who's who. You're just doing your race and you're plodding round.
And that's the point. This is where the pit-to-car radio works really well, because when you're in the car, you've just got a blur of lights behind you, and all you follow a set of tail lights. So this is where the team can help the driver out a lot, be like a spotter effectively for them.
Yeah.
And just give them updates, regular updates, who's where, who's around them, because you don't know who you're racing out there. So it's one of the, if we're like Burton, we're a second lap quicker at the minute with 57 minutes to go. Give 40 minutes, we might be on their tail.
Yeah.
So you don't know what's going to happen. So it's just got to keep them pushing to the end.
Yeah, and especially you just get snarled up with some back markers, and those quote-unquote back markers could suddenly actually be pretty quick cars, so they won't be easy for you to scoot straight past, and they don't need to jump out of the way in endurance racing, do they? It's a little bit different. I think there's a kind of a gentleman thing, but it's like going, well, no, I'm trying to get myself unlapped or get myself fighting with other people, and that suddenly holds you up, and the next thing, the car behind's managed to reel you in.
Yeah, so we tell our drivers just if there's a back marker in front of you, but they're either the same pace or quicker, latch them back of them, give you a bit of a tow round. As long as we're not losing lap time and we're pumping in consistent, decent lap times, don't attack them. Just let them pull you along, just follow their lines and learn from them. And now it's got dark, it's going to be harder. There's a lot of drivers around here haven't been around here in fully dark. They've done sort of dusk qualifying last night, but now it's really dark out there.
Yeah.
Once you enter paddock, it's just driving into a big black hole, really, and you don't know what's going on out there.
So presumably the drivers that, because at the end of the day, they turn to you and go, right, I want to drive, they pay you as a team to drive one of your cars. Do they sign up at that point that they're doing, because for this one, only one of them's going to do night racing?
Yeah, so it's one of them. How we've done it is the quickest driver in qualifying starts in the 49 car. So then sort of quickest, second quickest, third quickest. And then we go right from there during the race between Chris and Alex. I don't know if they drew straws or Chris is, I'm happy to sit back and let Alex go for it. But yeah, it's some of the drivers out there. If they've got 4 or 5 drivers in the car, there will be planned before they come into the weekend when they've been in the car, then they know it's going to be dark, so they might have got some semi-experienced drivers to do the night shift. But yeah, there'll be a few drivers out there that have gone, oh, this is new.
Yeah. Well, I know that Youssef was saying that he's kind of always got this tick off. Last time at Donington for the endurance race, he got the finish section, although he said that it can be good, but for that one, for him particularly, it was already done and dusted and he was just bringing it home. So he got the start this time and he loved that, really enjoyed it the most. And at some point he's going to tick off the night one, although he did say he was quite relieved he wasn't doing it because he's fairly new and he was happy to not be doing the night bit yet, because it's got to be hard.
Yeah, I've done this event a couple of times in the dark, and yeah, it's one of them. It's people or drivers who've never been in the dark tend to drive a little bit slower. But at the end of the day, the track doesn't change, the track doesn't move. Okay, it's got a little bit cooler, so the grip isn't as good as it was before, but it's still doing the same corners. It's still braking the same place. It's still trying to push it that the same amount as you was in the dry and in the daylight. So it's it's just getting into your head that okay, you've got a little bit less grip, but it's the same. And
rather than trusting your eyes, you trust your muscle memory a bit more.
Yeah. So it is crazy. And again in the 24, what part of it? I'd done the night stint. It was dark and it got really foggy. So it's like one of them is like, right, now we are going blind. It's like trying to work out where the sign, like the corner markers are on the straight, trying to work out that, and just look at the side windows rather than what's in front of you, just so you can keep it on the track. So it's you've got to do what you got to do. But
I must say that muscle memory in racing really never ceases to amaze me, and I know it's different to this one, but I was told a story by some GT Cup champions that won the championship in McLaren 570. They moved into GT3 machinery in the 720 McLaren, and they were being coached at the beginning of the year, and at Donington Park going down the straight, and they were going, right, don't brake until this point in the 720. You can go a lot deeper than the 570 that's fairly basic compared to the 720, isn't it? And they were going down the start finish straight at Donington. They're going, right, don't brake, went to brake at the point they're told and realised their foot was already on it from back there, and their brain was like going don't brake, but their leg had done it, and they actually had to spend quite a bit of time retraining their muscle memory.
Yeah, no, it's hard, and I've driven quite a few cars over the years, and it does take a little bit of getting used to, but obviously in one of these around Snetterton, if you could turn once flat and fourth.
Is it really?
But it's having the bottle to do it, and I know we could do it, and I know I could get in the car, turn one flat, but another driver go, oh, like a confident lift or a dab on the brake, because that's what they used to.
Yeah.
And you think this can't be right, but no, it does, it's just training yourself, and once you've done it once, it's like actually it's all right, and then.
Well, I think Mike Wilds, and I've interviewed Mike Wilds several times, amazing character with a great racing history, and sort of largely into retirement now. And he got to take part in the Porsche Carrera Cup here, and on the full GP circuit. He went down to Hawthorns, and he knew he had to push the braking point. And they were telling him, brake later. And I forget where he said that he did the braking, like the 10-metre board or something stupid like that. and he came back in. He went, and the engineer was like going, right, you need to brake later. He said, yeah, but I braked at the 10-metre board or whatever it was, and they went, well, yeah, that's where we'd brake in the rain in these cars. And he's like, and that was what made him go, that's it. Other than historic stuff, I'm out, because this is just ridiculous, a whole other level. And that's where it can be that mental thing, can't it? That you just go. And it's what I love watching when you've got pros working with AMs, is that they'll work on the AMs more than themselves, because that'll be like milliseconds or whatever, whereas they can find massive. David Brabham working with Paul Bailey in the Brabham found something like 3 seconds a lap at Snetterton, 2 seconds a lap here with Paul Bailey, because you give them that confidence to know you can do this, you can pick it up quicker, you can brake later, all of these things. And I guess you're able to do a lot of that here in the EnduroKA as well.
Yeah, so we've done it a couple of times, gone on track days with drivers, put passenger seat in. I've driven the car with passengers, I've sat next to them, tried to give them a bit of coaching, and it's amazing how much they improve over like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
So yeah, it really does help, and if they can see that someone else can do it, they go, right, the car can do it, and then they sit there and study, and they give them a bit of VBox data or anything like that, and then they go, right, here we go, and then all of a sudden they're on it, and then they find seconds easy, and it's just they find that the last few tenths is a difficult bit, but they find the big chunks is quite rewarding for them.
I guess, therefore, the people that are going to find that difference is if they are willing and capable of disconnecting, not disconnecting brain, but disconnecting that self-preservation that says it can't be done. If they're prepared to disconnect and go, I'm going to implicitly trust you as a coach, and if you tell me it can be done, I'm going to fight against all my instincts and give it a go. And that's when they then come out almost like screaming with euphoria and went, holy moly, that actually worked. And that's where you're going to get those differences. But you've got to be prepared to disconnect in that way.
You've got to leave your brain at home.
I think so.
When you do some of this, you wake up, take it out, and then leave the house.
Definitely the best way.
So you say you can't find it. Yeah, but no, it's something else, and yeah, it's when we're working with new drivers, it's quite rewarding. So at the minute, Alex is chasing down the Burton power car, and in the space of 11-12 minutes, he's half the time. It's down to 26 seconds now.
It is. I did just spot that, and every lap he's taken another second out, isn't he?
Yeah.
So 26.9, best part of 27. So 27 laps. He's got time.
Yeah, got
if
time.
he keeps that consistently improving by that much on him, is he could be absolutely on him and moving himself up into 7th place before the end. That said, the legendary Murray Walker used to say, one thing to catch, another to pass.
Yeah, hopefully we can pull them into a quicker car and someone the lead in the dark, and yeah. And they might let us pass, but I don't think that'll happen.
No.
I don't think Andy would let them on the radio do that.
Where are you speaking to your drivers? So when they're on the pits to car, do you wait for them to come onto the start-finish straight, or is it whenever you need to speak to them?
Whenever we need to speak to them, really. We try our best to on the start of a straight, but if we've got a shout a message to them, it's just anywhere. So they are prepared to also hear a voice in their head, mid-corner, mid-braking point. But that's a bit like anything. You've got to try and think, right, someone's going to start talking to me at any point. Let's just not worry about it or not be put off. It's back to the training again. On test days, we do use a bit of radio just to get the drivers used to it, just so they know at some point we can start talking to them, start relaying messages, give them a bit of information to them. It has been known for me to sit there and actually watch the footage, the live stream, and coach a driver down the radio.
Oh, really?
I have sat in the garage, coaching the driver down the radio during a race.
Wow!
So the radios are helpful. We even today we was giving advice to the driver, telling him when to change gear, try different lines. So a lot of teams will be doing that as well.
That's really cool. The whole thing just sells this whole series to me so cool that it just looks like fully fun to do for the team and for the drivers. It's quote unquote affordable. It's all relative speaking, but by motor racing standards, it's very affordable. You get plenty of bang for your buck in terms of seat time. But how cool that you then got this euphoria of trying to go for this endurance objective to get the race finished. You've got pit to car radios, I mean, that just sounds good fun in itself. It's kind of almost cliche motorsport then, isn't it? That you get driver coaching, that you could end up driving some pretty amazing people or for some amazing people. You could get the coaching that suddenly makes you miles more than you thought possible. I mean, again, Youssef bin Sohail, when he was up here, was just couldn't believe it. He's done lots of karting, but this year's the first time he's gone out in cars, and he's up there fighting in the top 3 with Jack Wright, who we know races at the pointy end in whatever you throw him into, and for crying out loud, Marcus Clutton. And he's there going, I cannot believe that I'm doing this.
Yeah, we do find that a lot of the really good karters are really quick in the KAs.
Does look that way.
So yeah, if you get kart round pretty quick, you can get one of these round pretty quick. And once you've done a track day or a couple of track days around here, just learn the circuit, it'll come quite quickly. So it is really good. And like you said, there's a lot of talent out there. So if you could mix it along with there's some big names and some decent names out there, it is really good.
Well, it'll roll even quicker then, wouldn't it? Because I know from the sprint racing is that Bin Sohail was saying that he got the opportunity to follow Jack Wright, and he said he just learnt so much from watching him and then fighting with him in that he rocked up here knowing full well what he'd be able to do around the track.
Yeah, if you can get on the tail of a quick driver and decent driver, you're halfway there.
And learn, yeah, exactly.
You know where they're braking, you know where they're turning, you know where they're positioning the car, and if you could just get that, watch them for a good few laps, and you've got that on your video card and your data as well. You can take that home and you can watch it over and over and over again, and it really does help.
I do love the sound of it. The 21 car's creeping along. Is that on the Cooper Straight? Yeah, going behind our commentary box at the moment. So that's just creeping its way back towards the pit lane. How long ago did you suddenly think, I didn't mean to be up here this long?
About half an hour.
You know I wasn't going to let you get away with too short a period of time up here, mate, because you're always good value. There's no question. I guess I better let you go, hadn't I? Because you're going to be needing to be there just in case anything is needing to be done.
Yeah. So I'm just watching Alex. He's down to 16 seconds now. So.
Is it 16?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. He's ploughing on.
Oh, and that was because the 114 all of a sudden for the. So now it's now down to 9.2 because that was a 114 last time for Burton Power Racing.
Yeah.
So that was a bad lap for that car. I wonder whether it got caught up behind the car that was creeping back, maybe.
Yeah, so it's funny. You just got to keep on putting your own lap times in, being consistent, and they'll come to you. The positions will come. So.
Yeah, agreed. That does look pretty impressive. I think I need to find the one that's got the track map on my monitors now. It's here somewhere. So this makes good commentary, doesn't it? Going silent while I'm changing TV channels.
You've got enough TVs now, haven't you?
I know. There's never enough.
What
mate.
was your Xbox plugged into?
I tucked that away with my gin. Oh, have I just turned it off instead of changing channels? I don't even. It's like watching Grandad using tech now, isn't it? Oh, there we go. I found it. Stop the clock. It's not going to help me though, because it's not physical trackers, is it? It's just what it works out based on their laps. But I was just trying to work out. So where's the 49 car? You panicked then?
Oh, I've just seen my 49 and 18 car, my two cars together.
Oh, are they?
Going up the straight, yeah. It's always worrying when both your cars are
How
together.
How did you know that so easily?
Because I can see them on the track map.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Up there.
So
So it's coming down out Druids and to Graham Hill. So one's got the white lights on the roof, one's got the green lights on the roof.
Okay, so they are together. Now, are they going to help or hinder, or none of the above?
knows?
Who knows?
Hopefully they'll tuck in and help each other out. But
Importantly, though, which one's the 49, with the green or the white and red?
the white and the pink.
Pink, sorry.
Yeah, the white. We did have red. We wasn't allowed red because it might confuse people with red flags.
Okay.
Although the red lights on the back of the car, we couldn't have red lights on the back of the car. As part of the rules, it might confuse you with red flags. So
Okay.
we changed it to pink.
Fair enough. I did spot that as it went down. So which one's which?
49s with the white and pink, and 18s with the green.
Got you. Okay. So the white and pink is ahead of the green. So that's the important one there from the lap time wise. Incidentally, the Burton Power Racing dropped down to 107 last time, but that gap is 4.6. So we're going to be keeping a close eye. The number one Burton Power is already up round Druids and starting to plunge back down the hill as... not that I can really work out which one's which as they come down. The poor TV camera crews.
Burton Power's got the blue...
Is it?
Blue, red and white stripes on the roof.
Ah, okay. So there's actually another car before they encounter that one, but that is getting super close now. You're talking less than the length of the Cooper Straight now.
Yeah, you think 10 minutes, 15 minutes ago it was 40, 50 odd seconds.
Exactly, and well done to the camera crews. I do feel for them. This is why I think hopefully they're appreciating us sort of picking out the colours there, so that they've picked up the Burton Power car that's coming down the start-finish straight to complete a lap, and then it's going to be 2 cars behind that. Is that we then get the other one? It's not that one. Which one's that one? That's the 333 race leader. So
don't worry about them.
Yeah, Kahuna's comfortably leading because it is. I think it is by a lap. It might not be. We'll wait and see where Livesley in the 65 is. In fact, that's just coming round Clark Curve at the moment. So the race leader's already heading up towards Druids. And across the line goes the 65 car. The margin is 18.9 seconds. And in fairness, just took out over half a second that last time round. So that could get interesting, but we're into the last 39 minutes now. Might be settling. Your guy, I definitely think, is on the hunt. 3.6 seconds was the margin last time, and that was taken out over a second on that lap.
A couple of laps if you're with him.
It will. On the screen, we got the 95 car. Obviously, that was struck down by a whole host of issues earlier on, so it's running in 26th place. What's the margin this time round? 2.5?
It does look like the two are helping each other along. So, they're playing team game and just trying to tuck in behind each other and close gaps to everyone. So, they're doing well.
Well, in fact, we can now tell what's happening because the car that was between them, the straggler, the back marker, is no longer there. So going down towards Graham Hill Bend, the one that's got the pink around the side of the door on one side, the sort of turquoise on the other, now on the Cooper Straight, but behind them, the white lights over the top, the pink on the rear. That is the number 49 car. So that's 7th and 8th actually fighting it out there to see what we're going to be able to do. Trying to keep a good eye. They're completely together now, and we can tell which one it is because the green light's further back is your sister car, the number 18 that isn't part of this. But onto the start-finish straight. There you go. Cracking job by the film crews. They are picking up that fight for 7th and 8th place now. Number 49 there with the checkered roof on it as well, and he's closed right in on Burton Power, but Davies trying to keep him there, and I'm sure that the radio message now will be that is a fight for position.
Yeah, they'll be on the radio going, that is for position, and he's actually overtaken him.
Yeah, he's
overtaken him. So they've closed it in and made an easy move there by the looks of it, but how long have we got to the next car in front? A few laps, though.
I think, I think that's your limit.
Yeah, hopefully.
I think, you'd need some pretty big penalties to come in. Your next target would be the 81 GM Performance car that's just gone across the line, sort of 3.5 laps ahead of you.
Yeah, well, for 36 minutes ago, anything can happen, really.
It's true.
Yeah. Even if it's a P7, we'd take that. It was anywhere in the top 10 for the cars would be good, especially a grid like this and a race this length. So
starting 28th, as you said. I mean, that is incredible, really.
Yeah, it's a shame we had the damage with the 18 car because we was running both cars in the top 10 before that got the damage. So P18 for that one. They're doing well. So yeah, fingers crossed. They might be able to pick up an odd place or two if someone gets a penalty. But yeah, we'll take a 7th if that's where we finish.
Exactly. Well, I feel it was good that we kept you a little bit longer then, because it meant that we got to see the pass happen that we were building up to. If we admit it with the degree of optimism that it could happen, but he just reeled him in brilliantly and nicely, cleanly up at Druids made the move.
I think the driver's happy that I'm not on the radio because I was shouting and trying to move on a bit quicker. But yeah, I think they've had a quiet hour with me not on the radio shouting so far. So I don't know who talked to him, but yeah, someone's talked to him on the radio.
Well, you hope so. Yeah, exactly.
We'll just left him to it.
Yeah. Well, Lawrence Davey, thank you, man. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you up here, mate. Absolutely loved it. You enjoy the rest of the race, and congratulations to that move there. Hope he keeps it.
Cheers, thank you.
So there we go, Lawrence Davey. Thank you very much for that. I'm just going to quickly pause for a second, and I'll be right back with you for the final 35 minutes of this race. So yes, here we go, that final 35 minutes of this race, and we are at 396. The leader is still the 333 Kahuna's race team. It's easy for me to say, anyone would think I've been chatting for ages, but Costa Kuritzis in the lead by just under 16 seconds. And at times that comes down a little bit quicker, but he's sort of sitting fairly close to the 65 car's time. Autotech Motorsport in 3rd place. New personal best just been put in by the 888 car that sat there in 3rd. Boston Racing have done really well here to keep themselves picking through. They started in 10th, they're running in 3rd, but they've been sort of back and forth a little bit. Although we don't know how accurate that was, because the pit stops could have been falsely having an effect on that, but they're sat there in 3rd place. New personal best of 103.643, so nothing slowing down them. And he's just gone quicker again, a 103.631. So metronomically now, he's in those sort of, roughly speaking, mid 103s, which is really good. Bearing in mind the fastest lap of the race, well, actually, in fairness, the fastest lap of the race was Marcus Clutton at 102.9. But outside of that, you were talking about 103.1 for 65 car, 103.0 for, I think it was Jack Wright that did it. Yeah, it was on lap 22, so it was Jack Wright that did that one. So you can see that Correa in the Boston Racing car is right there or thereabouts in terms of the fastest laps that are being posted. So only 3 laps away from dropping into the 400, so I was pretty confident we would get into the 400s, because it was 381 last year in atrocious weather conditions. Let's see, what's the highest we've had? It looks like it was 2 years ago, 415 laps that we got to. I wonder whether we can get to that. I think we are. I think we're gonna go for the highest number of laps so far. So Kahuna's Racing from Autotech Motorsport, Boston Racing, Milner Racing, number 46, putting the frustrations behind themselves and sitting there in 4th place. And I'm sure they were trying desperately to go higher than their 2nd place last year. Now their focus is to see if there's any chance they can get themselves up onto the podium. And in fairness, they're 31 seconds behind Boston Racing. But the bad news for them is that Boston Racing have found some pretty impressive speed all of a sudden. So they're both in the 103s. And I would imagine that means that Correa's being told you need to be, because it's constantly mid to low 103s for Jack Wright. But consistently sort of mid to slightly higher for 103s for Boston Racing, but it means that 31 seconds is not coming down particularly quick. Pro-Am Racing down to 5th place now, so that has not gone to plan. That car has been passed by Milner Racing as well, so It was in the lead. The 2-lap penalty dropped them out of that and down to third initially. Then they were down to fourth after Boston Racing got past them. Milner Racing have made a move past them as well. And so they're down to fifth. Sixth is 81 GM Performance. Mitchell at the wheel of that car now. And seventh, you heard the move happen live with the team boss up here, Lawrence Davey Racing Performance Tune-In. Brandon at the wheel. Up into seventh place ahead of Burton Power Racing number 1. 180 Shine Automotive and Car Motion 141 rounding out your top 10 as it stands at the moment. But we're about to go into the final half hour of this race that is the 2024 IndyCar 500. .500 minutes of racing. Race leader just making its way through McLaren towards clearways for the 333 Costa Kritzis. 13 3/4 seconds clear of Livesley in the 65 car that is now just making its way into the never-ending right-hander. Just always keeping an eye on Jack Wright to see whether he's able to drag that 46 car up onto the podium. Correa, the margin last time we went through was around the, what did I say, well, about 30 seconds. 46 comes across the line now, and it's still 30.3, so he's taken out like a couple of tenths, up to half a second at best, really, on each lap. Still some great fights going on. There is our race leader, 333, just putting another lap on Burton Power Racing, the number 1 car. So through goes 333. It's now only 11 seconds is the margin between that car and number 65. So the 65 car is definitely getting an awful lot closer, and they need to be mindful. In fact, that was a steady lap there for Costa Kritzis last time round. And I think that's possibly been helped, is that, unless I'm very much mistaken, that looked... No, I am going to be mistaken, so I'm going to stop my my comment there. 65, second place crosses the line. That's down to 10.8, so he's just taken a little bit more out again. 64, Autotech Motorsport. Tyler Norton peels into the pits. And they're welcoming him into the to the pit box as normal. So this does look like they've had to... make a little bit of a challenge, out-drumps the driver. They are putting a bit of fuel, so there we go. You heard Lawrence Davies saying that actually it's sort of a little bit different in how the fuel consumption is, and they were hoping they could get towards the end, but it looks like that's not possible. So dumping some more fuel in. I can hear backfiring at the moment. That's what it sounds like. So something's got a misfire by the sounds of it. I don't think I can. There's any fireworks going off around the venue or nearby for it to be that I can hear. So I think something somewhere. Might be the 64. But they didn't have the bonnet up or anything like that, but that's now being pushed back. Lead margin, tiny little reduction there, 10.3. Jack Wright, he has dropped it below the 30 seconds to get himself up on the podium, 28.6. We're down to 26.5 minutes left to go. So I think the most intriguing, it's not battles, but it could become battles right at the end, is between the lead two. Costa Kritzis in 333, Kahuna's racing team still leading the way at the moment. Thank you very much. Sam Pearce says it is fireworks. I just can't see them from here. So I didn't think it was. So thank you for Sam Pearce for saying it's that. That's okay. I was rather it was that than than someone with a misfire. That time round, actually, the lead between the top two just went out ever so slightly. So Autotech Motorsport 65 in second, just losing ground a little bit on potential for fighting for the win. But this could be a very impressive result for Kahuna's Racing. Just trying to see if it was obvious who is running that team, because obviously some of the race teams are running cars with slightly different names, but I can't see anything that's obvious from this one. That lead margin has now gone below the 10-second mark, because that was a fairly slow lap for Costa in Kahuna's Racing. The 333 car just suddenly did a 1:06, so that means the margin's down to just over 9 seconds this time round. There we go. Kahuna's is run by Autotech. Okay, so Autotech in effect first and second. Yes, of course, it was earlier that Bin Suhail was saying that it's in the same garage, although it did make it sound like it's not officially the same team, but they are running out the same garage. But yeah, that is a good point if it is Autotech. So they're currently sat first and second, so you wonder whether they will actually race. The 333 car got a 5th at Donington Park. At Silverstone National, how did they get on there? Doesn't look like they actually raced. There they go. That was down in 19th place. Down to 8 seconds, that lead margin now, goodness me. Down to 26.2 between Jack Wright in 4th and Correa in Boston Racing, the 888 car. Sat on the step of the podium at the moment. In Anglesey, the 24-hour. Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong piece, aren't I? Please excuse me. See, that doesn't help when it takes it all the way to there. So the 95 cars back into the pits again this time, but they are looking like they're going to be sending that one out. So the 95 car down in 26, Graves Motorsport. Just a bit of a tweak there for them. Cadoodle-doo Racing, although it now says Graves Motorsport on that one rather than Cadoodle-doo Racing. We've got somebody off at Paddock Hill. I don't know whether they've made it as far as the barriers, because I can't quite make that out. But they are certainly off into the gravel on the exit of the corner. And we're going safety car. So suddenly, this is incredible. So first and second, that gap is going to be right up together. Third and fourth, that is going to be right up together. So are we going to see a battle for the lead? Are we going to see a battle for the final step of the podium? After 8 hours 20 of racing, it could come down to this. Suddenly the lead margin is down to 1.7. It's the 333 car. That was suddenly a 1:21.8 there for the 333. So I can only assume that he's been involved in something now. I can't tell you who it is that is stuck in the gravel at the moment. I think it might be the 141 car motion car at the moment. I don't think it's gone quite as far as the barrier. The snatch vehicle's round there to try and catch everybody up. The safety car, I think, has managed to get the leader, although no, that's not necessarily the case because it's telling me something different there. But be interesting to see. We could see these two battles about to take place now between all of these. The top two steps fighting with each other, and third and fourth fighting with each other as well. So just dragging it out of harm's way, and of course that is not now able to be dragged back and get part in the rain. That is going to be the end of the race for that car. I'm just going to take the opportunity to quickly run down to the toilet. Be right back. That's better. Needed that one. So the 141 car has been recovered from the gravel, but that is the end of the race for that one. They're not going to be able to rejoin. They don't get a tow back and able to rejoin within the last hour. We've also got an exclamation mark against the 64 car. Now remember, that came in with the wheel at a jaunty angle, screeching all the way down the pit lane, and they got that fixed and back out again, but that is now showing as missing in action. But I'm not aware of where that one may be. Safety cars peeled back in, so here we go. We're going to get this back underway. We've got just over, or just under 16 minutes is the better way to say it. And screaming away at the front because Costa Kritzis knows that he needs to do this. The 65 car's got a perfect start there because he just managed to get across the line before overtaking a back marker that was directly in front of it. There's now only one car between it and the leader, 1.9 seconds. Now, what of the fight a bit further back, where I want to see Correa and Jack Wright. Now, actually, that's suggesting that there is a lap between them. So how is that the case? So I missed that. I could have sworn that Jack Wright was really closing in on Correa, but it's showing that it's a lap. Apologies if I was getting excited wrong, but it was coming down. It was under 30 seconds between those two. Goodness me, it's really busy on the Cooper Straight a little bit further back, but coming on to the Brabham Straight is the fight for the win in this race. 333 Kahuna Racing trying desperately to pull away. We've now got line astern because there is no back markers between them. Is the 65 car. 64 is directly behind it, so there is no reason why we've got the exclamation mark. I'm very much mistaken. Yeah, there's 64, so that's circulating fine. I don't know why it's showing as missing in action. It's going absolutely fine. It's disappeared now, so that's fine. De Preto behind the wheel of that 64 car. I'm sure that Kahuna race team are down there in the garages desperately willing Costa Kritzis to push on, but there's on the stream is the 65 car. That is it, the lead between the fight between the lead two with over 8 hours of racing done, and it comes down to this. 1.5 seconds was the margin, but look at that. Livesley is closing in dramatically on that Costa car. The Kahuna's racing. 0.5 second was the margin, but frankly, you don't even need the breakdown. It's coming down to this with 13.5 minutes left to go in this fight. Up towards Druids they go, and at the moment, Costa Kritzis holding on to the lead, trying to go as defensive as he dare, and now he gets back on the power as he drops down the hill, and it is still the metallic green car that has the nod. I say that as if you can tell that in the dark. Oh my gosh, that just made me jump on, mate. I knew we'd get you at some point, mate, but it is. I'll make sure I pronounce this right. Ollie Furnell.
That's the one.
I've done it right. That was a cracking stint there, mate, in the number 12 car. Sorry that the penalty unstuck it.
I know. I'm so frustrated.
But look at this. Can you believe this? I know it's not necessarily your car, but this is why you guys race in this one. We've done over 8 hours worth of racing. The lead two are separated by a car's length.
It's
about
incredible
to come past us here.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. The series is great, isn't it?
Isn't it?
It's absolutely fantastic, yeah.
How did you enjoy your stint though? I mean, it was looking good.
Yeah, do you know what? When I first got in the car, the pace didn't feel good, but it was just a case of just head down, concentrate. It'll eventually come, and it did. And just didn't want to get off track. Just didn't want to get penalties, so I was very, very cautious in T1.
Yeah.
And T3 because I think it would have been a stop and go. I was like, please don't get that.
Yeah, don't make that the blame on you. T3, of course, being the big one down here at Graham Hill Bend at the bottom hill that our leaders have just gone through there. 414 laps we have completed so far. What did I say that the record was? 415. So we're about to click over and do the most amount of laps that they've done in this race so far. It's just incredible. I mean, look at this. We're now to a car's width between the lead two after over 8 hours of racing.
Yeah, I don't know where else you're going to get that. It's absolutely incredible. It really, really is. And with the mountain of penalties as well, to have the amount of penalties, it's crazy to be this quick or to be this close with the amount of penalties that have been given out. But yeah, 8 hour race.
It is.
And just what, 3 times you go off and you get a penalty? It's crazy.
It does seem harsh, doesn't it? It does seem harsh. And I thought we were about to have the move. And I now understand, thank you to Ray Honeybone, hello mate, hope you're well, has said that the reason why Jack Wright is now a lap behind Correa is because the 888 car, which is the Boston Racing, was the first car behind the safety car, so got waved through until they got to Costa Kuritzis, and Jack Wright was behind Costa, which meant that he's now being sort of like lost a lap in effect, because obviously he wasn't going to be waved through because he was behind the race leader.
Makes sense.
Unless you were Max Verstappen at the front. But that's
Yes. Yeah.
I know plenty of the people that are listening already know this. Make sure it still hasn't changed, and we've got 10.5 minutes. I know plenty that are watching on YouTube already know this already, but tell us about yourself. Is it fair to say you're a YouTuber, or is that oversimplifying?
Yeah, I suppose so. It's the best way to describe it. I think every time I do an insurance quote online, they say, "What do you do for a job?" I'm like,
I know.
YouTuber? And they're like, "We don't know what that is." They don't know what to write it down as, but...
It's no easier when it's not even YouTube, just working in media. They kind of go, well, stop for a minute, because side by side we've got the challenge heading up towards Druids. It's going to be the outside line, though, for the Livesley car, but he's still staying there and pushing out. Look, there's contact.
Out wide, yeah.
And now we've got the back markers getting involved, so it's still the 333, but up the inside line we're going 3 wide, the 81 car on the inside, but there it is, the move has happened down at Graham Hill Bend. Costa Kuritzis was determined to defend that, but it hasn't been possible. Now we get to see whether he can come back at him. Absolutely incredible racing. The lead has changed on the 417th lap, with just over 9.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, incredible. That was a really nice move into Druids, and then, the way he just defended it into Graham Hill Bend as well.
But he's coming back at him, isn't he?
Yeah, he's coming back. This is far from over. This is far from over. This is going to go right to the line. I was a little bit concerned about one of the cars there. I didn't know if they went over the track limits coming out of Graham Hill Bend there. That was very, very close.
That's a good point, and how many have they racked up already? And here goes Costa. He's looking towards the inside. There's a sneaky snifter, but not quite possible there. And it's about momentum in these cars, isn't it? Momentum is key.
It really is, and what they're going to find now, especially what we found in Turn 1 now, the rear tyres are absolutely gone. So if you go for it, you're going to be super brave, because the rear is just stepping out so much now.
So that's interesting, because the guys have been saying is that you guys deliberately have the rears really, really loose, but there is a point where it's too far then.
Yeah, there is a point. There really is a point.
Okay.
I was about halfway through my stint. I said, tell the guy who's going in next, watch the rears, because they're starting to go.
Interesting, because obviously, they were saying with it being front-wheel drive is that you want the back end to pop out and then accelerate through with the fronts, but it can overstep and suddenly the rear overtaking the front.
Yeah, it's very fine margins. It's one of those, it's like the car lasted for about 5 hours, and then it starts to go a little bit, and then you'll go into Turn 1, you're like, whoa, that's a bit too much, and then you're like, okay, it really is starting to go now, be careful out there. So yeah,
I bet you don't just say whoop. And we got the switch
dive
from one side to the other.
Look, that's what I mean, look at that.
Wow, and he's going to have lost the momentum there coming down the hill, and you can see that margin has gone right up, but that was a very cheeky late switch from the outside to the inside, and was really hoping that he was going to take advantage of that. It just wasn't quite meant to be, but we've seen that reel back in again now. I just love it that we are getting this after over 8 hours worth of racing. The lead two are just going for it. It's like a pair of prize fighters.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's after almost 8 hours of racing, it's coming down to the line with less than 8 minutes to go. You're going to try absolutely
100%.
everything to try and win this now. It does not matter. Gloves are off. Yeah, my bet before I came up, I said they're going to fight so much. Someone's going to get a track limit. that's how it's going to go down.
It would be a shame.
We'll see. It would be a shame, but yeah. Oof.
And I've got to keep half an eye on the gantry down there so that we can see if that does happen, because it doesn't come up on the timing screen, but we have got it here on the screen down on the gantry overlooking the start-finish straight. Right, we've now got it up to best part of a second.
That's what I told you. I told you. Look at that.
That's it. Off into the gravel.
No.
He's still going. Keep going. Keep going. So that's the second place Costa Kuritzis. It puts pay to the opportunity for challenge. He's doing really well. Look at that. He's back on the circuit. So he's going to hold on to that second step, is he? I mean, actually saying that, 20.6 for Correa in the 888 car. Let's have a look. They're all too close for me to be able to pick out on the tracker. and it's too dark to be able to work out who's who and where and whatever else. So we need to keep an eye out for Boston Racing to see whether they've managed to sneak second now.
Yeah, it's going to be close, and there you go. That's the Kahunas. That is one, without a doubt. That is going to be a track limit violation right there. That was clear as day. Oof. So I just don't know what's going to happen now, because that track limit can make all the difference as well.
And you can see that these cars are getting very ragged now. In the temperatures have dropped, makes it even looser, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a very strange feeling. So as we get to this point now, the car's getting very light. So it's almost saying, right, attack the corners, I'm light now, you can do it. Whereas the rears are saying, please don't do that. I can't handle that anymore. So it's a real balance of trying to get it right. And unfortunately, I think the Kahunas there, just a little bit too much.
Yeah, and I've just, and I thought he was going to do it again there. Yeah. He's looking very loose. Is that he is still in second place. The margin between him and the 888 car is down to 9 seconds. I think he was helped a little bit, but that was a fairly slow lap for Correa in Boston Racing, 107. So not being able to reel him in quite as much as he'd hoped. In fact, that car's only just going down Paddock Hill Bend at the moment, as Costa is already behind us on the Cooper Straight.
Yeah, he certainly is. I think the job for P1 now is just to keep it calm and steady. I think that gap's big enough. You know, 15 seconds with, 5 minutes to go. I'd be on the radio just saying, keep it steady, keep it calm now. You don't need to worry about anything.
Keep it within the track limits.
Yeah, I'd say you could probably drop into maybe 105s, 106s all the way to the end if you wanted to. Just keep it safe. There's not, 5 laps left. Just keep calm and you've got this.
Amazing, genuinely, absolutely incredible. And it was just kind of forced Costa Karitzis, an experienced and very quick racing driver in his own right, just went in that little bit too hot with the frustration, the desperation to get back up into the lead. You can see that car is very loose now indeed, isn't it? I mean, it's under so much pressure from a car that I can't quite make out which one that is, that it doesn't really even need to be fighting with. 74, I can see it on the roof there.
Oh, so yes, that's good. I like those lights.
It does help, doesn't it?
That does help.
I said that it would help us at some point. And that's the Orca Sport that's running in 12th place, and yet that 12th place car is actually putting him under pressure because he's so loose.
Yeah, it's just incredible, isn't it? He's had one moment and then just the confidence is gone. He just doesn't think the rears will get through turn one, and I bet if he pushes it a little bit more, it will probably happen again. So I think he's just got to play it safe. As much as he probably wants to attack, the gap's too big now. The gap behind's less than 10 seconds. You just got to bring it home.
It is 3 3/4 minutes left to go. Autotech Motorsport go through again. 4.22 laps in the book this time round. And it's going to come down to this. I'm just keeping half an eye on the phone to make sure I don't miss any updates from anyone else. But I mean, he's just 14.9. It's too big a margin for Karitzis to do anything for the lead. Livesey's now just... he's still keeping it in the 104s, to be fair, isn't he? So he's...
So
I guess once you're into the zone, you just want to keep it going.
Yeah. Once you're in the zone and you've found that rhythm, then, if you can do 104 solidly, then you'll be absolutely fine. But, I mean, with less than 5 minutes to go, I don't think the drop-off's going to be that dramatic. So if you're and the 104.8s right now, I think you could probably just keep doing that until the end, to be honest.
It is very impressive. Top 3 still on that lead lap after all of this time of racing is also an impressive point. 24 seconds between first and third after over 8 hours worth of racing is such an impressive sight.
Really is.
Leader goes through 4.23 in the book. We're down to 2 3/4 minutes left to go, so we're going to have 3 more laps to do yet by my reckoning on that one. And Autotech, remember, they were running third and second in the early stages, and they thought their opportunity had gone, and that's where you've got to be patient, isn't it?
It absolutely is. Absolutely
is. You think it's gone, but you can suddenly work your way back up again.
Oh, yeah. I mean, where did we start? We started P19 today, and we managed to get ourselves in the lead for quite a bit. So, just about keeping your head down and not making mistakes and just keep going, and you can make progress. I mean, you see how many penalties have been given out today. It's quite something. I feel bad for the stewards tonight. I don't know if they're going to be going home for a long time.
It's going to be a lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the one thing that's good about this, though, is of course they're given out pretty quickly, aren't they? And they're just served. Yeah. I mean, I prefer it from a commentator's perspective, is that we don't sit there that goes, oh, they've got this much time penalty, this much. It's served mainly in the pits. I know we've got you guys with your 2-lap penalty. I mean, what a mistake that was, leaving the engine running.
Do you know what? I was so angry with myself because I went in the car and I was like, I'm going to do nothing wrong. I was just going to keep my head down. I was like,
Oh,
I'm
of
just
course,
not. I was
yeah.
like, one off track and we're going to get a stop and go 30
Yeah.
and it could ruin the race. I thought, I'll keep it down. 2 hours I was in that car. I did over 100 laps, I think. I was sweating so much. I tried so hard. And I got in the pits. I was like, I can't believe I've done this. And then I put the handbrake on and I'm about to put my hand on the ignition to turn it off. And then I can see to my right, the belt to get me out wouldn't come off.
Oh,
So
no.
then I'm just looking at that. And I've got my hand on the thing, and I just don't turn the engine off because I'm distracted by that.
Oh,
and then I jump
no.
out. But it's not an
Simple
excuse.
as
I'm going to
that.
learn from it, and it's just, it's so gutting. It's
Yeah.
just so gutting. That's cost me some milk, that.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And they all do it. Milner did it at Silverstone when they thought they'd got the win. And
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
they'd had
that
too
was-
many people touching the car or something like that
It
from
was
them.
the goggles when
That
refueling.
was
Did put
it.
the goggles on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they were absolutely gutted on that one. But there is your race leader coming across the line for the 425th time to do one more tour of this Indy circuit. Just 65 seconds away from getting this victory. And they'll be absolutely ecstatic. They started third position. They were racing third and second in those early stages in a cracking three-way fight for the lead of the race for absolutely ages. And now they find themselves up in the lead. And you can't say they've inherited it. They literally just had to work hard to take that lead.
Absolutely. And they've even done 6 pit stops and they're still right there. So it's 2 more than the Kahunas. It's 3 more than Boston. Shout out to Boston, the Triple Eight, by the way.
Yeah.
No, I don't think they've got a single penalty with 3 pit stops.
They won't do. No.
That is remarkable. Fair play, and that's why they're up there. You look at us and Milner. We've had.
You've been in there more than the track.
Yeah, it's not been the best day.
But here comes,
yeah.
it has been great for these guys. They're coming round. Surely we're going to get some flashing of the headlights if they know that the race is over as the checkered flag falls for the 65 car. Autodeck Motorsport take the victory. What a fantastic win. 426, the largest number of laps here for this event. There is your second place car coming round Clark Curve onto the Brabham Straight now. It is the 333 car. I'm sure they're going to be frustrated, but they should still be delighted with that second place. From 7th on the grid, so a great job there.
Yep.
And Boston Racing, like you say, to only have 3 pit stops, absolutely brilliant. They're going to come home. Where are they? They're just rounding Clark Curve at the moment onto the start-finish straight, and they are going to be taking home the 3rd position. I paused because it suddenly stopped on the tracker for some reason, but they have already taken the checkered flag in 3rd. 46 Milner Racing in 4th place, 12 Pro-Am Racing in 5th. 6th is number 81 GM Performance, 49 LDR Performance Tuning. Lawrence Davey was up here, he'll be delighted. Burton Power Racing number 1 in 8th. 9th is 180 Shine Automotive, and to round out your top 10, number 22 AFK Racing. That's a happy team down there.
Yeah, well, who can blame them? It's probably the highlight race of the season, I think, doing
Yeah.
this.
What's your
Incredible.
racing history? I'm conscious that we've only got about 6 minutes before we have to curfew, but what's your actual physical racing history?
I've literally this is my first season.
Right.
I've never done anything. I did Time Attack last year, just one thing.
Oh, yeah.
In an MX-5, but this is my first season in proper racing. So I've absolutely loved it. Hopefully I'll be back next year.
Good.
Learned a lot.
Which is what you can do in this. I've been advocating this series to everybody, is that it's such a great place to come and race.
Oh, it absolutely is. I mean, don't we have a real-life GT3 driver in this field today?
Absolutely.
I mean, that is just absolutely incredible, isn't it? You know? I mean, they were absolutely crazy. 102.9 is just
that was
absolutely mind-blowing, isn't it? Yeah, it's just only 5 cores. You think, how on earth has he done that? But that's why he's a pro. That is why he's a pro, so yeah.
I'm sorry that we didn't have you on for longer, mate. I know that I had sort of occasionally people coming up. Then you were preoccupied with being on track or something like that.
Yeah, I know. What rubbish thing
what's
to do,
more important than being up here, mate?
Turning the ignition off, actually, when you're going to pits. That's more important, I think. So, yeah. Whoops.
In fairness, I think the good news for you is to know that you would have been in one heck of a race, so it wasn't guaranteed anyway towards the end there, was it? So,
no.
Was there an issue with the car at the end? Because I know Jet was quick at the beginning, but it didn't look it was back.
It's not been 100% this whole weekend.
Really?
Yeah, so I think we had a stretched throttle cable from quali, so we were only going to 75% power for the whole of quali. So that's why we were only P19, and then I think what's happened is in the first stint it's fine, and as the race has gone on it's just got worse and worse and worse. So I mean, Jep has won so many races in so many different categories. There is no way that man is doing 106s. Like, he is one of the best on this grid.
Absolutely.
And there's no way, you know, that's the pace he's got. So it's just one of those things. It's the end of the season. The car will probably be clean stripped down and find out what the issue is, and then we'll be back next year even better. So
this is exactly what we want.
It is what it is.
It is. Well, Ollie, sorry that we didn't get to speak to you for longer, but much appreciated.
No worries.
Stay there, and once I turn the mic off, and we'll just chat off air as well. But thank you for coming up here. Very much appreciated. I'm just going to pause to make sure I get the correct things done, because the boss of the stream is up here. I was just checking. I know that ideally they wanted us to grab some interviews, but obviously we've got curfew here at the circuit. Is going to be in 2 minutes 20. I've done this whole day on my own. I'm absolutely exhausted, so I'm about to collapse. Thank you everybody who has watched. Thank you to Ollie. Thank you to everybody that's popped up here to join me on the mic to make it that little bit. Lawrence Davey, Bin Sahel, and of course we had came up at the time where you were going to jump on, but we had James Black as well. Thank you very much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure from that one. Thank you to the Orange Army, the recovery crew, the medical crews, the fire crews. Everybody have done an amazing job to make this another fantastic EnduroKA IndyCar 500. From us up here, have a very safe journey home, and we'll see you back here in 2025. Good night.